Greetings, fellow story gazers. Please remember to leave your constructive criticism, and enjoy this wild ride. Our story opens with a magical duo, Yen Shishkin and Shershin Sokolova, performing some kind of ritual, perhaps failing spectacularly. Next, we meet Cramble Stingwood, who seems to be specializing in magical pyrotechnics. Finally, we witness Dmitry Kashin and Martha Pardirt sharing a magical tome between them. A magical vortex appears, swallowing nearby items, as the narration clarifies that these powerful mages are historical figures who truly redefine the magic rulebook. A teacher guides a girl through her reading assignments, emphasizing how students must delve into the very theories established by these historical figures. As various magical gadgets and mechanical wonders appear, the story points out that everyone, even those who took the magical equivalent of a shortcut, studies the history of these legends. A blob of blue energy then manifests, shouting about how these great wizards elevated the empire's standing simply by existing for hundreds of years, earning them the title of imperial heroes. The perspective immediately changes, landing us in the Lideman Academy library among the current student body. Students are reading at tables, dismissing the historical heroes as utterly worthless individuals. Other wizards browse for grimoires, discussing the great sages and milestones in magic history, only to conclude they were all talentless buffoons. As a girl selects a book, an unseen voice complains about the struggle involved in promoting them all to archmage status and how much precious time was wasted studying these blockheads. Peeking between the current shelf's contents, a different book rack stood visible in the distance. Tucked among the mundane volumes, an unfamiliar dark grimoire rests, with someone commenting that nothing can change the situation now. The magical book, glowing softly white, internally acknowledges that it no longer matters, except for one specific memory. The protagonist recalls an ordinary moment, a step taken across a crosswalk. Turning his head, the man noticed an approaching vehicle before quickly comprehending that he was currently being run over by a large truck. Moments later, the world was awash in crimson, before the narrator announces he reopened his eyes once more. Visualizing a dark book wreathed in magic, the protagonist understands he has become a magical book in a different world, specifically a grimoire overflowing with immense magical knowledge. Resting on a library table alongside other books, the dark grimoire reflected on how disorienting it had been initially. Still, he eventually found something useful to do here, even if transforming from a flesh and blood human into a paper-based medium felt like absolute absurdity. Then, a cascade of memories featuring countless powerful wizards, each of whom had used this exact grimoire, flooded his mind. He deduced that his current mission was to provide magical education for aspiring wizards in this realm. Envisioning a person opening the magic tome, the protagonist determined that training an exceptional wizard was surprisingly easy, given that all they had to do was simply open him up. As a massive surge of magic energy erupted towards the student, the grimoire noted that they instantly acquire knowledge merely by glancing at the contents. The wizard, armed with the grimoire, ventured forth to battle a demonic snake. A monstrous creature suddenly charged him. Extending his hand, the sorcerer initiated a magic circle, conjuring a fireball, then immediately launched a blazing attack. Looking ahead with admiration, he inquired about his performance, asking if he had executed the spell well. Following the apprentice's strike, the magical tome sarcastically referred to him as an idiot. Clutching the grimoire tightly, the young man pleaded for forgiveness, as the tome scolded him that magic should never be permitted to circulate in such an uncontrolled manner. Recalling a different individual who wielded blue flames, the dark book reflected that regardless of the circumstances, all the theory and knowledge were quite literally inscribed onto his pages. It then exasperatedly asked how many more times he had to repeat himself before this new pupil finally understood. Envisioning a girl releasing a purple mist in his mind, the grimoire contemplated that she might grasp magic instinctively, before sarcastically noting that he actually admired her complete and utter lack of talent. Reflecting on how people worshipped a crowned dark book, the grimoire concluded that after training countless disciples over millennia, he had truly earned his rest and finally found peace. While remaining perched on the library shelf, the grimoire questioned why he was currently languishing in such a dusty, forgotten corner. Remembering how past wizards had perished, the magical book considered how, with each owner's demise, the crown slowly dissipated. The grimoire questioned the logic of repeating this endless cycle. Resting on a library shelf surrounded by countless other books, the dark tome declared that 300 years had elapsed since he last mentored a wizard, expressing a strong desire to raise another sorcerer and urging someone to pick him up and read. Absolute quiet enveloped the area as the grimoire internally kept yelling for anyone to finally pick him up and read. Out of nowhere, a young man wandered past the particular shelf of books. Clutching a stack of various books, the student sought something specific. Looking around, the academy pupil mentioned that the librarian had given him some directions. The glasses-wearing student peered ahead with interest, assuming the item was somewhere nearby. The dark book observed him suddenly turn aside, asking if he was looking at the person in the corner. Just as the wizard passed by, the grimoire began shouting at him. Moments later, the student simply departed, prompting the magical tome to assume he clearly couldn't hear its internal cries. Suddenly, someone picked up the grimoire, just as it was deep in thought about how its voice could only be heard by individuals who had forged a pact or previously made contact with it, believing there was no possible way the passing boy could hear its shouts. Holding the dark book in his hands, the glasses-wearing student was extremely surprised, believing he heard peculiar noises originating from it. He then began staring intently at the magical tome. As he found himself in the wizard's hands, the grimoire was genuinely shocked, realizing that now was truly not the moment to speak and that he desperately needed to control his internal voice. Moments later, the glasses-wearing guy was utterly dumbfounded when the book actually spoke aloud. Trembling like a leaf, the magic man begged to know which ghost was talking and where they were hiding. He looked down when the chatty paper heap insisted it was actually right under his nose. Cradled by the rookie caster, the self-important script introduced itself as a mythical diary, while the four-eyed nerd gaped in shock, unable to grasp that a pile of parchment was nagging him to quit stalling and turn the page. Suddenly, a flash blinded the scholar as the journal vomited a sea of fluttering leaves, and sifting through a lifetime of dusty memories, the spectacles wearer listened to the dark volume promise that he would climb from a pathetic apprentice to a legendary master of the mystic arts. Collapsing onto his backside, the bewildered caster demanded an explanation for the fireworks, but the smug spellbook chirped that those visions were merely a free trial of the cosmic secrets they would share once they bonded. Clutched by its fresh owner, the enchanted volume bragged that it would unlock his hidden potential, ensuring his name would be etched into the Hall of Fame as a supreme sorcerer. Eerie purple smoke started leaking from the binding, making the boy think this whole mystical sales pitch was probably just high-grade baloney. Noticing the geek's excited grin, the dark diary secretly worried the kid was a total dud, admitting it was mostly just hyping him up to get its pages turned, though the promise of making him a grand wizard wasn't technically a total fit. Gripping the supernatural text, the novice claimed to be absolutely thrilled, though while still resting on the tiles, he randomly wondered what would happen if he decided against the whole wizard career path. Processing those words, the magical volume felt quite startled, and repeated its question. Panicking slightly, the book urged the fellow to reconsider his life choices, insisting it was his only ticket to magical stardom, but the nerdy teen stood his ground, explaining that he was aiming for a completely different trophy. Visualizing himself clad in shiny metal plates, the caster declared his true dream was to be a noble warrior, leaving the grimoire to stare back with invisible eyes, rendered speechless by the boy's bizarre career change. Staring ahead, the dark journal inquired about his name, learning he was called Chana Yuankulia, and the four-eyed youth squeezed the book tight, perplexed by its claim that it had been observing his magical prowess over his physical clumsiness for a long time, especially since the two of them had literally just crossed paths. Dreaming of a grown-up version of the kid duel, wielding blades and fireballs, the tome bragged it had been observing his potential for ages, and facing its new boss. The black volume suggested a compromise where he could slash with steel while blasting spells simultaneously. At those words, the young magic sir began to ponder the glamorous life of a battle age. Grinning from ear to ear, Shauna admitted the idea was brilliant, which made the supernatural diary vibrate with smug satisfaction. From the boy's palms, the book instructed him to flip the cover so it could begin transforming him into a legendary blade-wielding sorcerer. Without delay, the bespectacled lad cracked the spine, unleashing a torrent of golden power, and a mysterious sigil hovered over Chana's crown before sinking into the leather binding, which the book claimed granted it the authority to be his tutor. A matching mark burned onto the boy's skin, forming a permanent soul tether that would last until his final breath, while the grimoire celebrated the end of its 3-century dry spell as the lessons finally commenced. Snapping shut with a loud thud, the dark volume announced that the setup was complete. Beaming with joy, the boy noticed his new friend was speaking much more casually now, while the enchanted companion kept celebrating their partnership. The 4E fellow wore a look of utter confusion as the sentient script declared it was finally departing from its dusty spot on the library shelf. Seconds later, the enchanted journal went stiff with shock, because its new boss suddenly dropped a bombshell. He had reconsidered his options, and decided that a wizardly lifestyle was no longer his cup of tea. Awkwardly scratching his head, the student confessed he belonged to a family of warriors and didn't want to be disowned, so he begged the book to forgive his hesitation. He blinked in astonishment when the tome responded that having a knightly background was actually perfectly fine. Becoming quite irritable, the dark volume asked if he was simply trying to escape out of fear that his father would punish him for practicing the mystic arts, which the boy confirmed with a frantic nod. Glaring at its student, the book promised that its teachings would make him 10 times tougher than his dad, allowing him to end any fight with a single flick of his wrist, though Chana couldn't quite fathom why he would ever need to blast his own father. Confused, the 4 boy clarified that his parent was incredibly stubborn, noting that 3 centuries of waiting had clearly dulled the book's social skills. Picturing a messy disaster, the sentient diary worried that its 300-year nap had been for absolutely nothing. Raising a finger to interrupt, the caster asked if he could simply introduce the book to a different student at the school to sign the paperwork instead. Shaking with intense frustration, the grimoire declared the request impossible, much to the utter bewilderment of his inexperienced new master. The black book then became quite agitated, insisting that such an action was absolutely out of the question because, according to the terms of the contract, a replacement master could only be found after the current one had died. Chana immediately paled in fear at this news, prompting the magical tome to ask why he was only bringing this up now, arguing that perhaps he should have refused to sign the contract in the first place. The wizard, extremely flustered, mumbled an apology, but the grimoire snorted, asking if he truly thought apologies were sufficient, especially since a person like him was clearly destined to become a long-lived knight. Suddenly growing even more upset, the wizard reiterated his deep regret, and confessed to his poor judgment, begging for forgiveness one more time. In a dramatic shift, Chana's fear gave way to rage. Pointing an accusing finger at the black book, the bespectacled man furiously called it crazy, and demanded to know how it dared to insult him. Grabbing the magical tome, the wizard asserted that since he literally carried the contract on him, a mere piece of paper had no right to scold its knight. He then shoved the grimoire back onto the shelf, declaring he had heard enough. Turning away in disgust, Chana sarcastically asked if the book had truly spent 300 years on the shelf, noting that since it had lived so long, it could easily wait for him to finally die. Staring at the departing wizard, the black book muttered that he couldn't do this, wishing him a long, happy life, knowing it could only find a new owner once this one was deceased. Remaining on the shelf with the other books, the magical tome decided to settle down and try to use his powers. Activating a bright yellow magic circle, Grimoire commanded Chana to stop, grandiosely stating this was by the power of his authority, just as Chana turned around and asked what was going on. Still stuck among the magical books, he realized with dread that this was the end of the line, as his powers had completely failed, meaning he truly was trapped until the demise of this imbecile. Attempting to lift himself off the library shelf, Grimoire concluded that this wouldn't work either and instead just wished Chana a swift death. Leaning forward slightly, the black book spitefully told him to go slam his head against the wall. Watching his new master calmly walk away, the magical tome could only see and wish the coward would meet an early end. Suddenly, the man with glasses slipped on a loose piece of paper, sending him tumbling to the floor. The grimoire, still positioned on the bookshelf, silently observed the unfolding scene. In that instant, a crimson puddle appeared on the floor amidst the scattered sheets, completely stunning the black book. Chana started bleeding profusely after hitting the ground, and the magical tome watched in utter disbelief. Grimoire recalled a moment where a certain girl later discovered the dead man with glasses, reflecting that it had taken half a day for someone to even find the body. Remembering the papers stained with blood, the black book noted that the body was quickly removed, leaving the library quiet by late evening. The story then shifts to late into the night. The magic tome remained on the shelf in the library, musing to itself about whether it could finally escape from this incredibly dull location. Thinking back to Chana's broad smile, the tome reflected that while it felt a twinge of pity for the young man dying so soon, he had also spent 300 years waiting for this moment. With a deep sigh of relief, Grimoire noted that the owner was finally deceased, meaning he would soon find a new one. Imagining the sophisticated people within a magnificent palace study, the black book wondered where he would be teleported to this time. He also pictured a dark basement full of rats, speculating that he might find himself in some foul, smelling underground slum. Grimoire also considered the bustling city streets, imagining he could simply reappear on a dusty bookshelf in some run-down street market. As the clock struck midnight, the black book wished for a better destination than its past homes. Suddenly, someone took a step in the deserted library, causing the magical tome to jolt in shock from the unexpected sound. Grimoire gazed toward the red-carpeted entrance, pondering who could possibly be arriving at such a late hour. His focus shifted to the front door, realizing the sound he heard wasn't the familiar click of a key in the lock. At that very moment, someone was actively working to pick the lock that secured the library's main entrance. From its spot on the shelf, the grimoire quickly deduced that someone was trying to force entry, identifying them as a thief, though it cynically wondered if a mere thief would possess the necessary lockpicking skills. Moments later, the front door swung inward, revealing an unknown girl in a school uniform. The magical tome, upon seeing the person in the row, questioned if this was actually an academy cadet. Surrounded by countless other magic books, the grimoire scoffed, wondering if the academy truly produced such foolish students that one would become a thief. The girl moved through the library, scanning the shelves, and the grimoire, watching her search, wondered what she was looking for. He observed her examining all the magical treatises, realizing she must be searching for a particular book. Standing there, the black book suddenly had an idea. The frustrated girl looked around and asked where it was, and the grimoire, with a start, suggested she might be looking for him. He looked at the clock, realizing it was almost midnight, meaning he would teleport away in 1 minute. The black book immediately began to shout that he was right here, just as the academy student reached for another volume nearby. Grimoire continued to call out to her, and a voice from the bookshelf reached the girl, beckoning her closer. The academy student stared seriously in front of her, completely ignoring the black book as it continued to desperately call out. With sudden movement, the intruder whirled around, prompting the magical tome to insistently ask to be picked up and read. Just then, the academy student spotted the grimoire, which was sitting right in the center of all the other magical tomes, looking like it owned the place. The young woman stared at the sight before her with undisguised reverence. Following her gaze, she confidently moved closer. The grimoire, still sitting on its shelf, mentally congratulated itself on a flawless execution of its plan. As the student reached out a curious hand, the magic tome thought she really needed to get this show on the road. The clock chimed midnight at that exact moment. The confused girl stared ahead, while Grimoire mused that exactly 3 centuries had passed since he was first dropped off at this Imperial Academy. A magical mark suddenly materialized on the Academy student's hand, prompting the book to calculate its exact age at 109,561 days. As the robed girl opened the tome, Grimoire realized this was the first time he'd ever signed a second contract in the same building. The scene unfolded late at night inside the Imperial Academy. The student, relieved, sat down on the floor, clutching the grimoire. She mentally patted herself on the back for having infiltrated the huge grounds, managing to evade every single magical surveillance device without detection. Without warning, the grimoire started emitting a powerful, brilliant light. The Imperial Academy student stared in disbelief as a silhouette of a black-haired young man emerged from the magic tome a second later. He turned to the girl and, in a patronizing tone, requested her name. The gray-haired girl, Riley, told him her name. Grimoire, folding his arms, then asked for her surname. When she replied that she didn't have one, he noted her surprise and decided it wasn't a problem. Grimoire leaned in, asking how she had managed to locate him in the library, especially since she appeared to know he would disappear after today. He remembered her sudden turn, as if hearing a whisper, and asked if she had somehow heard his voice. The protagonist mused that his voice had either found its new owner or that she possessed a rare form of telepathy. This ability typically only worked on highly magic-sensitive beings, like dragons or spirits, not just any passing student. Grimoire looked at the student holding him, and found it almost impossible to believe she could sense such complicated magical waves. He was taken aback when his new owner simply responded that she had no idea how she sensed it. The gray-haired girl looked at the magic tome in her hands and explained that she had just heard a voice calling to her. She recalled noticing something strange among her shocked classmates and mentioned wandering around when she overheard talk of a library accident. The mages gossiped while she wondered if she could escape this boring place. The sky looked positively furious. The academy student stared ahead in surprise as Grimoire pondered her words. He wondered if her story about hearing him was total nonsense. Thinking of dragons flying through the sky and fairies dancing near plants, Grimoire speculated what would happen if a child possessed mana comparable to a dragon or spirit. Looking away, the protagonist concluded that such potential was actually quite realistic. He noted that Riley was surrounded by a huge aura of yellow energy, musing that while rare among humans, some individuals possess extraordinary talent and potential. As the gray-haired girl concentrated this energy in her hands, the book wondered if she might just be one of those exceptions. Remembering the great wizards he had trained throughout past generations, the protagonist considered his current students. Visualizing others using powerful magic, Grimoire hoped that the greatest archmage yet might be among this new crop. The book guy poked the academy student's nose, declaring he understood everything perfectly. He smugly introduced himself as the Great Grimoire, announcing his intention to mold her into an equally great wizard. The story immediately jumps to the next scene where the gray-haired girl attempted to light a candle. The protagonist noted they were in her dorm room, which held 5 beds but was currently empty. Riley explained her neighbors had left, and when Grimoire asked why she remained, she had to answer. Closing her eyes, the academy student explained she had no family and no last name. Hearing this, Grimoire silently thought it was tragic that even commoners in this world had surnames, yet she lacked one. Riley then heard the book guy ask her sharply for more details about herself, stating that as her new teacher, he needed to know everything. The gray-haired girl said she was currently learning to distinguish between good and bad people, figuring out who to trust with her own eyes. Stealing a bag of money from someone's pocket, the academy student revealed she was a member of the Thieves' Guild. She had no real name, so they just called her tool number 2. Riley explained that within the guild, she was just one of many children treated as tools. The first child was number 1, she was number 2, and another boy shared her rank. Recalling opening chests and dungeons, the gray-haired girl concluded she simply went along with whatever was happening. She pictured herself running across rooftops for work, only to receive a pitiful amount of coins. The academy student admitted she just followed orders every single day. Crossing her arms, Riley asked if it was true that her thieves' guild was actually a terrible place to be. The gray-haired girl recalled being surrounded by so many evil individuals that, after a while, their expressions began to seem unnatural to her. Visualizing corpses on the ground, the academy student explained she had killed several people just to ensure they didn't try to threaten her. Riley added that despite her bloody actions, her victims never seemed to learn from the experience. Recalling the bloody footprint she left when fleeing the Thieves' Guild, the gray-haired girl wondered what was left for her and decided to simply run away from the organization. She then pictured herself moving forward, determined to find a new path. Resting his head on his arm, Grimoire stated he already knew exactly what happened next. He imagined Riley's encounter with a sorceress from the academy, declaring that she must have accidentally met a high-ranking wizard while walking around. This wizard, recognizing her potential, must have immediately enrolled her in the academy. She received a very positive response. The book boy recalled Riley picking the library lock and quickly deduced her Thieves' Guild background. Visualizing the gray-haired girl sneaking around the bookshelves, he realized how she managed to infiltrate the library so easily. Grimoire suddenly realized she was a special student and asked if she had been bullied at the academy, too. Riley replied it wasn't much at first, but claimed she was fine. Looking confused, the book boy heard his new owner claim a friend named Michael from the Baylork family helped her. Grimoire wondered if that family even existed, then simply said he understood everything. The protagonist stretched out his hand toward the student, saying he hoped they would get along and promising to turn her into a legendary wizard. Riley smiled back, saying she was happy to meet him too, just as someone started aggressively pounding on the door, asking for entry. At that moment, both Grimoire and Riley looked toward the noise, startled. The voice from outside demanded to know why they were forced to sleep elsewhere the previous night, all because of Riley. Grimoire stared at his new landlady in confusion, recalling she had claimed her neighbors were gone for the holiday. Riley remained silent while the unknown person outside yelled insults and asked why the door was locked. Grimoire gave a menacing look at the gray-haired girl, asking if she was being bullied. When she confirmed it, he guessed Michael hadn't actually helped, and the student confessed that she had lied. A moment later, 3 angry girls burst into the room. Immediately after, the narrative shifts to the Imperial Academy, where the sun has already risen on a new day. Riley lay on the ground, beaten, as Grimoire asked if she was okay. The gray-haired girl abruptly stood up, declaring she was fine, and sarcastically remarked that getting attacked by God's dandelions was pleasant. The book boy reminded her to remember who she was, demanding to know why she didn't just fight back. Riley explained that her attackers were all nobles, and fighting back would lead to her expulsion. The protagonist realized she wouldn't have enough time to stay with him if she was already struggling at the academy. Grimoire then lowered his head, asking how she intended to learn magic if these children constantly interfered with her. Riley suddenly raised her head, asking what she should do next, and the book guy explained she had 2 main choices. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist stated that she could choose to endure the bullying and continue learning magic from him, or she could simply drop out of the academy. The gray-haired girl looked at him, noting that neither option seemed like a good solution. Grimoire replied that it was entirely her choice to make. The book boy imagined magic chains, musing that she had to choose between a life of constant torment with a guaranteed future at the academy or freedom accompanied by complete uncertainty. The student remained silent, lowering her gaze to the floor. She then looked ahead seriously, preparing to speak. The story jumps to the pair walking along the corridor. The protagonist crossed his arms, noting that the exit procedure took less than 3 minutes, and Riley explained that it only required filling out the paperwork. She recalled trying to ask a passerby if they saw the book guide, and clarified that only she could see Grimoire's human form. Standing behind her, the protagonist explained that his humanoid form was merely a projection for communicating with the owner, as his true appearance remained the book itself. Grimoire threw his hands behind his head, remarking that it felt sad, and his new mistress asked what he meant. He replied that she had given up many privileges at the Lightmas Academy. The book guy envisioned countless legendary artifacts in his head, reflecting that these treasures were awarded to the winners of the annual tournaments. The protagonist also pictured many different potions and flasks, reasoning that valuable reagents given to high-achieving students could only be obtained there. Riley looked surprised, asking why he was only mentioning this now when he should have said it earlier. Grimoire grinned mischievously, asking if she suddenly regretted dropping out. The gray-haired girl insisted she didn't. Pointing to the sky, the academy student declared that the Letames building was on the other side of the main entrance, so she had to go back. Grimoire asked what she was talking about. Looking ahead in surprise, Riley asked if he didn't want to steal the artifacts then reagents. The protagonist was completely dumbfounded by her suggestion. Pointing her hand to the side, the gray-haired girl asked if he meant that combining her talent with Grimoire's teachings would lead to great success. Grimoire confirmed this, and Riley clarified that if she stayed at the academy, she wouldn't get all these things anyway. Suddenly overjoyed, the student declared that this wasn't stealing. It was getting what she deserved. Grimoire thought her reasoning was very strange. Immediately afterward, the story jumped to an abandoned tunnel where the pair were located. Grimoire asked how to find the emergency exit, to which Riley replied that everything was a new experience for her. Suddenly, the two noticed something directly in front of them. Looking at the road that split in two directions, the gray-haired girl realized they had stumbled upon a fork in the path. The book boy asked if she knew the way, and she responded negatively. Pointing his finger upward, the protagonist prepared to teach her a technique. Much to the student's surprise, Grimoire started to explain that it was a wayfinding spell, but Riley quickly noted that they had taught a similar spell at the academy, and Grimoire asked her to demonstrate it. The gray-haired girl immediately closed her eyes. She then began gathering blue energy from the surrounding area. After a moment, she successfully collected it in her hands. The academy student channeled her internal energy forward, performing the Pathfinder skill. The blue energy rapidly moved along both paths simultaneously. She instantly detected traps along the way. A beam of blue energy then rushed past a trap containing stakes in the ground. While the pathfinding magic explored the dungeon, Riley explained that there were 3 traps on the left path and that the right path was a dead end. Therefore, they needed to proceed to the left. While she kept scanning with her spectral radar, the silvery lass inquired about his vibes, and the sentient novel noted it was decent but lacked pizzazz. Approaching his pupil, the main man decided this routine was a total snooze and quite useless. Wetting his digit at the sky, Grimoire lectured that they should ignore the silly laws of Morans and ghosts, as they were way above that trash and needed a fresh strategy. He grabbed the young lady by the paw, advising her that letting the narrative flow in a single lane was a rookie mistake. Flapping his limbs, the hero announced she needed to spread her essence around like butter on toast. Suddenly, a sapphire glow huddled together in a tight bunch. Hoisting her palms high, the snowy-haired apprentice obeyed her tutor, who commanded her to mist her mana everywhere. Staring like a deer in headlights at the drifting azure sparks, Riley was told by the book to keep her head in the game since the party was only starting. As tiny laser bits tickled the bricks, the paperlet insisted she must keep her eyeballs glued to every single glittery speck of mana. Right then, those glowing dust bunnies landed on the shrubbery, and the lead guy pointed out she had to stalk everyone like a hungry cat. Taking the hint, the silver-topped teen shut her blinkers and tried to think hard. She imagined a massive sapphire ring of juice spinning around her body. Looking quite shocked at the air, the schoolgirl blurted out that she finally spotted the invisible stuff. Without a pause, the camera zooms over to a wooden vessel bobbing like a cork on the big salty ocean. Inside a tiny sack, a mountain of mythical junk was crammed together tightly. Glancing at his student, the talking Tom remarked she did a killer job, which made her wonder if he was pulling her leg. Peering at the horizon from the deck, the literary fellow mentioned she did great for a rookie, and they should ditch this stone. The hero suddenly spun around, thinking about how he spent 3 centuries rotting in that dusty library, and was thrilled to escape that dungeon. Meanwhile, the sentient dictionary peeked at the girl standing right beside him. Wearing a tiny smirk, the pamphlet person declared there was a little detail to settle, which really threw the silver-haired lass for a loop. Looking quite serious, the lead guy called out her name. Recalling the night the school kid broke into the archives like a ninja, the book mentioned she gambled her soul just to find his dusty spine. Picturing their meetings at the fancy college, the library lad noted she threw away a top-tier education just to hang out with a book. Observing her blank face, the hero questioned what she was actually after. Right after that, the scene teleports to a creepy woods covered in spicy red dust. A bunch of blazing meatballs zoomed through the air. Right then, the entire town was being roasted like a giant marshmallow in a bonfire. Folks trapped inside were shaking like leaves in a storm. A wizard drew a glowing ring and turned civilians to charcoal while the rest prayed for a miracle. Meanwhile, 2 kids sprinted down the fiery road like Olympic runners. Tiny Riley peeked behind her, totally spooked. She saw a guy in the inferno shouting at her to pick up the pace. Reaching out toward him, the silver-haired child heard his desperate cries to hurry up. Looking at the student now with a grave face, the book asked why she really wanted his lessons. When that heavy question landed, the girl avoided his eyes and played the quiet game. A second later, the reading material was shocked when the ashen-haired teen admitted she had a specific mountain to climb by buffing her stats. As the trainee gave the scenery a death stare, the main man guessed that folks seeking magical muscles are usually just itching for some payback. Following his remark, the girl hung her head low, confessing that he hit the nail on the head. Eyeing her, the Tum pondered who she wanted to destroy and how, wishing he could dig for more details. With a big groan, the paper fellow figured that sharing a personal sob story was never fun for anyone. Picturing the little girl she used to be, the hero assumed it was extra tough with such a grim history. The book crossed his limbs, reflecting that they hadn't even spent a full day together yet were already trauma bonding when she asked if he had something to share. Shocked by her words, the reading lad asked what she meant, and the silver girl noted he surely had his own hidden agenda. Staring at the man before her, the pupil mentioned his grand plan of grooming folks like her into powerhouses. Right then, the protagonist recalled a dude tossing blue fire around, and he questioned his own motives for playing teacher to these mages. Seeing a mental image of a lady leaking violet smog, the novel wondered why he was handing out free magic lessons like candy. He then pictured a bunch of guys in bathrobes playing with spooky purple lightning. Simultaneously, the hero gave the heir a very mean look. The girl was just standing there waiting, when he suddenly asked why any of it mattered anyway. Looking like a total loon, the book dude explained that he was just doing this for the jiggles. Letting out a long breath, he told her to imagine the joy of being a living novel, existing just to turn people into magical nukes. Without missing a beat, the plot teleports to a dusty bedroom in a pub. Chilling on the mattress, Riley noted she accidentally got herself kicked out of school and wondered about the next step, while the book asked if she snagged a referral note from her teacher, which she totally did. Straight away, the silvery teen dug into her luggage when the paper man told her to hand it over. Then the ex-student just stood there like a statue, staring at the roll of parchment. The hero put on his thinking cap while his pupil mentioned that the fancy note was actually from the Irant's magic spire. Gazing up, the book lad pondered its location. Thinking of various pointy buildings, the literature lad wished he had a pass from one of the big 5 spires or some legit fortress. Visualizing other wizardance, the hero admitted he had zero clue what had been built while he was stuck in the library basement for 3 centuries. Picturing a guy showing off his glow circles to a crowd, Grimoire noted that a magic tower is basically a fancy networking hub for nerds. Dreaming of a million wizard skyscrapers, he remarked that becoming a grandmaster required more than just having high-level moves. The novel fellow then flipped the buildings in his mind, noting that there was no better spot than a magic skyscraper to climb the social ladder. Grimoire, visibly annoyed, raised his hand to his face and asked for the name again, claiming he had never heard anything so obscure. Riley stared at her teacher in surprise, asking in disbelief if Arant's magical tower wasn't one of the 5 major magic towers. The narrative then shifted, returning to the moment the magic book was lying on the table. Seated at the table, the former academy student explained that to truly understand Arant's tower, one must first learn about its founder, Jen Arant. As she pointed to a picture of the old man in the book, Riley confirmed that he was indeed the individual in question. Grimoire jabbed a finger forward, demanding to know why the book featured a portrait of a man shortly before his death when it should showcase his prime. The gray-haired girl clarified that this specific age represented the peak of his greatness. Hearing this, the book guy stared at his student in utter confusion. Riley explained that Jan Arantz was actually 40 years old when the portrait was painted. Grimoire looked dumbfounded at Riley, asking if Arantz died young. Riley replied that he was still alive. Grimoire then pointed out that the portrait was dated 300 years ago, which the girl confirmed. The book guy, looking down, asked if Arantz was a half-elf, which Riley denied. Grimoire then remarked that it was impossible for a human to look like that, prompting Riley to accuse him of being rude. Despite his high-ranking wizard status, Riley stated that Jen Arant's achievements were widely considered to have surpassed those of an archmage. The gray-haired girl explained that wizards were still analyzing the intricate magic circles he left behind, leading society to debate whether he deserved the title of Great Wizard. She asserted that he single-handedly elevated the status of Arant's tower. Grimoire stared blankly in front of him, processing everything he had heard. He still found it hard to believe, especially the 300-year time frame. The Black Book recalled sitting forgotten on a dusty library shelf at the Imperial Academy, reflecting that while 3 centuries might seem like an eternity to others, it wasn't enough time to change the Empire's magic towers. The book guy mused seriously that something he didn't know about must have happened. The protagonist then noticed the lines in the book detailing how immortality, the dream of all who wish to live without becoming undead, was created by Martha Parjirich, Jan Arant's teacher, and one of the Empire's great mages during his lifetime. After reading this, Grimoire looked ahead, visibly stunned by the revelation. Imagining a flood of magical symbols, Grimoire realized Jan Arant had achieved immortality and elevated the Empire's status as an archmage for centuries. Visualizing a broadly smiling woman, the protagonist reasoned that Arant was fulfilling the wishes of his teacher, Martha. Grimoire stared silently at his student, who was clearly surprised by his reaction. The story then transitioned to the two walking along a city street, where a massive ship dominated the view near the city's pier. Holding the black book, Riley declared they were in the imperial capital. Grimoire asked if she had ever visited before, and she replied that this was her first time back since leaving the Thieves' Guild. The gray-haired girl stared ahead in admiration, and the book guy suggested they look around while they were here. A moment later, the student held a skewer of unicorn kebab. Riley noted the unique taste, which she expected from divine beast meat, but Grimoire remarked that it tasted exactly like a regular lamb kebab. The gray-haired girl was greatly startled. She slumped slightly a moment later, admitting that since it was called unicorn kebab, she had actually believed it contained meat from a unicorn. The protagonist, Grimoire, simply asked what kind of nonsense that was. Holding the skewer, Riley complained that she felt deceived and wanted to return the money. Grimoire told her to just eat it instead. Riley promptly stuffed all the meat from the skewer into her mouth at once. As she vigorously chewed her food, the gray-haired girl seemed to notice something about her teacher. She suddenly snapped her head to look sharply to the side. In front of the children stood statues of great sorcerers crafted from stone. Looking up, the protagonist's apprentice identified them as the 5 great wizards, describing them as talented geniuses passionate about magic. Grimoire smiled broadly, correcting her by saying they weren't geniuses at all, just idiots. When Riley looked surprised, the book guy added that they were simply the ones who never gave up. Looking at a statue of a girl holding a book, Grimoire asked again if Riley wanted to understand his goal in raising wizards, to which she gave a positive answer. Grimoire then pointed to another statue, explaining his desire to turn ordinary people into great wizards. Happily looking forward, he explained this was his way of getting revenge on those who turned him into a stack of papers. Grimoire added with a big smile that his students worked very hard for this. Recalling his interactions with a female sorceress, Grimoire mentioned that Martha had tried a resurrection ritual for him, but failed. Grimoire folded his arms, noting that as far as he remembered, Martha had no students. Riley looked at her teacher and asked if Yan Arant had lied. Grimoire confirmed that he had. Grimoire extended his fist toward her, inviting her to go to the tower together. With a visibly angry expression, Grimoire stated he could never forgive the guy who pretended to be his student's student. Hearing this, the gray-haired girl closed her eyes and offered to swear a vow to each other. Riley slammed her fist against her master's, declaring she would seek revenge on Jan, and asking for Grimoire's help with her own revenge mission in return. Following her words, the protagonist smiled widely. The black book in Riley's hands then spoke, solidifying the promise. Gazing at the stone statues of the great wizards, Grimoire reflected on the mutual oath of revenge he and his apprentice had sworn that day. As he fist-bumped Riley, the book boy realized this was the beginning of their new story. Remembering sitting on a shelf among other books in the library, Grimoire mused that this happened about 5 years after he was reincarnated as a book. Visualizing a boy running away with a black book, the ancient hymn revealed that Findel, a boy surviving day by day in the slums, was the one who stole him from a dilapidated store. The boy smiled brightly and asked about the word grimoire, explaining that it literally meant the oldest word for knowledge. Sitting next to him, the book guy requested to be called by that name. The boy stated he didn't care for the idea of the basis of everything, but would still call him Grimoire. Smiling broadly, the boy used the name, and the protagonist reflected that this was his first owner. Grimoire silently stared at his new master, carefully assessing his potential for trouble. The newly minted book boy grinned faintly, realizing his whole new identity was currently shrouded in a fog of confusion. He joined his master's ladder, thankful for Findel's guiding light, even if it felt less like a beacon and more like a car headlight directly in his face. Folding his hands, the boy asked if he was performing the task correctly, as he genuinely felt absolutely nothing yet. The protagonist pointed a finger at him, explaining that patience was key, and he noticed a very odd, tingling sensation coming from Grimoire. Blue energy coalesced around the boy. It seemed effective, though it caused some discomfort. Grimoire assured him that this was normal, urging him to simply hold on for a moment more. Meanwhile, Findel was diligently condensing a small orb of blue energy in his palms, noting that he was beginning to feel slightly flushed, as if he had just run a marathon. The book guy turned away in frustration. It assumed the knowledge transfer would be simpler, but now wondered exactly how much discomfort was truly tolerable before he gave up, asking for the process to continue. In that moment, the boy started to writhe in agony, shouting that he felt like he was becoming something new. Grimoire looked dumbfounded, quickly warning the boy not to rush the process, because accelerating the transfer would definitely end in tragedy. Moments later, Findel began to bleed profusely. The book boy stared dumbfounded, now completely smeared with a fine layer of blood. He stood near a growing puddle of the red liquid, completely at a loss for appropriate words. The protagonist lowered his gaze, calling Fiendl's name, before the scene immediately cut to a cart rattling through the middle of the forest. Inside, Grimoire looked out the window with his arms folded, and suddenly called Riley's name. Hearing him call her name so abruptly, the girl with gray hair looked up in genuine surprise. At that same moment, the book guy realized a cabman was also present in the cart, making for an awkward third wheel. When magical symbols began sparkling on his apprentice's hands, Grimoire reflected that the power of their new connection meant he and Riley could now understand each other better. Unleashing her yellow magic, the gray-haired girl called out to him by name, and Grimoire reasoned that adding magic to a simple voice basically resulted in a telepathic connection. Throwing his hands behind his head, the book guy mused that surely no one in this world would ever think about cooking and eating a unicorn kebab. His student quickly offered him a bet, which Grimoire, of course, instantly agreed to. After a brief pause, Grimoire completely froze in utter surprise. Looking at Riley walking beside him, the book guy muttered that he really shouldn't have done that, admitting she had successfully caught him. Looking at the protagonist sitting in front of her, the gray-haired girl asked why her master hadn't taught her this simple technique earlier, and he internally mused about what a remarkably useful ability it truly was. Averting his gaze to the side, Grimoire paused briefly, before offering the very helpful explanation that he truly didn't know. The book boy remembered the student Shelley calling him by name and privately reasoned that, to be completely honest, she actually looked rather cute when she whispered it. With his hands folded across his chest, the protagonist knew that telling her exactly what he thought would only make her furious, so he chose to remain completely silent. Abruptly, Riley looked at him menacingly, explaining that the power of their new connection actually allowed her to fully perceive his true feelings. Abruptly raising his hand, Grimoire explained that the Uranus Magic Tower, being one of the 5 main towers, had selection tests that absolutely could not be taken lightly. When Riley asked why, he explained that the top 5 magic towers didn't need fresh-faced candidates like them. They required fully formed, proven masters. The gray-haired girl listened silently as the book guy added this crucial information. Imagining the sheer number of different magic towers in his mind, the protagonist reflected that the selection tests were essentially a place of incredibly strict meritocracy. Visualizing his apprentice surrounded by a massive crowd of other hopefuls, Grimoire realized that for Riley to be chosen for the Uranus magic power, she would have to defeat countless wizards and demonstrate exceptional powers. Spreading his hands out to the sides dramatically, the book boy pointed out that ordinary wizards dedicate their entire lives to preparing for this selection test. Imagining tombstones, the protagonist added that this place wasn't nicknamed the cemetery of promising players for absolutely nothing. Pulling his hand away, Grimoire announced that they would be taking the tests later that same year, much to Riley's shock. Looking away in confusion, the gray-haired girl asked if she genuinely needed to advance enough to compete with mid-rank and high-ranking wizards in just 6 months. Knowing it was completely impossible, Grimoire pointed directly at her, promising success and declaring with absolute confidence that she would be completely ready for this test in only 6 short months with his preparation. The grinning magical book announced gleefully that he had prepared quite a surprise for her. The story instantly shifted to nighttime, the cart still rattling along the road in the dark. The wary cabman, holding the reins, apologized for asking, but wondered if this truly was the correct location. Grimoire spun around abruptly, confirmed this was precisely the spot, and told the cabman he could leave. Hearing this, the cabman immediately turned his cart around and departed. Stranded in the middle of a forest road, Grimoire informed Riley that this was where she would train for the next 6 months, starting today. He then casually mentioned his former apprentice still lived nearby, prompting Riley to incredulously ask how someone could possibly still be alive after 3 centuries. Grimoire pointed skyward, clarifying that the apprentice was neither alive nor dead, causing the girl with gray hair to gasp in surprise. Grimoire revealed that one of his former students had, in fact, turned into a lich right there in the graveyard. Suddenly, the skeletal monster stared menacingly at them, remaining completely silent for a long moment. Grimoire raised a finger again, explaining that only the most powerful mage could achieve lichdom, noting that this specific disciple had been an archmage during his mortal life. Riley looked around at the trees, demanding to know where the lich was hiding, only for Grimoire to reply that he didn't know either, explaining she had to find him herself as part of the test. Riley stared at her teacher, utterly bewildered that this was the test. Grimoire smirked smugly, stating that anyone unable to find the lich was simply incapable of learning magic, leaving Riley speechless. Immediately afterward, the apprentice stepped forward, Grimoire asking if she knew how to find something. Riley concentrated blue energy in her hands and confirmed she did. Watching her deploy the tracking spell, Grimoire explained the objective was to locate the lich's hideout in the dense forest, making this the very first point of training. Moments later, the blue energy struck a magic circle, revealing many similar purple circles all around them. Riley continued casting, a puzzled look on her face, noting that there were an overwhelming number of disturbing spells, making the area truly terrifying. Grimoire observed the purple magic circles with a broad smile, identifying them as a mix of barriers, illusions, and magical distortions. He watched his apprentice, observing how hundreds of complex techniques were simultaneously affecting her senses as she explored each one with search magic. The gray-haired girl looked up sharply in surprise when she heard an unfamiliar voice address her golden eyes, remarking on how proud she seemed. The skeletal monster smirked, noting that it had taken intermediate wizards at least 6 months to find his hideout. Then mockingly asked if she honestly thought a mere apprentice could accomplish it so easily. Hearing his words, Riley simply looked away with a satisfied smile, folding his arms across his chest. Grimoire decided her pride was totally understandable. As he watched the blue energy scan all the purple magic circles, Grimoire realized Riley possessed an exceptional affinity for mana. When the blue beam finally approached the lich, Grimoire thought to himself that her legendary mana handling was truly remarkable. Riley instantly found herself standing in front of her opponent, announcing triumphantly that she had located him. The skeleton monster's mouth gaped open in shock, demanding to know how she'd done it, and asking her to please wait a moment. Riley stared at him in surprise as the lich remarked that it had been so long since he last spoke that his throat felt unpleasantly ticklish. He crouched down and began coughing, noting this was normal afterward, while Grimoire's apprentice watched in silence. The skeleton monster finally looked away, asking how she found him, since it usually took around 2 years, and the fastest record was 4 months. Grimoire mentally calculated that Riley had to overcome the magical barrier in less than 10 minutes, bypassing the power interference that hindered the search completely. At this time, Riley maintained her serious gaze as the lich guessed she must have tracked his spells, prompting Grimoire to confirm this method was only available to those with exceptional mana sensitivity. Riley answered yes with a straight face, prompting the skeleton monster to call her a monster. The scene immediately shifted to the lich leading them through the dungeon, past a demonic horse and a Cerberus. Grimoire glanced at the bizarre menagerie, commenting that his student still had very strange hobbies, and questioned if this chaos could truly be called a shelter, to which the lich simply pointed out his room up ahead. The narrative then shifted to the lich holding a teacup. Riley looked away in obvious displeasure, remaining silent. Noticing this, Grimoire pointed out to the lich that he needed to hide his overwhelming energy, since his apprentice clearly felt uncomfortable. The skeleton monster looked guilty and begged forgiveness, explaining he just hadn't seen anyone for a very long time. As he clapped his hands, Grimoire reflected on how the lich had challenged the laws of heaven, and had been cursed by the gods. Observing the lich remove his dark energy, Grimoire mused that the lich had no choice but to accept black magic, being a creature defying death, before confirming with the lich that everything was normal now. Looking confidently forward, Grimoire asked if she understood why the lich had chosen to raise a new apprentice, and Riley responded that she seemed to understand. Grimoire pictured a massive number of different living dead, pondering the evil god worshippers and necromancers. Visualizing a woman wielding dark red energy, Grimoire realized there were also dark magicians and even a thieves' guild that purchased illegal goods from these nefarious groups. Imagining the fluttering flag, Grimoire thought that there was also an inquisition dedicated to punishing all these evil deeds and ensuring justice prevailed. Sitting at the table together, Grimoire remarked that these details weren't important for the moment, asking how the lich had been doing lately. The lich replied that absolutely nothing had happened to him, as he hadn't left this immediate area in the 2,000 years since becoming undead. The protagonist was completely blindsided by this revelation, noting that he had only managed to survive for 300 years, while the conversation centered on a whopping 2,000-year gap. The skeleton monster noticed his worry, sensing something serious must have occurred during his prolonged absence. The lich raised a bony finger toward the ceiling, explaining how he had spent his time studying necromancy, black magic, and curses, sometimes meeting the apprentices his master brought. He remarked on how fast time passed before mentioning that about 5 years ago, some adventurers stumbled across his hideout and invaded his space. Staring in astonishment at the skeleton monster sitting across from him, the protagonist asked if the travelers had truly invaded, and received a straightforward confirmation. Visualizing a magic circle radiating blue energy, the lich admitted he had no idea how they had located him, suggesting they must have just gotten incredibly lucky, because they mistook the dark magical energy for a standard dungeon. Spitting tea through his mouth and onto his chest plate, the skeleton monster exclaimed that as soon as they saw him, they launched an immediate attack, leaving him no alternative but to fight back, while Grimoire pointed out that he had spilled the beverage everywhere. Grimoire looked at his acquaintance and inquired about the fate of those adventurers, and the lich simply replied that he had a severe labor shortage, so he converted them into his personal staff. Pointing forward, he added that they were located just over there. At that moment, a skeleton in polished armor was pouring tea for the group, and the lich insisted they meet him, introducing him as Jeremy, his loyal second in command. The group stared intently at the figure, trying to process everything they had just learned. They realized it was a Death Knight, even though he claimed he was just an ordinary seeker. Spreading his hands wide in confusion, Grimoire asked how a simple adventurer could possibly become a Death Knight, while Riley commented to her teacher that he was the strange one, prompting Grimoire to wonder if she recognized the skeleton. The gray-haired girl gazed at the exquisite blade, noting that Jeremy carried a cherished sword with a golden lion crest on the handle. Staring at the skeleton knight, the apprentice declared he was actually the head of the Inquisition, who vanished 5 years ago during a raid, and they were still searching for him, only for him to turn up here. Grimoire shot his former apprentice a look of intense displeasure, but the Lich explained he had no prior knowledge of the knight and simply defeated the seekers who trespassed on his hideout. The Lich raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, while Grimoire pondered that dark magic generally only slightly influenced the minds of skeletons initially. He used to visit frequently to monitor them, but it seemed that after his 300-year absence, the magical controls had completely slipped away. All of this information caused the protagonist to deflate instantly. Bringing a teacup to his mouth, the skeleton monster commented on Grimoire's arrival with an apprentice, asking if there was any particular purpose for the visit. Riley averted her gaze at that moment, and Grimoire stated that this child had great potential and could learn a lot from the Lich, which the skeleton readily acknowledged. The book boy stared ahead with a serious expression, asking if the Lich recalled the last student he brought, Martha Partridge. His former student inquired if he met the silver-haired girl, and Grimoire confirmed that they were indeed connected. Holding a mug of tea, the Lich explained that someone was impersonating Martha Partridge's student, and he was heading to the magic tower to exact revenge on the imposter. The protagonist gave a positive answer with a look full of seriousness. As he poured more tea, the skeleton monster asked why he felt the need to go to Arant's magic tower specifically, and look for trouble. Considering other magical towers, the fox wondered if it wouldn't be easier to just take control of another one, or perhaps target the 5 towers that Arant had supplanted. Grimoire maintained a serious expression, admitting that while the alternative was certainly more simple and rational, it just didn't suit their style. With a sly grin, the book guy declared that slowly destroying everything from the inside out was better, because it was far more entertaining. Startled by this declaration, the Lich called him strange, and the protagonist agreed that others had mentioned that quality before. At the same time, the skeleton monster pointed forward, asking Riley for her thoughts, warning her that following her teacher would put her in extreme danger. Giving an enthusiastic thumbs up, the gray-haired girl said she thought it sounded like great fun and excitement, prompting the Lich to label her as equally twisted and suggest she just practice her magic. The protagonist's student looked forward in surprise, asking if they were actually planning on studying right here. Standing in the middle of a massive magic circle, the skeleton monster asked if the magical flow felt strange, explaining that this was a space he had created with tremendous effort alongside his master. Grimoire reflected that with only 6 months remaining until the selection exam, his apprentice lacked sufficient time to catch up with a middle-class wizard. Riley stared in surprise as the book guy realized this limitation applied even to geniuses like her. Observing the giant yellow magic circles, the protagonist wondered what would happen if they could quadruple the time available, perhaps to about 2 years. Reaching out her hand toward the glowing magic circles, the protagonist's student commented that this was truly an incredible space. Pointing smugly upward in unison, both the Lich and Grimoire stated that creating the space had been exceptionally difficult. Continuing to point his finger toward the ceiling, the book guy noted that his apprentice possessed 2 distinct advantages over other wizards. Visualizing his apprentice against the background of a complex magic circle, the protagonist said she had excellent physical abilities thanks to her time in the Thieves' Guild, along with an innate, superior affinity for mana. Grinning broadly, Grimoire stated that from now on, their training would focus exclusively on those 2 specific points and a single spell. Gathering a huge amount of blue energy in his hand, the book guy prepared to demonstrate a technique, prompting the skeleton monster to ask if it was the spell that dispels other magic. He observed that this magic could destroy enemy attacks without requiring a defensive shield, which Grimoire confirmed. Envisioning those spacey fireballs zooming at Riley, the main guy pondered how dispel basically just makes magic go poof. Picturing the silver-haired lass dusting them with a casual palm flick, the magic book remarked that any glowing orb flying her way gets shredded into tiny, microscopic glitter pieces. Embracing his star pupil, the nerdy tome lad questioned if she finally grasped his logic for this training session, which earned him a solid nod. Right then, she gathered a massive blob of sapphire power in her palm, recalling his advice during the exam to cast spells that keep the baddies from casting anything. Punching a fake guy in the face, Riley noted that she should probably just beat people up with her bare knuckles later. And flashing a thumbs up, the hero agreed that was precisely his plan, while with a scary stare, the Grimoire mentioned that enemy levels are irrelevant if you just clog their mana pipes, though the Lich found that tactic totally offensive, and smirking at his old pupil, The book dude claimed this was the best strategy for handling those annoying trial wizards, so they were essentially doing them a service, a point the bony monster finally accepted. Throwing her hand up in total shock, the silver-haired maiden begged the boys to just quit it already. Suddenly the skeleton guy started leaking spooky vibes, prompting the hero's student to yell for a timeout, and staring nervously at the purple aura surrounding the bone man. Riley wondered if she should just wing it now, even though nobody explained the spell yet. But the teacher said she needed the legitimate version, which she argued was high-level third-year stuff, and aiming a murky green blast at the silver-haired girl, the lich grunted that the harder the better, and while the clueless apprentice just blinked at the incoming doom, the rattling monster decided that a few hits usually make for a quick study session, and the grimoire had a sudden thought but chose to keep his trap shut. The skeletal dude also gazed blankly into the distance, and hovering near a passed out Riley on the rug. The book lad wondered if getting smacked actually boosts your stats, a theory his old pupil verifying. Peering downward, the hero pondered why her level up bar was stuck on 0, leaving the lich completely clueless for once. Later, he recalled shooting those swampy green fireballs straight ahead. Spotting the trouble, the girl swung her leg sideways, and all of a sudden, the master's pupils started bolting from the lich strikes, shocking him so much he pointed out she had been sprinting for a full hour. The guys stared at the panting Riley, questioning if their tutoring style was actually garbage, and recalling the silver-haired girl sneaking around the bookshelves. The book reflected that it had only been 3 days since their first meeting. Picturing his pupil with a giant cartoon bump on her noggin, the tome dude figured that despite the short time, he already had her figured out. Observing Riley wobble back to her feet, the lead guy realized she ain't showing any cracks in her armor because losing is her absolute nightmare, and seeing her as a tiny kid picking a heavy lock, the book sensed her past in the Thieves Guild made failure a death sentence, which likely explains her current stress. And staring intensely, the paper lad guessed there was another layer to her fear, and since the apprentice looked at her mentor with such awe, he assumed her cowardice was a deep psychological scar, until she beamed a mental message saying he was totally off base, and with a surprised look, the silver-haired girl clarified she was just running because getting blasted by magic hurts like crazy, making the lich ask the master if she was being serious. Shutting his eyes, the hero kept quiet and figured that might actually be the simple truth, and glancing at Riley sitting up front, the book asked what was the hold-up, and she confirmed she was totally lost regarding the technique, so the Tamgai visualized a pink energy blob covered in weird runes, explaining one must identify the enemy's magic, find its core, and then dissect the whole thing. And looking pensive, the main man asked if she needed a step-by-step manual, preparing to drop some knowledge. Beaming at the silver-haired girl, the grimoire pointed out he already spilled all the secrets, so she should probably just use her brain for a second. Right then, the bony freak charged up some emerald energy in his fist, and as the lich fired it off, the book lad noted she only panicked because she hated pain, but now she could analyze it without crying, and hearing that, Riley reached out for the green glow and, surprisingly, her hand actually made contact with the magic. Staring confused at the green blob, the silver-haired lass asked if they seriously thought they had taught her enough already, and they both confirmed it with a nod. The book guy gave a stern look as his student reminded him that he only taught her how to find roots and read minds, assuming he wanted her to actually use those skills now. Glancing quickly to the side, Riley declared she finally got the message, and promised to stop asking so many annoying questions. Once she spoke, the book lad cocked his head curiously, while his pupil realized it was finally time for her to make a move. She recalled the hero wagging his finger and saying rules made by idiots and ghosts are meant to be broken, since she was way cooler than them, and needed a unique approach. Right after that, Riley slapped her hand onto the green magic ball, announcing that she would carve her own destiny just like the teacher suggested. Squeezing her eyes shut, the silver-haired girl pictured a magical circuit that looked exactly like a giant, complicated labyrinth. A second later, she snapped her eyes open, and activated her pathfinding skill, and simultaneously, the hero's star pupil launched her own magical architecture right at the target. Suddenly, images of the hero's poofy, arrogant grin popped into her mind, making Riley realize they had actually cleared this maze twice before. And recalling their trip to the graveyard, the silver-haired girl realized they had navigated the secret maze tunnels and were now invading the lich private man cave. Out of nowhere, the dark tome flopped open, and the grimoire announced they would test these tricks individually, and right after, Riley gazed at the green energy orb, looking totally lost again. In that instant, the silver-haired girl put on her toughest face, plotting to pull everything off in total secret so nobody would catch on. Then she had visions of sitting in a cart and chatting via brain waves, curious about how this telepathy thing worked for hush conversations. Seconds later, that weird green glowing snot ball finally popped into nothingness, so the trainee reached toward the bony creep and flattened his magical moto. Resting a palm on her tired shoulder after the chaotic mess, the magic book offered his sarcastic praise for a job well done. Staring at her vibrating fingers, Riley wondered if years had passed by, but the paper dude mentioned it had only been 4 hours. Squinting her eyes, the silver-haired girl guessed that maybe 60 minutes flew by, though the main guy pointed out she spent 16 hours inside that sphere while only 4 passed outside. Hearing this, the student's legs just gave up and collapsed. Right then, Riley hit the dirt while her mentor joked that she should get used to it since there was plenty more misery ahead. The talking book looked shocked when the gray-haired teen claimed she actually enjoyed the torture, then she glanced away with a grin because she finally understood the trick. Wearing a massive grin across his face, the paper boy noted that he was thrilled if she was actually starting to like his brutal lessons. While flowers bloomed outside the spooky lich cave, the silver-haired girl realized time was moving faster than a caffeinated rabbit. She kept slapping away green magic sparks while the seasons did a quick dance. Even as city folks were sweating under a brutal summer sun, and the student kept brawling with Jeremy, imagining people reading Towerheads while September rolled in with its chilly autumn vibes and early sunsets. Plus, our gray-haired heroine defended herself against a wave of ugly monsters, thinking about how everyone was currently taking magic tower exams while she wrestled with green energy blobs. That bony guy looked completely stunned while gazing at what was happening ahead. Reaching out with her palms, the silver-haired lady absolutely wrecked his magical spells like they were made of cheap-wit cardboard. Crossing his arms over his chest, the book boy announced it was a flawless performance, thinking about how 6 months of hell that felt like 2 decades was finally over. Looking quite proud, the book guy claimed she could beat any mid-tier wizard now, while his student questioned if he was just being nice. Walking through the skeleton's basement, the hero decided to call it a day, and the lich promised to with Journey cook up a legendary feast. Glancing at the grinning pile of ribs, the paperman admitted that the skeleton was actually a decent dude for an undead monster. Suddenly, a random flyer drifted toward Riley, while the book mentioned she needed to polish her offense if she wanted any actual candy rewards. The main character peered at the scrap of paper tucked in his student's grip and wondered what kind of trash she found. After scanning the document, the kids realized it was the 12th edition of the skeleton's plan to rule the planet, involving death knights and teaching chimera's magic tricks. Witnessing such ridiculous nonsense, the group stood there looking like absolute idiots, and decided that saying nothing was the best policy. Afterward, they glared at the skeleton standing behind them with a massive amount of visible annoyance. Meanwhile, the skeleton looked away like a guilty dog when the book asked if he was plotting world conquest again, or if his skull had finally cracked open. Opening his jaw wide, the bum man yelled that his dreams of conquest were small, as he only wanted to seize a tiny eastern village and rule it. Slapping his own forehead with a loud thud, the hero couldn't wrap his brain around how stupid those words actually sounded. Looking confused, the lich wondered if a dead guy could have big dreams, though the book boy worried that this idiot would eventually cause a huge mess. Right then, the bag of bones was scratching his skull awkwardly, while the paper boy asked why he was acting so weird over a few basic sentences. All of a sudden, the skeleton started panicking about nothing, even though his little meltdown didn't actually lead to any real trouble. By now, every single tree in the woods was drowning in snow, and the heroes realized the lich was already planning to conquer the frozen northern empire. Dark shapes of people appeared in the distance, and the talking book figured that some shady characters were probably cooking up a fresh batch of trouble. A black-haired girl was humming a little tune in the snowy wilderness, and the book recognized this as the road to Wilhelm, the famous wizard town. You could see the blurry outlines of several humans walking down that icy path. The guys watched the lady strolling ahead, whispering to their leader that she was right in their sights. The noblewoman beamed while the thieves realized her clothes cost more than their lives. Smirking, the crook figured she was just a weak and distracted target who lacked any real way to defend herself. Knocking a shaft, some jerk announced that solo hiking was a deadly mistake as the oblivious raven-haired girl kept her back turned, and then the thief suddenly released his lethal projectile with a nasty wish, sending that wooden toothpick whistling straight toward the grinning noblewoman's head. Right then, a stray arrow rudely punctured her belly. The raven-haired lass collapsed onto the dirt, and started leaking. Seeing her drop, the thugs emerged to congratulate their leader on his aim and happily looted her shiny baubles while marveling at the luxury, all while the guy in the cloak realized from the sidelines that these trinkets were way too fancy to be found in your average monster basement. Grinning like a lottery winner, the silver-haired crook paid the jewels and called it a payday, right before his lackey shouted for his attention. Spinning around, the boss snapped that he was busy but his buddy insisted he check out the spooky phenomenon happening behind him, where out of nowhere that same dead girl stood sporting a look that suggested she had skipped her morning coffee and sanity, and the bandit chief nearly swallowed his tongue in shock upon realizing her corpse and the stolen loot had vanished like a bad magic trick. So as she shut her eyelids, the guys realized she was a grumpy spellcaster. Seconds later, the thugs unsheathed their pokey sticks as the boss yelled for a full assault, hoping numbers would beat talent. And drawing his bowstring tight, the gray-haired goon claimed victory was guaranteed just because they had more bodies on their side. Right about then, That noble lady gave a very wicked smirk. The head thug pointed his weapon, while mocking her for being a delicate, breakable woman. In a flash, she attacked and sliced off his grabbers. Following the amputation, the silver-haired man shrieked like a banshee while his hands chilled in the snow nearby, and he completely lost his mind from the agony, leaving the crying boss to stare in disbelief at his new stumps while the angry witch glared and informed him that mugging a magician carries a very high surcharge. The bearded elder stared straight ahead while he discussed the current situation. Propped up by his walking stick, the sorcerer concluded a spellcaster had definitely wrecked these thugs during a very lopsided disagreement, and before him rested the very same group of thieves who had tried to mess with the wrong lady earlier. Poking the former boss with a stick, the geezer guessed the mess happened 5 hours prior and noted it was more of a slaughterhouse than a fair brawl. Turning to the driver, the wagon guy asked for instructions, and the bearded elder said to just keep rolling and report the mess once they reached civilization. And while clutching his itching spine, the old man promised safety as long as he breathed, so the driver agreed that he would trust the old cook completely. Then the snowy-haired gentleman climbed into the wooden wagon. Suddenly, something up ahead caught his eye. Riley was chilling across from him, while gazing at the scenery until she was asked why on earth she was heading to Wilhelm, at which point the silver-haired girl clarified to the elder that she wanted to tackle the entrance trials for those 5 famous magic towers. With a grim look, the old man warned she was basically volunteering for a funeral since these tests attract every dangerous psycho with a wand, and thinking of glowing runes, he mentioned how some lunatics treat exams like a legal murder spree, adding that surviving such a mess required way more than just a pretty face and a few tricks. Resting his palms on his cane, the elder admitted her progress was impressive for a kid, but the tower trials were a nightmare she couldn't fathom, suggesting she just go to school in Wilhelm instead, but the student offered nothing but a quiet stare in return. Wearing a stony face, Riley thanked him for the genuine warning but insisted her path was already set in stone, and upon hearing her stubbornness, the old man just stared at her in a quiet, judging silence. Shaking his noggin, he lamented that another talented wizard was probably going to end up as a statistic this season, and meanwhile, the silver-haired girl just watched the old man while letting out a heavy, tired sigh. Clutched by his student, the book named Grimoire asked what the elder meant, so she gave a sassy reply. Next thing you know, the scene shifts to Riley and her talkative book standing in a bustling metropolis where she marveled at the high-tech vibes of her first big city, which turned out to be Wilhelm, a frozen place where snowflakes are permanent residents and magical gadgets are the local religion. Piles of white fluff covered the roads while enchanted blimps drifted through the clouds, and suddenly a nearby building went kaboom, prompting a local to ask what happened only to be told that Roy was just failing another science project. Glancing about, the main guy noted that despite the makeover the vibe was identical, and asked if his pupil actually knew where she was going. But as she stared blankly at her paper map, Riley admitted she was hopelessly lost, while Grimoire complained that the city's growth had turned his internal keeps into a useless paperweight, while a mysterious creep stalked them from the shadows. The talking book wondered aloud why the map didn't bother marking where the actual trials were held. Simultaneously, the silver-haired lass tapped into her inner glow, activating a tracking spell that sent a wave of azure light washing over every alleyway and town. Squinting at her navigation tool, the student pointed out 10 potential offices that looked suspicious because they were clean and kept the riffraff out, though the problem remained that they might just be boring school branches or medium-sized research laboratories. Grimoire recalled a grizzled sorcerer who had mentioned seeing countless novice mages just like them, all initially boasting they could conquer the world, and he lamented not taking that grumpy fellow's navigational advice. Observing her teacher's bewildered expression, Riley commented they absolutely should have stuck with the complaining wizard, acknowledging that Grimoire was currently demonstrating the geographical sense of a lost sock. When a mysterious figure materialized behind the duo, the scholarly gentleman wondered aloud who would have guessed this metropolis drastically altered over 3 centuries, prompting his student to tease him about expecting zero urban development. Abruptly, this identical stranger approached the group, offering a friendly welcome and correctly identifying them as confused newcomers to the area. The protagonist gave him a threatening glare, noting the man's rather sloppy cloak and local vibe, plus a faint, shimmery vapor of residual spell energy swirling around him like cheap perfume. Flashing a ridiculously wide smile, the youthful man with the chestnut hair announced that newcomers often found navigating Wilhelm utterly impossible, which Grimoire immediately registered as an assessment from a fellow newbie mage. Then, an anonymous voice echoed down the avenue, explaining that attempting navigation was pointless since chaotic, leftover magical residue from scientific experiments jammed all their internal cave systems. Hearing this nonsense, the ash-haired girl inquired if alternate methods existed, to which the boy confessed he had no clue, before smugly jabbing a thumb toward his chest and declaring that one surefire method was simply requesting assistance from a truly devastatingly good-looking man. Observing the show with a cool demeanor, the apprentice quietly asked her instructor for a plan, but he simply confessed ignorance and dumped the responsibility onto her plate. Moving toward the peculiar fellow, Riley politely requested directions. He cheerfully agreed, inquiring where the little madam was headed, as she specified the testing control office. Jabbing his index finger vaguely sideways, the handsome chap assured her he knew the location perfectly, and asked if she intended to participate in the screening assessment, receiving a yes. He then exclaimed that it was absolutely impressive for her age, sighing dramatically that he himself still had light years of studying ahead. Then, the ubiquitous anonymous voice projected across the vicinity, demanding clarity, elaborating that since this was her debut in Wilhelm, she should know it was an immense metropole segmented into numerous sections. While strolling languidly along the municipal path, the brown-haired narrator detailed how the coalition of arcane societies was formed and controlled the local sorcery spires, when Riley suddenly interrupted his lecture and commanded him to halt. Paused directly behind him, the silver-haired girl wanted to know precisely how much more time this journey would consume. Grinning widely, the helpful acquaintance cheerfully calculated that they were still roughly 15 minutes shy of the executive headquarters. He suffered immediate shock when the protagonist's apprentice clarified that her question had absolutely nothing to do with travel time. Accusatorily leveling her finger at the stranger, Riley specified she meant the enchantment he had subtly deployed against her, explaining to the brown-haired boy standing opposite that the magic had been cast a while back. The stranger instantly frowned, demanding to know when exactly she had become aware of his trickery. Recalling his overly eager smile during their introduction, Riley informed him she had seen right through it from the absolute start. She mentally replayed the image of the strange man's self-importantly pointing, stating that the only route available was to request his personal, magnificent assistance. The silver-haired youth elaborated that from the instant their interaction began, he had been inserting peculiar magical weight into his verbal inflections. Adopting a look of naive curiosity, the protagonist's student inquired whether he was purposefully weaving vocal cadence and minor sorcery into his speech, essentially the opening salvo of a complicated hex. Concurrently, the brown-haired scoundrel maintained a smug, silent smile while Riley continued pressing him for confirmation. Grimoire, meanwhile, theorized furiously that this criminal had employed a classic charming enchantment on his pupil. Abruptly, the stranger threw his head back and burst into thunderous laughter, peering at the silver-haired girl and wondering aloud if she actually understood everything given she still deliberately trailed him, and then demanded her explanation for such recklessness. Observing his apprentice from a safe distance, the scholarly master worried the enchantment involved some form of paralysis, realizing that if his suspicions were correct, Riley was in grave danger. The protagonist darkly envisioned shadowy hands seizing Riley, leaving her completely immobilized and destined to be shipped off to sinister dark mages or, perhaps worse, used car salesmen. Glancing threateningly sideways, Grimoire mused that such schemes were standard street theater in Wilhelm, where the prime targets were invariably ambitious young wizards like Riley. A quiet voice then echoed internally that regardless of the danger, the real motive for following this crook was not what he assumed. The bookish master adopted a satisfied smirk, contemplating the obvious outcome if his apprentice decided to brawl, just as the ash-haired girl publicly declared the fellow didn't remotely resemble anyone capable of actual damage. Upon hearing this insult, the mysterious man immediately ground his teeth in pure annoyance. Fidgeting nervously and scratching his scalp, the brown-haired antagonist surmised that the girl's accomplishments at such a tender age must have inflated her ego exponentially, proclaiming he would personally deliver a sorely needed, humbling spanking to this insolent, miniature sorcerer. Jabbing his finger dramatically toward the wizarding student, the offended kidnapper scoffed, demanding if she truly lacked the common sense to realize that enormous power disparities exist even within the lowest tier. The protagonist gazed forward with grudging admiration, admitting internally that the fellow spoke the truth, concluding that if strength were altitude, Riley was the stratosphere and this guy was simply dirt. Maintaining her poker face, the gray-haired girl asked if she was his inaugural kidnapping victim, only to be informed she was approximately number 13 on his roster. Tapping his chest with supreme self-satisfaction, the brown-haired thief boasted that everyone instantly adored his winning grin and impeccable appearance, prompting the protagonist's student to observe calmly that he sounded suspiciously experienced in the abduction field. Having just absorbed the bizarre mixture of flattery and self-aggrandizement, Riley glanced forward with visible astonishment, while her adversary declared that he constantly received feedback about his face possessing the rare ability to make females weep uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Grimoire was subtly offering the man a very rude gesture, and the silver-haired girl dryly agreed that yes, his look certainly did induce tears. Practically glowing with delusional swagger, the unknown culprit deduced that there must be an eager midnight reception awaiting their arrival. Instantly, his mood soured as the protagonist's prog pointed out that if he were the one captured, the general lack of tears would be overwhelming. igniting a cascade of vibrant orange flames. The furious brown-haired adversary hurled an obscenity her way, quickly consolidating the searing fire energy in his palm. Within seconds, a glowing weapon hilt materialized from the heat, and the attacker forged a magnificent, blazing spear right before him, activating its inherent mystical enhancements. Riley merely gazed intensely while he dramatically manipulated the firing magic. Grimoire contemplated the scene, commenting that although the fellow was clearly a rookie, he demonstrated impressive command over his available power. The aggressive, brown-haired youth savagely rotated his burning battle lance. Observing the attack, the scholarly protagonist cracked a wry smile, musing that this situation presented an excellent teaching moment. Launching the burning projectile, the attacker passionately shouted his hopes for the girl's immediate demise. Meanwhile, the protagonist's student remained utterly motionless, completely surrounded by an enormous cyclone of roaring fire, yet Riley looked irritatingly bored. Just like that, a sudden burst of cerulean energy materialized directly before her. The silver-haired girl's eyes went wide as saucers, and her brain immediately kicked into hyperdrive mode. Right then, the main character's memory clicked, realizing exactly who was wielding that powerful lich magic. Grimoire watched as his apprentice effortlessly nullified the skeleton monster's attack, noting that training with him had clearly pushed her mental abilities far beyond human limitations. The book boy pictured her brain enveloped in green energy, concluding that this phenomenon occurred whenever she channeled magical power directly into her cranium. Meanwhile, the blazing spear hurtled toward Riley, who remained completely motionless and unreactive. All at once, her gaze fixated on the arcane circles etched into the weapon's tip, causing the silver-haired girl to stare intently forward. Just a moment later, an unfamiliar surge of energy abruptly manifested in her open hand. Following that, the protagonist's apprentice extended her hand straight toward the incoming flame spell. Concurrently, the silver-haired fellow just stood there, staring ahead in complete bewilderment. An unseen observer watched Riley unleash the blue energy, asking what exactly she thought she was doing, to which she simply replied that nobody actually knew. As she formed a sphere of blue energy in her palm, the silver-haired girl inquired whether this was the cosmic gap between them that he had been boasting about. Grimoire observed the magical orb in his apprentice's grasp, noting that her attack differed from her opponent's. It was just a raw mass of power, devoid of fancy spinning or complex techniques. In a flash, Riley released her energy, sending a massive blue sphere hurtling forward, which terrified the brown-haired guy. The protagonist realized she was acting far too quickly, and a moment later, the blue sphere impacted the opponent directly. Grimoire recognized it as a genuine magic bullet, and after suffering the blow, the brown-haired guy coughed up blood. Pausing before the injured adversary, the protagonist's student acknowledged that she had learned a valuable lesson because of him, which meant he deserved a repayment. Riley stared seriously ahead, asserting the high magic levels don't automatically solve everything, as the true outcome depends entirely on raw talent. Observing the bleeding individual, the silver-haired girl mused that he might have already kicked the bucket. Abruptly, the protagonist's apprentice glanced over at her heavily sighing master. Stunned, the book boy asked if she had killed him, and Riley responded that it was certainly plausible, while he pointed out that he didn't want to cause trouble, but they absolutely had murdered him. As angels began to bury the dead man, the protagonist urged him to quickly reincarnate. Grimoire looked terrified, stating they came to gain experience, not end things like this, and realized the guy hadn't revived despite his earnest wishes. Just then, a magical airship passed over the city, and as they reached a building entrance, Riley guessed the last 10th one must be the management office. Grimoire groaned about their poor luck, picturing his student focusing energy around herself, and the book boy concluded they first needed to find a route to the 10's opposed control centers. He recalled how the silver-haired girl approached various people to ask about the management office, only to be told they knew nothing, and she should just go away. Weirdly enough, nobody seemed to know where the office actually was. Staring at the sign for the Magic Tower Selection Test Management Office, the protagonist concluded that they had no choice but to thoroughly investigate the entire building to locate the right spot. With his arms crossed over his chest, Grimoire mused that he was baffled Riley hadn't seen the sign, adding that even when searching for the route, it wasn't on maps and proved exceptionally challenging to locate. The book boy suddenly stared ahead blankly, realizing the locations must be intentionally concealed, and asked Riley if she remembered where all the other buildings they had already visited were. Focusing on the map, the silver-haired girl confirmed everyone remembered the locations because they were all marked on the map, prompting the protagonist to request marking the current building. Linking the dots on her map, the student realized the resulting pattern formed an inverted pentagram, which was actually a giant magic circle. Grimoire smiled wryly at the map, realizing they were dealing with true scoundrels as he spotted countless blue magic circles in the sky. The book guy claimed they were utilizing the entire Wilhelm area as one massive magic circle, with special buildings placed at each point to activate the arcane formation. The protagonist pictured multicolored magic circles, concluding that the barriers, stealth effects, and illusions were all spells specifically designed to confuse visitors. Riley, still surprised while looking at the map, asked why they went to all this effort, and her teacher admitted he didn't know, stating there was only one way to discover the truth. Pushing open the front door to the main test office, Grimoire clarified that his previous assumptions were wrong. A moment later, the group entered a room where a red-haired girl sat waiting at a table. As soon as she registered the new arrivals, she instantly glanced up in their direction. A sarcastic smirk spread across the red-haired girl's face as she congratulated them on successfully clearing the initial testing phase. Suddenly, a blue magic mark materialized on Riley's hand, which the examiner explained was a token confirming her status as an official test candidate. Holding several cards, the red-haired girl explained that presenting them allowed free access to Wilhelm's services, adding there was still a week before the next test, so she could rest in the meantime, which the silver-haired girl readily agreed to. Examining the cards in her hands, the protagonist's apprentice realized they had actually passed the first test, although she initially thought it was far too simple. Grimoire pointed out that while visiting all 10 buildings was tricky, it wasn't overly difficult, noting this perception was probably only possible because Riley was so good at finding the path. The protagonist recalled his apprentice searching the city map, musing that the route was actually on the map and was hard to find, even using a pathfinder, despite the 10 locations being advertised as management offices. He pictured several blue magic circles in his mind, concluding that everything was part of the same trap. Visualizing the bustling Wilhelm Street, Grimoire realized this entire situation was part of a planned trial. Reflecting on the manager's smiling explanation that the test control center would only appear after all 9 locations were found, the book guy realized she had already dropped a major hint. The protagonist wore a thoughtful expression, mulling over the need to overcome obstacles, locate 9 different places, and finally pinpoint the main control facility. Grimoire imagined all the people who couldn't find the main test office, figuring this search must be absolute torture for other wizards, but for Riley, it was just another day. Suddenly, the red-haired girl standing ahead of them noticed something specific. In that same moment, the gray-haired girl turned back as someone called her name. The manager, wearing a pleasant smile, advised everyone to avoid conflict with other participants until the next phase of the evaluation began. Hearing the advice, the protagonist's apprentice nodded her head in silence. The narrative immediately shifted to the pair walking down the street, where Riley asked for an explanation. Grimoire dismissed it, explaining that sometimes idiots pick reckless fights to gauge other participants' power level before tests. He speculated that the new rules were implemented specifically to prevent such trouble. Looking back at her mentor, the gray-haired girl suggested the warning didn't apply to her, but he countered that some might ignore the advice and seek a confrontation. The protagonist's apprentice froze in surprise, calling out to Grimoire when she realized he was fully aware. Standing in Wilhelm's crowded city, the book boy observed a concentrated aura targeting Riley. Remembering the corpses of robbers, the gray-haired girl recognized this familiar magical power. With a menacing look, the apprentice declared this was the exact same magic she had sensed from those victims along the way. Grimoire declared emphatically that whoever was emitting this murderous intent was responsible for all the killings. The gray-haired girl immediately released her blue energy, following in order to track him down. The protagonist's apprentice used pathfinding throughout the city, and the book guy noted another excellent application of the skill. As the blue energy swept through the masses, the protagonist decided to abandon physical sight and perceive the world using magical power alone. Pathfinding suddenly detected an unknown figure lurking around a building corner. Riley turned, glaring fiercely in that direction. The gray-haired girl confirmed the person was there, a man in a red robe among the crowd. The protagonist's student looked calmly forward, and asked what they should do next, and her teacher responded by asking if she thought she could prevail, to which she gave a confident positive reply. Riley suddenly saw a brilliant red flash erupt in front of her as Grimoire shouted at her to wait and prepare her defenses as effectively as possible. At that exact moment, a dense sphere of crimson energy appeared directly before the gray-haired girl. She stared at it in disbelief, contemplating whether to break it or simply try to dodge, but realized it was too fast and would pierce her brain before she could react. A moment later, the protagonist's apprentice gathered blue energy in her hand for a dual spell, understanding that she would have to sacrifice something. Analyzing the red energy with her magic circle, Riley figured it would rapidly destabilize, allowing her to evade the blow and simultaneously launch a magic rocket. Concentrating the blue sphere in her palm, the gray-haired girl realized her opponent expected pure defense, while she planned to counter-strike. As she kept studying the crimson sphere, the protagonist's apprentice searched for an opening to exploit. Riley blocked the enemy's attack, then stared ahead in utter disbelief. Watching the opposing Magus enveloped in red energy, the gray-haired girl realized his defenses had no flaws. Looking at the crimson sphere in fear, the protagonist's apprentice asked if it truly was impenetrable. At the very same moment, the red energy collided with a magical barrier of blue light. A second later, the attack shattered her defenses and pierced the head of the protagonist's apprentice. At that exact moment, a pool of blood began to form beneath her feet. Her magic tome also lay on the ground, splattered with blood. During this time, the red-robed girl smiled broadly. A moment later, Riley let out a stunned scream. She was standing in the middle of a huge crowd, looking terrified. The gray-haired girl began spinning around, asking what exactly had happened. Leaning closer to her, the girl in black and red clothing explained that the event was merely a mental battle. Imagining a wary Riley in his head, Grimoire mused that a mental battle was a simulation requiring intense concentration, where finding the opponent was the first step. Remembering how the blue energy had successfully tagged the girl in black and red, the book guy realized the next required action was to project murderous intent. By visualizing his apprentice deflecting a sphere of red energy, the protagonist knew that he needed to figure out the solution, recognizing this whole sequence as a common magical trap. At the same time, a girl in black and red clothing was pulling off her hood. Leaning closer to Riley, she asked if she had just experienced death firsthand. The gray-haired girl's attention was instantly captured by a distinctive mark on the other girl's hand. Grimoire, staring intently ahead, recognized the inverted pentagram as a participant selection marker, realizing with a start that he completely missed the magical collision warning. The book boy envisioned the black-haired sorceress dispatching robbers, determining this was the horrific handwork of a completely insane assassin, with only traces of the encounter left behind. The protagonist eyed the woman suspiciously, cautioning Riley to keep her guard up around the stranger. Grimoire observed the girl's unsettling grin and declared she must be a complete psychopath, noting a general trend that using magic for murder for years tends to remove any semblance of normalcy. The story abruptly shifts to the witch sitting at a restaurant, where she asked for dining recommendations. A gray-haired girl, Riley, happily devoured meat using 2 forks simultaneously, enthusiastically confirming the food was absolutely delicious. The black-haired girl, beaming broadly, boasted that this was Wilhelm's finest eatery, frequented even by Magic Tower lords once they passed their selection tests. She told Riley to just keep eating and ignore the questions, since she intended to cover the entire bill. Riley eyed her curiously, asking if this generosity was real. The black-haired girl confirmed it, claiming she was so rude she felt obligated to purchase the meal, causing the gray-haired girl to practically glow with delight upon hearing this. Simultaneously, Grimoire stared forward with deep irritation, while his student confessed she found Rebecca appealing. He immediately reiterated his earlier instruction, absolutely no making friends with a stranger. Riley kept sampling various dishes, announcing that anyone generous enough to buy her food couldn't possibly be a bad person. The book asked skeptically if the food genuinely tasted that delicious, receiving an immediate positive response. The gray-haired girl, clutching a forkful of meat, explained the contrast, claiming the food back in the Lich Stamp Cave was always awful. The protagonist felt personally offended by this, imagining himself, the hard-working skeletal chef, meticulously preparing meals with perfect ingredient combinations, generously infused with rare magical herbs for Riley. He felt disappointed. A moment later, the Lich was utterly bewildered when the protagonist's apprentice asked what he would do if the food actually tasted awful. Grimoire called her question incredibly cruel. The book boy fixed his gaze intently on the sorceress dressed in black and red, deciding there were far more pressing matters to address at the moment. Rebecca Duncan, beaming happily, introduced herself and asked them to call her Rebecca for simplicity, flashing a sly smile. The black-haired girl then asked them to please look after her, making the protagonist think to himself that this abnormal killer was turning into a serious inconvenience. As Riley stood up from the table, she commented on how excellent the meal was and offered her thanks. Rebecca responded that gratitude wasn't necessary, as she was just pleased that Riley enjoyed the food so much. Grimoire observed the black-haired sorceress' wide smile, identifying her as Rebecca Duncan. He calculated she was 27 years old, had achieved an advanced magical level, and arrived in Wilhelm specifically for testing. The black-haired girl gently poked her cheek with her finger, reiterating that a huge thanks wasn't required, primarily because the situation was more complicated than it seemed. Rebecca revealed her official participant mark, announcing that everything at the venue was complimentary. While Riley tried to recall her discussion with the examiner, the black-haired girl asked if she hadn't been informed by the manager. Rebecca showed her hand, explaining that certain services could be accessed for free just by displaying the participant's mark, noting this restaurant was no exception. She realized Riley was far more naive than expected. The gray-haired girl stared ahead in confusion as her new friend apologized for causing the strained expression on her face. Grimoire looked away, internally concluding Riley still hadn't fully grasped the situation. The book boy observed his apprentice's emotionless gaze, and concluded that her blank stare indicated intense, suppressed fury. The street lights, and everyone present suddenly seemed exceptionally bright. Rebecca grabbed Riley's hand, asking about her next move and where she planned to sleep. Riley responded she'd just find a place nearby. The black-haired girl abruptly pulled her hand away, declaring that was completely unacceptable. Even accommodation near the magic towers varied in quality. She insisted on giving Riley a map and list, pointing out a particularly excellent location on the city map. The black-haired girl pictured happy guests at the hotel, and declared the Sky Whale Hotel was the finest choice. Pointing skyward, she elaborated that it was perfectly soundproofed, had a lovely host, and served delicious food. Rebecca suggested they could also stop by this cafe, causing Riley to briefly pause and consider it. The black-haired girl handed over a map with several locations marked, declaring it sufficient. The gray-haired girl took the map, asking why Rebecca wasn't joining them, and her new friend explained she planned to stay with an acquaintance in Wilhelm. Rebecca watched silently as the protagonist's apprentice examined the map. Suddenly radiating joy, the black-haired girl asked if Riley wanted to stay at her place, receiving an immediate negative reply from Riley, who wondered if she was being too blunt. Grimoire stared ahead in annoyance and kept silent, while Rebecca casually remarked that she was only asking. Observing the slightly embarrassed sorceress, the book concluded that based on his years of experience, the invitation was genuine, and Riley would have truly ended up in Rebecca's home that she accepted. The gray-haired girl stared blankly ahead, asking her teacher why Rebecca was so fixated on her. He replied that he had no idea, confessing he couldn't possibly understand the mind of a young murderer. Grimoire looked at Riley's menacing expression, guessing Rebecca was likely surprised a novice like Riley made it past the initial selection phase, and was probably curious about what skills his student possessed. The gray-haired girl stared at her teacher in irritation, observing that he spoke quite confidently for someone who supposedly didn't know anything. He immediately clarified that it was only speculation. The protagonist suddenly looked at his student, suggesting she really wanted to call him insane, which he promptly denied. At this point, Rebecca began walking slowly down the street. She suddenly spun back, suggesting they all go rest, and noted they would certainly cross paths at the next test. Grimoire watched her silently. Remembering a vision of her wielding sinister red energy, the book boy found it unsettling to see such a genuine smile on a ruthless killer. The protagonist imagined the black-haired girl standing near numerous bodies, concluding she must have brutally massacred the bandits. Grimoire looked ahead, telling Riley to exchange a few final words before they went their separate ways, and Riley immediately agreed. The gray-haired girl glanced happily at her new friend, telling her they would definitely meet again, which Rebecca confirmed. Rebecca looked surprised when Riley announced she hoped they could fight alongside each other next time. Holding the black book, Riley added that Rebecca really didn't need to rely on illusory magic just to frighten her. The black-haired girl was utterly baffled by this statement. Looking at the protagonist's apprentice, Rebecca asked for clarification about illusory magic, receiving a positive response. Grimoire pictured his apprentice bleeding profusely in his mind, concluding an illusory battle must have happened during their initial meeting. Visualizing the black-haired girl approaching Riley, the book guy theorized that Riley had faced a near-death experience and successfully returned to reality once more. The protagonist imagined the wizard's cerebral manifestation, recalling Rebecca explaining that this phenomenon was known as a mental battle, and it actually existed. Riley fixed her new friend with a suspicious glare, demanding to know why she had cast spells on her. The dark-haired girl looked utterly confused, complimenting Riley's amazing sensitivity, and asking how she could possibly sense the magic, since only high-ranking magi should be able to detect a hidden spell. At this, Grimoire crossed his arms firmly, announcing that since ancient times, only one method existed to detect illusions: absolute self-confidence. Riley, addressing the flabbergasted Rebecca directly, added that she had no intention of being defeated by some second-rate, inept woman. Upon hearing this rather rude assessment, the black-haired girl clenched her hand into a tight fist of pure irritation. Concurrently, Grimoire, the bookish guy, began visualizing the flow of blue energy in the magical current. He was contemplating the exact amount of arcane power that a person could effectively manage at one time, the precision required for control, and the sheer force contained within the magical stream itself. Mentally mapping the ongoing flow of energy, the protagonist determined that spell casting speed improved with higher ranks, concluding that a wizard's abilities scaled directly with their increase in level. Surrounded by a massive array of glowing blue magic circles, Grimoire declared that skill disparity wasn't easily overcome by simple tricks, and the difference in levels was an absolute, undisputed fact of life in the wizarding world. The book boy grinned wryly, noting that Riley, however, was a distinct anomaly. Riley confidently stepped forward, announcing they had just heard that exact speech earlier today, and the guy who said it was currently taking a nap in Wilhelm's alley. She then pointed to Grimoire, adding that he too had a new hole in his chest. Rebecca stared at her, dumbfounded, while Grimoire privately mused that Riley certainly had a talent for fighting strong opponents, having done so multiple times before, recalling their previous battle with the skeleton monster, a lich. He remembered precisely how his pupil had managed to nullify the formidable enemy's attack using her own power. Visualizing Riley's encounters with monsters, Grimoire recalled that she had also successfully eliminated the Chimera within the hidden hideout. Grimoire mused about the Wilhelm resident they had recently met, and subsequently dispatched, realizing today's conflict was just another addition to the list. Suddenly, Rebecca laughed, offering to attack if Riley desired, prompting Riley to declare she was absolutely ready for anything. The black-haired girl glanced at Riley, telling her to quiet down and asking if she even thought things through, explaining that ignoring the manager's warnings could result in immediate disqualification. Riley looked back, calling it a blatant lie, claiming Rebecca was clearly running away out of fear, and suggested they meet during the test instead. With a self-satisfied smirk, the black-haired girl noted that this had been great fun, as she had run into several weirdos before the selection test began. Riley agreed, saying she also enjoyed herself since Rebecca had provided plenty of useful information. Enveloping herself in pink energy, Rebecca told Riley to be cautious before the test started. She then vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the guys behind and calling back that she truly had fun today. Riley looked on admiringly, confirming that it was indeed a clone. Grimoire glanced at her, concluding the real body must be somewhere across town, while Riley complimented the excellent technique. The book boy recalled Rebecca's presence during dinner, thinking about the weird magical energy flow that couldn't possibly belong to an ordinary living being. He realized that without their heightened mana sensitivity, they would never have noticed the deception. As they slowly walked down the street, Riley announced she understood everything now, prompting Grimoire to ask what she meant. Riley explained that Rebecca's interest in her made complete sense. She had just been curious and waited to see exactly when Riley realized she was a clone. Riley pictured Rebecca turning back, adding that she likely wanted to witness Riley's reaction to the revelation, and the fluctuating magic flow was just the mystery waiting for Riley to catch on. Grimoire looked dumbfounded at the gray-haired girl, asking why she needed to engage in such mind games, to which she simply replied, "Because it's fun," leaving him to wonder why. Suddenly beaming with excitement, the protagonist's apprentice explained that she enjoyed the thrill of merely getting caught, finding the experience quite entertaining. Grimoire stared forward blankly, remarking that it was truly astonishing Riley understood the internal logic of such an obviously crazy girl. Riley simply shrugged, agreeing that it was pretty neat. He realized he had completely lost track of the conversation and what was going on. Closing one eye conspiratorially, Rebecca told the baby to wake up immediately, noting that she herself was a wizard of the highest possible rank. Spreading her hands wide, the black-haired girl declared she was nothing more than a novice, just starting out at a lower rank. The gray-haired girl watched silently as her new friend added there was a difference between them that simply couldn't be quantified with mere words. The young man, reviewing a questionnaire, studied the information about the selection participants, remarking that, as noted previously, this year featured an exceptional number of interesting personalities. Seated at a desk in the library, he received a query from a glowing magic orb. He confirmed to the orb that he was currently on the questionnaire of the Stingwood family's second son. The orb asked if this feeling was new to him, and he replied that it was true, expressing disbelief that the student he taught was already heading to the selection test, since it felt like only yesterday they met at the mansion. The teacher brought the document closer to his face. The voice from the orb told him to set aside the memories for a moment and move on to the next section, claiming the truly exciting part was still to come. The teacher carefully examined the sheet, asking aloud if the information was true. He shifted his shocked gaze back to the details written on the questionnaire. The mentor looked at the photo, questioning why a low-ranking member was listed. He pulled the questionnaire even closer to his face as the orb's voice inquired about the fun. The mentor replied that the participant's desire to fast-track the qualifying round was quite arrogant, exactly as expected from his student, Li Demai. The girl from the shimmering orb looked ahead, shrugging as she wondered aloud if anyone present had a clue exactly how long it took the newcomer to pass the first assessment. The mentor, without looking up from the questionnaire, muttered thoughtfully that the new arrival barely scraped by, noting that they apparently spent a leisurely 3 months exploring Wilhelm first. The red-haired girl put her hands on the glowing golden energy sphere, quickly correcting him, saying this particular child had only arrived in Wilhelm this very afternoon. The man immediately re-examined the profile, calculating that this meant finding the management office took a mere half day, which was frankly ridiculous. Gripping the sheet tightly, he noted the previous record was 4 hours, set by Rebecca Duncan, who achieved it by deploying 20 clones and causing a massive city-wide panic. The instructor looked away from the paper, reflecting that the average person usually took an entire week just to locate the office. Settling back at his desk, he recalled that even Garen Edward von Theobald, a high-ranking expert, needed a whole day to track down the place. The mentor picked up the questionnaire again, finally realizing that this small, seemingly lazy Riley had just set a new record. Leaning on her arm, the lady declared she was right that this year would certainly be interesting. The man from the Golden Orb agreed in every respect. The lady stared in shock at the magic mark on her wrist, announcing that with 1 week left until the next test, she could finally rest. Clenching her fist, she happily anticipated resting well, which the grimoire affirmed since they had been running constantly. Riley brought a fork of food to her mouth, living a lazier existence than anyone else, waking up to eat breakfast long after the sun was high in the sky. A girl sat at the dining table, brandishing silverware like tiny weapons. She stretched for a plate of food while still lying in bed, a fork full of breakfast held aloft, declaring after just 3 days that she was utterly bored and exhausted from doing nothing. The grimoire glanced at the girl and helpfully suggested that a short walk might cure her boredom. The young sorceress carefully examined her reflection in the full-length mirror. Dressed beautifully, she strolled forward as the young man commented on her sharp appearance. The protagonist carefully held her book, reflecting that despite purchasing expensive clothing, she still had a significant amount of money remaining. The young man remarked that he knew she was still living off the funds acquired from Litames. Riley shifted her gaze nervously away from him. At the entrance to Arcady's central library, a crowd gathered, and the young man explained that the building was centuries old. The girl looked at the building with delight, while the grimoire pointed out that judging by its size, it was probably the second largest after Litames, and housed most of the magic-related books in existence. The guy turned to the girl and casually asked if she wanted to actually go inside. He folded his arms across his chest, while the protagonist mused that they really had nothing better to do anyway. Besides, it was said that participants could use the place freely, and the grimoire added that this was a definite and very attractive advantage for anyone taking the test. Books wrapped in golden manna floated gently in the air, creating an impressive spectacle. Visiting the Academy Library promised to be a truly rewarding experience, offering countless good reads and rare magical collections. The young man looked down with uncertainty, thinking that he was still extremely hesitant about going inside. The grimoire began to glow with magic, making the protagonist remember that he had spent 3 centuries trapped in a very similar, equally cursed library. The blonde-haired girl looked ahead, thinking in the endless rows of books stacked high on the shelves. Hundreds of texts were piled everywhere she looked. Riley hugged the grimoire tight to her chest, whispering to him that he couldn't possibly keep avoiding libraries for his entire life. The young man shifted his worried gaze and conceded that, unlike the 21st century where knowledge was everywhere, in this world you actually had to use physical books to learn anything. Staring into the gloom, he reflected that, just as the girl had said, he couldn't keep running from libraries forever, and eventually, he would simply have to overcome his deep-seated fear. The protagonist closed his eyes and declared, "Well then, why don't I just walk in with my eyes shut?" The girl watched her companion intently as he resolutely walked forward, waving his arms in front of him, saying that if you just enthusiastically started exploring the library. She looked around in amazement, and admitted that the place was incredibly beautiful. The protagonist relaxed, placing a hand on his belt, assuring himself that there was no feeling of books scattered everywhere like back in Letames, so everything must be fine. He added that the ceiling looked a little pompous, and his companion immediately asked what exactly pompous meant in this context. The girl held up a pass, noting that it was platinum level, and the boy replied that this was the highest tier possible, meaning she could likely access anywhere she wanted. The girl looked at him blankly, unable to grasp how anywhere was relevant when they only had a single destination in mind. The two stood on the threshold of a restricted area containing forbidden books, and the girl declared she was absolutely thrilled. The protagonist clutched 2 magical tomes, as the young man explained that those were from the general collection, but the forbidden section was an entirely different issue. She listed the titles of the books she held: 100 Great People Who Glorified the Modern Imperial Era, and Understanding the Second Awakening, and The Flowering of Attributes. The boy held his head in exasperation and told his companion to pick up the lamp from the floor, asking if there happened to be any place in the building that was actually well lit. Riley pointed her finger towards the dancing magical lights in the distance, and said there was certainly some light over there. The guy enthusiastically dragged her along, exclaiming that it was perfect, and exactly where they needed to go. A visitor was sitting at a table nearby with a book in hand, and the girl noted that someone else was already present. The lady lifted the lamp higher to see better. The man turned his head sharply, spotting the girl and asking exactly how she managed to get here unnoticed. The girl casually extended her hand, revealing a magical, glowing entrance pass. Garen stared in astonishment, declaring it incredible that she had passed the initial test with such dreadful technique, while the young sorceress glanced at him. The guy next to her looked indignant, asking what the old codger's problem was now. The old man leaned on his staff, and the protagonist, planning to participate in the selection exam of the 5 Great Towers, mentally labeled him a terribly annoying tie. The commander examined the speaker carefully, questioning whether he truly intended to march to certain death, and if he hadn't heard about the recent tragedy that resulted from countless wizards flocking to the selection tests. Riley looked down at her hand, confirming she had indeed received her pass for the first trial. The elder stood before the young people, telling the girl to surrender immediately. He fixed his concentrated gaze forward, revealing that the test ahead would be far tougher than she thought, and once the scent of blood began to spread, the competition ground would become a field of carnage. The young lady stared at Garen in amazement as he continued, warning that while a wizard with years of experience might barely scrape by, it would be extremely perilous for an amateur like her, urging her to give up and try again later. The magic squad commander remained standing in the middle of the bookstore. Riley looked at him confidently, stating she had already made her decision. The saddened man lowered his eyes, commenting that her stubbornness was just as stupid as one would expect from a youth, and added that she was full of needless energy. The young lady countered that some people actually liked her precisely because they called her courageous. The protagonist shot a piercing look at the elder, who told her to stop talking nonsense about courage, declaring it all pointless, but she promptly disagreed. The man looked thoughtfully at the person speaking to him. The participant held out a lamp, suggesting to Garen that she was ready to demonstrate her capabilities. The elder's eyes burned with fire as he challenged the girl to a duel. He stared ahead resolutely, continuing that if she wanted to pass the test, she needed to fight him first. Arcane streams began to swirl around the confident old man. The lady shifted her bewildered gaze to her opponent, asking again what exactly they were fighting for, to which he replied that this was, naturally, a very unusual competition. She looked up in utter confusion as he clarified he wouldn't actually attack, offering her 3 attempts to strike him. The elder cracked his neck, and added that if he moved even one step, she would win. Standing firmly on his feet, he concluded that if she could fight effectively now, he would no longer interfere with her, ensuring she could survive the selection test. The guy looked suspiciously at the man, admitting he made a valid point. He looked forward, remembering that this old man was a high-ranking expert wizard. The man looked soulfully ahead. The protagonist brought his hand to his chin, thoughtfully saying that among everyone taking the selection test, this old man must be the strongest. He added that if Riley could land a good blow, it would prove her abilities. Riley then inquired what would happen if she couldn't land a decent hit. The wizard looked at her calmly, replying that while he hated to do it, he would have no choice but to prevent her from taking the test, and she asked how he would do that. Garen pointed his finger forward menacingly, replying that he would simply attack her with absolutely everything he had. The young sorceress stared at him in horror, while the guy beside her protested indignantly, asking why he had just said he wouldn't attack. The man looked up with a burning gaze, replying that she shouldn't worry. He wouldn't kill her. He would just break her leg, so she couldn't possibly pass the selection test. The selection participant, completely shocked by what she heard, stared ahead, thinking this old man was utterly insane. The girl looked at him in amazement, and Garen asked why she wore such a tense expression. She answered that it was because her pride had just been deeply offended. Garen closed his eyes and proposed that the girl truly wants to fight him on equal terms, without any restrictions, and she agreed. The man lowered his head, keeping his eyes closed. He stared at the girl, requesting that she retrieve the book from her bag. The main character turned her head apprehensively. She held in her hands a book titled 100 Great Individuals Who Glorified the Modern Era. The wizard took the book, while the guy questioned in disbelief why books were involved at all. Riley looked intently at Garen, who, flipping through the pages, commented that the book was good and surprisingly accurate. The girl reached her hand up, and the elder told her to read it aloud. The girl looked at the open book in astonishment, and the young man asked why they were suddenly doing reading recommendations, quickly adding in surprise that page 67 contained information about Garen Edward von Theobald. Powerful monsters surrounded the warrior in the illustration, and the girl read that Garen Theobald, the magic squad commander on the Western Front, was renowned for his extraordinary feats during the battle against 100 demons. She continued reading that this incident was known as the Battle of the Hazelpart Mountains, where His Majesty the Emperor personally commended Edward von Theobald's achievements and inducted him into the Hall of Fame. The girl saw a portrait of the hero on the page of the book. The guy's eyes widened in utter amazement. The competition administrator sat at a table with a feather pen in hand. It was true that not all high-ranking wizards possessed identical skill sets. While some wizards trained solely for level advancement, Others honed their abilities on bloody battlefields. The young man extended his bloodied hand forward toward the magical pictograms hovering in the air. Garen placed his hands majestically on his cane, and the book stated that even among high-ranking wizards, Garen Theobald was considered genuinely influential. Riley stared at the wizard in complete shock. She looked at the man in amazement, asking the guy beside her if the old man really just said that, and he confirmed it. The girl then cheekily asked if he could increase the number of attacks to 5, because 3 felt far too stingy. The wizard looked dumbfounded at the young lady, demanding to know where her conscience was, then immediately claimed he was joking. The girl turned to the guy, noting this was not the best place to fight, given all the obstacles. The man snapped his fingers in the air, telling the others not to worry about it. A magical flow began to swirl throughout the library, enveloping the room in dense mana. The wizard gestured around the suddenly empty space, assuring them it was more than sufficient. He held up a thumbs up, telling Riley not to fret about damaging anything with magic, as there was no way her magic would go beyond this place. She shifted her incredulous gaze to Garen, asking what would happen if her magic did somehow escape. She assured him that this was normal, and all objects were processed to resist any possible forces. The protagonist confidently folded his arms across his chest and declared it was fine, suggesting the girl try to pin the old man down. He mused internally about how effective Riley's attack against the expert would be, realizing this was a great opportunity to find out. The girl looked at her opponent with visible hesitation. The wizard watched her closely, and the protagonist thought that if she failed to land a good blow, the young lady would end up with broken legs, so completely incapacitated that she wouldn't be able to inflict a single strike. He then questioned whether she truly had the ability to handle this. The guy's reflection appeared in the man's pupils as he thought that a wizard reaching the lowest rank before the age of 20 was typically considered a genius. A magical rune suddenly appeared. Every wizard undergoes 2 awakenings in their lifetime. His hands reached for the magical seed of the attribute, and Garen remembered that his first awakening occurred at age 10. He recalled that the awakened instinctively grasped magic, mana, and sorcery, and that as a novice apprentice, he underwent training to strengthen those skills. The glowing crystal hovered in the air between his palms, and the man continued, explaining that the attribute's seed sleeping in the heart of mana blossoms, granting the wizard their unique attribute, making it possible to execute more complex and powerful magic. The young man took a step as the old man thought that from the moment a wizard connects with magical power, they move past the apprentice stage and enter the lowest rank. The magic squad commander stared intently ahead, thinking this was precisely why the skills of wizards who had reached adulthood grew exponentially, as wizards who reached adulthood naturally became stronger. Garen watched the girl intently, continuing to think that in other words, before passing the second test, wizards who had broken the lowest rank barrier were essentially monsters until they came of age. Riley stared back at the wizard with her arms outstretched. The elder lowered his head, and realized that he desired to protect this girl's potential future, which meant she simply couldn't participate in the test because the magical world would lose its future if she did. The wizard lowered his head, stating he would allow her 3 attempts to strike him, and if he moved even 1 step, Riley would win. He placed one hand on the other, thinking she would realize the significant power difference and back out of the test. He knew it was a cruel method, but he genuinely had no other way to save this child from harm. The girl raised her palm, and the man offered to begin the test. A magic ball materialized in her hand. Magical mana emitted bright, luminous streams. A magic rocket shot toward the elder. He stood with a straight back and noted that it was fast. His eyes radiated an almost unnerving calm as he realized this was the attack, noting that heavy strikes filled with immense magical power were not necessarily skillful, lacking rotation or trajectory manipulation. The wizard summoned a magic shield, thinking this was a fair attack, against which he didn't even need to use attributes. The force of the attacking mana pushed back against the shield displayed by the old man. Garen watched the entire incident unfold and realized it was exactly what he expected. Staring forward in total shock, his palms feel like they are stuck in glue, making him realize it isn't a spell, but pure terror from staring at the Grim Reaper, while Riley thrusts her arm out with swagger. She displays her open palm, prompting the old geezer to shout about her crazy actions. Lifting his glowing stick, the mage recalls dodging the Reaper countless times in war, feeling that familiar knot in his gut, even as Riley glares like he stole her lunch. The judge finds it ridiculous to be intimidated by a toddler, but as mystical energies crash and sparkle everywhere, the squad leader is left scratching his head in total confusion. Gazing ahead with a confused face, he can hardly fathom that his protective bubble is pulling a vanishing act. Duran peers closely at the sphere, refusing to accept that his hard work is literally evaporating into thin air. Flicking his nervous eyes sideways, he watches the mystic symbol fly up and cancel every spell in the vicinity. That girl's arm lunges ahead with haste. An emerald gem stabs the dirt right by her toes, making her eyes pop like saucers, while the fellow mentions he saw her snag the projectile before the wall failed. The old man finally exhales in relief. Knitting his forehead, he ponders if this whole mess was actually planned. As the azure orb drifts toward the tester, he understands that the assault has officially begun. While the barrier holds back her spacey power, the guy realizes he was way too full of himself earlier. Whipping his head around, the fellow worries he is as shaky as a rookie witch. While she settles on a patient approach, with fire in her eyes, the lass lifts her hand to strike. Her dark eyes expand wildly. Swirling mystical tides encircle a stunned Garen. He determinedly shoves a shield forward, while staring at the twisting lacer of power in total disbelief. As the rune glows like a neon sign, he suspects she is targeting his weak spots, a skill far beyond any novice. Gripping his staff tightly, he stumbles back a notch, surprised his own feet are betraying his nerves. The old-timer looks away, realizing her insane mana sensitivity allows her to spot holes in any defense, and exploit them instantly. As the dude raises his arm, the man calls for a timeout, suspecting some ancient archmage is whispering in her ear. Clutching his staff, he mumbles that no mere child should be able to ignore rank differences so easily, convinced she is a natural-born prodigy. Meanwhile, our heroine holds out her hand, brewing a spicy sphere of energy for her next move, looking like she is ready to drop the mic. Shutting his eyes, he accepts the bitter truth that he must yield. Backing away, he is certain that this young witch is going to pass this exam with flying colors. The captain of the wizard team props himself up on his cane as Riley balances a glowing orb of doom. Walking up with pure confidence, she requests another shot, though the judge wonders if a rematch is necessary since she already won. He shifts his weight and admits her previous display was touching, declaring her the winner and promising to stop being a nuisance. The girl stares at him in surprise while he puts a hand over his heart, bowing low to apologize for his rude behavior and ego. Garen flicks his eyes her way. Facing the old mage, she notes that her second strike did the trick, but he asks why she is still itching for more. He gestures wildly while she reminds him he promised her 3 whole attempts. Balancing her power orb, she tells the man to get ready to block because she is coming for him again. Our leader hoists a paw while Riley targets him with her orb. That fellow rotates his eyeballs with annoyance, inquiring what she actually intends to verify. Hiding behind his shield, he realizes he hasn't been this surprised since he forgot his own birthday, especially since her last move was way too advanced for a rookie. The fighter glares at the glowing symbol, annoyed that she used a high-level master like him just to get her blood pumping. Standing tall, he waits for the incoming blast. As the glowing orb floats right in front of his nose, Garen mutters that he must be losing his mind. Folding his arms, the lad concludes that elite sorcerers certainly come in all sorts of strange flavors and sizes. Rubbing his chin, the old guy admits that her move was definitely not standard procedure. He hands over tissue, joking that if she had more juice in her tank, he might have been meeting his ancestors today. A sweaty Riley mops her brow while her friend notes that her technique is top-notch even if her raw power is currently lacking. The kid stares ahead with excitement, realizing that since her mana hasn't hit its second growth spurt yet, she has to rely on clever tech and rockets to create glitches in reality without using elemental attributes, which is actually a pretty normal strategy. The fellow looks forward with determination, looking at him with puppy eyes. Her friend explains that this style is great for parrying, even if the old master was acting like a total diva about it. Aaron shuts his eyes and tries his best to hide a sneaky little smile. The bookroom portal swings wide open. Rotating his face toward the lady, that fellow requests she stay quiet about their mini-brawl. Looking away, she recalls the rule about not mingling with the other losers until the next round, so she simply pretends she has no idea what he is yapping about. The young tester looks at the guy and claims her only knowledge comes from books, which he agrees with. The old man asks where she is crashing, and she mentions a place called Skywhale that a friend recommended. He stops dead in his tracks, turning to her to say that her friend must be a real piece of work for suggesting such a dump. While she is confused, he thinks that a serial killer would be a better roommate, so he tells her he knows a way nicer spot in Wilhelm. He asks if her bags are at the inn, but the girl just shrugs and says she carries everything in her backpack. He tells her to tag along, giving a confident thumbs up and promising that their destination is a million times better than that ocean-themed trash heap, while the young guy snickers. He gives his friend a skeptical look and asks if one room isn't just the same as any other. The fancy lobby of the Arpelstonwood Grand Resort greets them, with the host asking what they want to munch on. Riley stares at the feast with stars in her eyes. The boy's jaw drops as he shouts about how much fancier this place is. Clutching her fork, she remembers Rebecca's advice to visit that other dump, and starts to realize her friend might have played her like a cheap fiddle. The furious academy student sprang from her chair, announcing dramatically that the entire operation was doomed to fail, causing her exasperated male companion to ask, "Why are we performing this routine again?" Her pupils began to glow with righteous fury, signaling that revenge was not only necessary but also required immediately, preferably within the next 5 minutes. The young man calmly turned to her and offered a perfectly reasonable explanation. They were gullible, therefore it was their fault, which prompted her to immediately deny everything and insist she was perfectly fine. Thank you very much. The girl's fists tightened into little white-knuckled weapons, and the guy suggested they save their revenge plot for tomorrow's big test. Riley's shoulders drooped as she conceded to the young man's point. A perplexed elder approached, asking what was wrong, but she vaguely blamed it on feeling lightheaded, causing the man to stare incredulously and wonder aloud if she had truly encountered Rebecca Duncan. The girl eyed Garen and observed that he seemed familiar with the name, prompting him to respond that it would be strange not to know her. He then reminded her of his earlier comments regarding the individuals who view the tests as an excuse for illegal murder. As the distraught woman raised a bloody hand, Garen continued his explanation that Rebecca Duncan was exactly the type of wizard who fit that description. She was disqualified for having excessive murderers on her record, he added, casually mentioning that she also happened to kill a test administrator 2 years ago. The man nervously looked ahead, saying she typically manages to suppress her insanity, but this annual test allows her to indulge her crazy urges, and she absolutely loves satisfying her desires once a year. A dumbfounded Riley shifted her gaze toward the man, who then dryly explained that she earned the moniker homicidal maniac by actually being one. The young man looked utterly shocked by this revelation, as the girl demanded to know why the 5 magic towers let Rebecca run around freely. She turned back to the elder, continuing to argue that someone so obviously dangerous should have been denied the test application right from the start. The young man leaned towards the protagonist and shared the simple, albeit cynical, reasoning of the 5 magic towers. They were just using Rebecca as part of the test. A cruel woman, surrounded by a pile of bodies, clenched her fists and reached out a hand. The protagonist noted that this lady had apparently stumbled upon a notorious homicidal maniac and wondered aloud how she planned to act now, while Rebecca herself held out a hand with a genuinely distraught expression. The elder and his companion ambled down the pavement. The young sorceress held out her hand, which displayed a glowing moon, and the man declared this was where the magical seal pointed. They stopped before a building with shut doors where the wizard announced the second test would occur, but the young man remarked that it simply looked like an ordinary management office. The magic squad commander turned his head toward the entrance and issued a confident invitation to go inside. He cautiously raised his hand toward the imposing door. Streams of chaotic magical energy suddenly burst from the wide-open door, prompting Riley to reflexively close her eyes. The protagonist opened his eyes and immediately recognized the familiar, tingly feeling that always accompanied a massive influx of magic, specifically as his grimoire glowed with Manhwa. Currents of raw energy began swirling around in the air. The girl squinted one eye against the blindingly intense magical glow. She found herself in a massive hall filled with other people. A huge gilded chandelier hung from the high ceiling, leading the young man to comment on the magnificence and suggest it resembled the imperial palace. A candle glowed in a candelabra, and a throne stood against the wall, causing the guy to suddenly exclaim in amazement that it was the imperial palace. A stunned Riley looked around, but the protagonist noted that this version looked quite different from the great hall he knew, pointing out the scuff marks on the floor. The young woman observed her surroundings and quickly deduced this was a historical site. Golden magical energy lit up the treasury, a location specifically designed to house priceless artifacts, massive treasures, and ancient books. Armored warriors stood watch over the dungeon. The path to the relics was protected by traps and extra guards, making it infamous among dungeon crawlers for having the highest difficulty level imaginable. The girl turned her head around, prompting the main character to question how the examiners had dared to choose such a ridiculously dangerous location for what was supposed to be just a test. The young lady glanced around thoughtfully before realizing that Sir Garen Theobald was mysteriously missing. A male silhouette stood out within the large assembly of people. Riley immediately moved toward the man and called out his name. She watched in utter confusion as Rebecca walked directly toward her. The girl shifted her anxious gaze to the sorceress, who casually mentioned how pleased she was to meet her and asked why they had encountered each other so quickly. The woman grabbed the girl by her jacket with both hands, asking about her well-being and whether she enjoyed the Sky Whale recreation area, to which the girl responded with a definitive no. Feigning shock, she clapped a hand to her face and asked why, inquiring if everything had turned out to be catastrophically worse than expected. The protagonist clasped her companion's hand and asked if she had already visited the Sky Whale leisure area herself. Rebecca's pupils dilated slightly in response to the totally unforeseen interrogation. The blonde looked at her companion and explained that she had stayed somewhere else, at the Stinwood Grand Hotel, enjoying 3 absolutely fantastic days there. The guy closed his eyes, thinking the girl was a terrible fibber, that Rebecca had tricked her, and she had only stayed 2 days at the hotel, refusing to concede an inch. Riley looked forward, fixating on the pointed star as mentors stood before the test takers, with a redhead greeting the candidates to explain the details of the second stage. Rebecca, clearly displeased, positioned her hand aggressively on her hip. She leaned menacingly into her rival, warning her to simply wait, as she would be the first to start the exam, and promised the girl would regret her prior audacious provocation, asking darkly if she actually believed someone like that could possibly defend her, to which the protagonist responded that she eagerly awaited the opportunity. The aggressive woman stood with her back to the girl, fuming about her rival being so nasty, adding loudly that she would see later, prompting the young man to provoke Rebecca to demonstrate her capabilities now, rather than just delivering empty threats for the future. The competition administrator extended her hand and explained that the second challenge was a team competition, detailing how the 42 participants must form trios and compete together, with members assigned randomly by management to cooperate as they proceed through the test gate. The girl focused intently, while Rebecca turned away, clearly offended. Olivia greeted her new teammates with her arms folded, and the receptionist concluded by announcing that participants had exactly half an hour to introduce themselves to their group. The candidates were standing awkwardly on the patterned road. The girl glanced at the bitter woman and asked what she had heard, mentioning they would definitely need to try being friendly with each other next time. The protagonist covered his face in disbelief, asking if this was all just a bad dream, while Riley wondered why she was stuck on the same team as a killer, calling it pathetic, and the guy gloomily stated that they were doomed, being partnered with a homicidal maniac. The young sorceress brought her luminous hand to her chest, and announced that Rebecca had thoroughly botched things. The woman furiously put her hand to her forehead, causing the young man to think she looked completely unhinged and that he couldn't predict her actions, while the young sorceress nervously asked if she would try attacking her during the test. The young man said that seemed highly improbable. Then the administrator raised her hand to ask for any participant questions. The indignant woman raised her hand, stating she had a query. The redhead turned her attention to her, as the woman asked about the consequences if team members began fighting. The administrator then shifted her gaze thoughtfully, replying that disagreements are perfectly natural when strangers first meet, provided they attempt to find common ground for the sake of their shared goal. Rebecca raised her hand again, clarifying that wasn't exactly what she meant. She looked ahead excitedly, and asked what would happen if members of the same team started physically assaulting one another. The girl pondered the question and raised her hand to her heart. Garen was positioned alongside two small children. The protagonist nervously diverted his gaze to the side. The girl put her hand to her mouth, and stated that team competitions primarily measure mutual cooperation. Consequently, if even one team member perishes, the entire group will be disqualified, so everyone should keep that little detail in mind. Rebecca elevated her left hand once more. The girl with the striking red hair extended her left index finger. The woman in the bright crimson gown threw her hands wide in pure astonishment. She opened her mouth wide and furiously exclaimed that this was completely impossible and absolutely ridiculous. She verified that if a single member perished, everyone else would be disqualified too, remarking that no matter how you look at it, this was excessively harsh. The others in the room gaped in shock, while the girl put her hand to her face, stating that she absolutely loathed being held back by anyone. The mademoiselle arrogantly squinted her eyes in contempt. She opened her mouth just slightly and commanded silence from the crowd, causing everyone in the hall to immediately turn their attention toward her. The protagonist held his hands lightly behind his head, observing that silencing a dozen people was a trivial task for someone possessing the aura of a high-level magus. Red locks of hair cascaded from her head as she explained that mages had only received preferential treatment until now because they were considered priceless beings, and no one would dare utter a word against them, regardless of the amount of trouble they caused. The girl carrying the scythe extended her right hand directly in front of herself. The three dark-cloaked figures opened their mouths, prompting her to deduce that decades of poor living conditions had naturally warped their psyches, leaving them with destructive personalities and completely dysfunctional social skills. She pointed her left index finger firmly, declaring that such individualistic nonsense would no longer be tolerated. To enter the magic tower, they absolutely had to operate as a cohesive group, not a collection of solo artists. Standing with the other participants, Garen explained that the second phase was a team competition designed to test their ability to collaborate with complete strangers, advising that anyone who wasn't ready for that challenge should simply quit now. Rebecca's jaw dropped in disbelief at the announcement. A pulsating vein appeared on her temple as she shrieked that she absolutely hated this idea. She grabbed Riley's hand and confessed her strong reluctance, but admitted that if push came to shove, she agreed with Riley's previous sentiment. The protagonist leaned back, hands clasped behind his head, noting to himself that she was surprisingly restraining her usual explosive behavior in an attempt to pass the test. He realized she actually had brakes, despite appearances. Looking away in slight embarrassment, she said she refused to be disqualified again, reminding him of her aversion to expulsion even at their first meeting. Closing his eyes, the protagonist concluded that she was more than just a typical murder, loving psychopath. Riley suggested that they couldn't possibly know for sure, as her current behavior might just be a calculated pretense. Raising an eyebrow, he questioned what exactly was more important at this very moment. Olivia nervously clasped her hands together and awkwardly greeted the protagonist's party, choosing to remain a good distance away from them. Rebecca gave her a confused look, unable to figure out what was wrong with the girl. Riley commented on the oddity, considering they had been together just moments before. The red-haired girl edged closer, blurting out that she loved ancient magic. Not knowing what else to say, she suggested starting with names, her cheeks flushing crimson. She introduced herself as Olivia from the Lasso School of Flames. The lady's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked again about the existence of the Lasso School. She stared menacingly at the girl, exclaiming that her group was clearly a bunch of idiots who only understood ancient magic, and wondered why such a fool had been assigned to her team. Riley asked if ancient magic truly held such a bad reputation. The guy confirmed it, explaining that ancient magic was an outdated system from the past, almost never utilized today. The polite term was traditional, but hopelessly old-fashioned was more accurate. As the girl tried to process this, the young man interrupted, labeling those who studied it as fools chasing romanticized ideas. Red energy swirled around a staff knob as he mocked fairy tales about wiping mountains off the map or splitting seas in two. He concluded that anyone believing such nonsense was accurately labeled a mythical idiot and treated as such. The young man stared straight ahead, baffled as to how they could possibly still exist, assuming they would have vanished completely within 300 years. Rebecca's mouth opened wide in sheer exasperation. He concluded that their team consisted of a high-anger illusionist killer, a socially awkward ancient magic fan, and Riley. Olivia clasped her hands together in fright. She had previously pointed to herself, and now threw both hands up in the air as he added that this was truly a fantastic team. The girl turned her head sharply upon hearing Garen's voice. Garen approached her, inquiring if she felt alright, noting that some people experienced nausea during their first teleportation. She smiled kindly and replied that she felt perfectly fine, before asking if he had managed to assemble a good team. He stroked his chin, expressing satisfaction that the initial test had successfully filtered out the weak, leaving behind first-class mages. The gray-haired man looked at her, and asked pointedly about her team composition, having heard rumors. He narrowed his eyes in open disdain. Rebecca yelled out that she was losing her mind, and that they were all completely doomed. Standing in front of Olivia, she demanded to know why an idiot who only knew ancient magic had come to take the selection tests. Riley mentioned that she was keeping her distance because the noise level was too high. Garen watched her, considering whether having Rebecca and the warlock from the Arcana School of Flames on the same team was a lucky break or the ultimate curse. A drop of sweat traced a path down the protagonist's cheek. He responded that regardless of her reputation, she was undeniably a powerful magician. The girl's eyes widened. He explained that the entire problem lay in her extreme unpredictability during the actual test, as she might resort to betrayal, sudden outbursts of rage, or something far worse, necessitating constant caution. Olivia pulled her hands close to her chest in embarrassment. He concluded that ancient magic offered no useful practical application, and since she lacked real-world experience, expecting anything valuable from her was unrealistic. The young man placed his fingers on his chin, deciding that Riley and Rebecca were the only reliable members available. In essence, they were a 5-person team where only 2 people could actually fight. Riley heard this and felt all hope drain away from her. She stared at him. He realized they had chosen this difficult selection test and were obligated to pass it through sheer determination. The girl looked suspiciously sideways. He briefly assumed they were the only ones feeling so dissatisfied, before realizing everyone else likely felt the exact same way about their teammates. The girl glared contemptuously at the young men standing in front of her. The young man returned an arrogant look toward his teammate. Both of them proceeded to speak negatively about their assigned group. The young man tapped his chin, concluding that they absolutely had to overcome such pessimistic thoughts. They needed to find their members' strengths and learn to cooperate as a genuine team, as that was the core purpose of the second evaluation. 3 paws merged into one sweaty clump. Rebecca fumed at the 60-second delay for a single phrase, certain her partner was practicing psychological warfare, while Olivia stammered excuses about her hermit-like lifestyle, making vocalization a struggle, causing the guy to conclude that synergy among these misfits was impossible. Karen dipped toward Riley to whisper his departure, feeling relieved that she was chill despite his own internal panic. Her eyes met his as she chirped her gratitude. The dude in the dark laundry strolled off alone. He watched the retreat while Riley scratched her head, baffled by that sudden, silent Irish goodbye. Epiphany hit her as the grumpiest guy in the room marched toward the door, signaling they were officially mortal enemies now. The lad nodded casually, backing her play, while Riley thrust her hand forward with the gaze of a stubborn mule, and he felt zero pressures in surviving half a year in a skeletal basement builds character, so as the girl stared, he felt certain this little exam would go exactly as planned. The duo shared a meaningful, slightly awkward gaze. A bunch of pointy-eyed enthusiasts gathered as Riley blocked her partner, who gave her a suspicious side-eye look. Raising a palm, the ginger lass asked if the formal chit-chat was finally over so they could start. Gesturing toward the glowy hole, she labeled at the doorway to ruinous fun for round 2, then demanded everyone shut up so she could spill the legal details. She waved her hand, explaining that this dusty maze was basically a giant scavenger hunt for shiny trinkets hidden in dark corners. Glancing at the glowy orb, she mentioned that their target was basically this round, shiny thing. The orb basked in its own radiance, as the girl glanced skyward. Rebecca gawked at the ceiling, wondering if she was witnessing a miracle or a mistake. A sparkly golden robot flickered into existence, looking suspiciously like a very expensive paperweight. The boss lady declared they had 1 full day to survive 2 specific hoops, causing the crowd to develop permanent deer and headlights expressions. Gripping a marble, she noted the first rule involved stealing a shiny robot heart before the clock struck 0. She shoved the object toward her nose. Squinting like a suspicious hawk, she added that keeping the whole squad breathing was also a mandatory requirement. Rebecca struck an annoyed pose with her hands on her waist, stroking his jaw like a budget philosopher. The protagonist concluded that the situation basically looked like this. Pointing a finger, he listed the chores: find the bot, yank its heart, stay united, and keep the pulse going for a full day, adding it was just a spacey scavenger hunt through some dusty rubble, and as long as they dodged the spikes and angry sentries, it was a walk in the park while nearby teams huddled in tight circles to gossip about the risks. Resting a hand on her face, the redhead recalled that only a trio of these fancy statues actually existed. She calculated 42 losers split into 14 squads, meaning only 3 groups would survive this cut, and the hero wondered why on earth this random second exam had such a brutal 20% success rate. Glancing aside, he noted finding all 3 bots wasn't a sure thing, as the scarcity was designed to trigger a magical Hunger Games, and while Riley called it heartless, he explained the big towers loved a good gladiator match, basically calling it a meritocracy to look fancy while they just liked watching mages fight. The crimson-haired woman stroked her chin thoughtfully. Poking the glowing ball, she warned that the real party pooper was a nasty beast called the Chimera. A scary monster movie played in the air, as she explained the school worked overtime to hire this biological disaster, a beast designed purely to break things and people. Our hero stared blankly at the floating projection, wondering if he had previously encountered this face on a wanted poster. As the beast flashed its cavernous maw, she guessed some folks recognized the beastly stench, recalling that historical time a skeleton wizard crashed the Eastern Empire party half a decade ago. The lad's orbs practically popped out of his skull upon hearing those startling revelations. She mentioned those hybrid freaks mauled the locals back then, causing a thick vein to throb on his forehead as he insulted that bony necromancer. The lady hovered her palm above the crystal ball, explaining that crossing the threshold would dump the squad into a random blender of chaos, but surviving this ordeal meant basking in the prestige of the legendary Pentagon of Wizardry. Her gaze swept across everyone currently occupying the chamber. The maidens signaled toward the entrance, beckoning everyone to step forward. A nervous bead of moisture trickled down our protagonist's face like a tiny, salty mountain climber. The squad found themselves deep within the second trial realm, where he questioned the architectural compensation of such a massive castle, while really noted it was obnoxiously cavernous. Stroking his jaw, he joked they were mere ants exploring a titan's living room, which caused both of their eyelids to retreat in shock. A heavy, shackled boot slammed onto the floor with a rhythmic, metallic clink. Rebecca gripped her waistline in confusion, failing to process the situation, while a foe wielding a comically oversized blade stood far ahead. Riley peered upward nervously, questioning if this was in the brochure, while the man recalled the mention of hurdles, identifying the stone figure as a potential trap and praying they weren't supposed to brawl with it. As the iron-clad rival stared back, perspiration glided down her face as she described the beast as a walking death trap, explaining the goal was snagging a gold golem while dodging these creeps, prompting the lad to fold his arms and agree that the sculpture was indeed a danger zone. Eyeballing the rifle, he sensed his ancient survival instincts howling for them to stay away from the rock man, calculating that it would require 4 legendary warriors just to survive a round. Glancing away, he questioned which lunatic would actually want to poke the sleeping bear, as Rebecca pivoted her attention toward Riley. Looking absolutely thrilled, she aimed a finger at the baddie and suggested an immediate brawl, confirming his suspicion that this facility was a glorified asylum. The lad shouted to halt her, but she already gripped her partner's hand. She stared back in disbelief, wondering why anyone would restrain her when such a glorious beast was practically begging for beatdown. Riley shifted her focus to Olivia, begging for assistance in keeping the crazy girl from jumping into the meat grinder. Clinging to Rebecca's arm, the girl argued they lacked data on the creature's power, to which the fighter shouted that combat was the best way to do research. Casting a judgmental look, she explained that a blind charge led only to the cemetery, adding that even a fluky victory wouldn't offer any real loot. The violet-eyed maiden spun around, snipping back that her motivation was purely based on the thrill of the hunt. Our lead hero goggled at her as if she had just grown a second head. His jaw dropped as he questioned her sanity, while she vibrantly described the rush of an epic duel, landing a perfect strike on a sensitive weak point, and the euphoric triumph that every caster craves. Turning to him, she yelled that he wouldn't get it since he lacked mana, making Riley ponder if all sorcerers were this unhinged, while he countered that only battle-hungry nuts like Rebecca would bait such a titan, a point the girl finally accepted with closed eyes. A colossal monstrosity loomed nearby, earning the pure duration of the battle-crazed Rebecca. Gaping at the opportunity, she commanded her friend to release her before the perfect moment for violence slipped away. She looked down dejectedly. Gesturing toward a specific spot, she requested that I direct my attention over there. She peered that way with little interest. Emerald sparks exploded from the wizard's fingers as he tried disintegrating pebbles, but his massive power surge just tickled the giant. The energy vanished against those heavy metal links. He stared at the guy in disbelief, wondering why the big fella didn't even flinch after taking his most powerful haymaker to the face. Salty moisture leaked slowly across his anxious skin. That shackled beast, dragging iron on its ankles, lifted a limb high into the air. Crimson droplets sprayed everywhere, leaving messy red souvenirs all over the thick skin of the beast's lower limb. The wizard's teammates scrambled away like startled squirrels, while the chained brute prepared a violent greeting with its heavy swinging weapon. Rebecca's gaze was entirely without warmth. Closing her eyes, she suggested they just hunt for the shiny gold statue, a plan Riley deemed surprisingly not terrible. Riley touched the dusty floor with both open palms. A sapphire radiance leaked from her skin. She complained about her mana acting like frozen syrup, asking if every basement was this irritating, while the boy rubbed his chin and agreed the place was weird. Looking up, he explained that these ruins were the equivalent of a magical dumpster fire, meaning the survival difficulty was naturally set to extreme. As another salty droplet escaped his face, he realized that no amount of optimism could make this mess look like a walk in the park. Hovering near the group, he lectured about magical dampeners, blurry senses, and moldy old curses that were a huge pain for anyone trying to survive, each one being quite annoying. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, the lad grumbled that their magical gates was broken and asked how long her loading bar would take. Natasha spread her fingers and promised it would take 5 minutes, though she might shove it down to 3 if she really moved fast. Really reached out her arm, making the hat and witch gasp, because trying to hold on to mana in this place felt like playing tag while wearing a blindfold. Folding his arms, the boy felt like screaming, yet she remained as unnervingly peaceful as a monk meditating in the middle of a hurricane. With a dramatic eye roll, he mentioned that Rebecca was the only one actually filing a formal complaint against the dungeon's high difficulty settings. Scowling at her friend, the woman demanded a better plan, because finding the golden golem was impossible with their tracking magic currently out of order. Staring at her boots in shame, she admitted her dusty old spells were useless for finding things. She couldn't even manage a simple tracking charm. Confronting the redhead, she pointed out that while she lacked fighting skills, her utility magic was failing so hard she was basically a decorative lawn ornament now. Following that bossy order, Olivia hoisted a limb skyward. Sobbing uncontrollably, the lady ordered her companion to strike her own spell with a forceful, heavy blow. Our hero observed their dynamic, seeing she was making them repeat the same weird punishment once more. Through a waterfall of tears, Olivia blubbered that they should just spam Rebecca's clone across the map, just like that time during the first trial. Striking a cool pose with crossed arms, the lead guy recalled Garen's gossip about how the girl had cheated death during her previous exams. The girl planted fists on her waist, looking quite annoyed. The boy thought it was a smart play to flood the ruins with clones to find the golden golem, since a swarm of eyes beats a broken map every time, and the target would eventually be caught. He noted it was a great way to explore when their usual navigation was completely broken. Propping his chin on a knuckle, he realized all this fancy talk remained purely hypothetical for now. Lifting her sinister palm, Rebecca invited everyone to behold the magical twin she just conjured up. Staring forward, the duplicate explained her ability to scout every dusty nook. She noted that sharing her vision and feelings allowed for massive data collection, essentially turning her into a walking set of surveillance cameras scattered throughout the deep, dark pits. The young lady hoisted her paws toward the ceiling. Looking on with trembling pupils, Olivia pointed out that this plan hinged entirely on those copies not being smashed into smithereens. Suddenly choking her own double, the woman asked her friend if having 12 sacrificial lambs would bypass every snare, though she acknowledged that several would inevitably become monster snacks. Glancing at Olivia, She remarked that puppeteering replicas eats through magical fuel like a hungry beast. She warned that losing every copy would leave her dangerously empty tanked if things went south. Furthermore, losing a twin causes a massive energy spike, explaining why scouting is risky. She watched as Olivia stared at her boots in total shame. Riley kept a respectful distance. Rebecca shot her a glare, demanding any bright sparks while clearly signaling that her patience was wearing thin. Announcing her completion, she caused the other girl to gape in shock, while the fair-haired youth extended her palms before reaching one high toward the sky. Gasping at the strange sight, she questioned the unorthodox method, only to be told that whether it looked familiar or not, finding the exit was the only thing that mattered. Folding his arms, the leader noted that 6 months of tinkering justified giving the magic a fresh title. He questioned her naming skills, but she insisted she was a professional wordsmith. He queried if she was ready to give it a whirl. She met his eyes and gave a firm nod of approval. Sidling up to him, she proposed a ridiculous moniker, making him instantly regret his decision to ever put faith in her creative abilities. The entire group tramped along together. Riley squinted into the distance, recommending they take a quick breather. Projectiles whistled through the hallways, making Olivia scream before she managed to clarify that they had stumbled into a regional hazard. Tossing a rock to trigger dangers, the golden-haired girl watched a boulder crash down, prompting Rebecca to ask how she evaded death so easily. She observed the thief while Riley interacted with a floating interface in front of her face. Crossing his arms, the hero remarked on her perfect blend of magical talent and navigational prowess. She asked if he had actually met professional burglars before, but she admitted it was merely a figure of speech. Turning his gaze, the lad reflected that typical sorcerers would exhaust themselves with constant shields, leaving them completely helpless and ready to be eaten once real predators arrived on the scene. Olivia gripped the handles of her rucksack tightly, letting out a silent yelp. She was told by Rebecca to quit whining since everyone had witnessed the event. A wizard's lifeless body sat there, likely shredded by some canine beast after burning through his energy reserves while navigating the same gauntlet of hazards they just conquered. Turning toward Riley, she offered gratitude for bypassing the minefield for free, admitting that the girl actually possessed some impressive talents. Looking up, she grumbled about the backhanded compliment before promising to spoil the mood. She reminded her of their violent introduction, and the cheap dinner at that lousy soup kitchen instead of the fancy hotel she actually wanted, especially after being promised a gourmet meal at a place like the Sky Whale. Facing off, Rebecca snapped that the insults began with the bad mage comment, though the girl agreed with the assessment, leading to a heated exchange about trap, disarming egos, and a rejected duel that would have surely ended in a mission failure while Olivia watched from the corner. Pivoting toward the pair, she begged them to cease their bickering with a shaky tone. Both of them stared back, completely stunned. Leaning over the dead man, she whispered that they should at least shut his eyelids so he might find some tranquility in the afterlife. That young dame wandered near and questioned the logic of her scaling those forbidden heights. Watching her closely, she yelled that she felt no pity for those unfortunate souls. Raising a palm, the woman mentioned that rookies are such a headache because she warned against poking dead bodies for no purpose, as they are coated in glistening hound saliva, which is basically disgusting monster spit that smells like a damp cellar. One very messy carcass rested upon the dirt. Rebecca gestured toward it while explaining that those beasts sniff like bloodhounds and trace trails perfectly, so touching a cadaver would obviously lead to a very unfortunate and stinky social situation for her. Olivia stared with massive eyes and begged forgiveness for her clumsiness, requesting extra caution since they were currently wandering inside a dangerous pit of despair. She glanced at Riley and wondered about that weird facial expression, so he noted his expectation that she might let Olivia handle dog tracks. She called him insane because she actually likes being alive, but he countered that she was willing to brawl with a massive rock titan earlier. Lifting her left arm, Rebecca argued that the circumstances were distinct since the pebble golem was impressive and powerful, making the fight a thrilling adrenaline rush. Peering forward, she mentioned that mutts were merely pathetic creatures, and she strictly battled enemies that were actually worthy of her time, which was her personal code. The full group waited directly before the pair of other sorcerers. Thrusting an arm sideways, the dean yelled that this marked their opening skirmish, so they really ought to act like competent wizards for a change. A solitary salty bead meandered across Olivia's face. Both sorcerers spun around with expressions of total dismay. Their gaze expanded with fright while a salty droplet slid down her skin. She bellowed that her vision was gone, and she had no clue what just smacked them. Specks of crimson liquid sprayed through the atmosphere. Some random palm suddenly smothered Olivia's voice. The whole group ducked behind a wall to evade the beast. Our hero took a quick glance, and noted that this situation is truly barbaric. Seeing it actually makes his stomach churn. Rebecca maintained her grip on Olivia's jaw, and warned her against losing her lunch, promising a swift demise if she puked, while Riley figured she would toss her cookies first. The lead fellow observed her and questioned if she felt like brawling with the see-through hybrid beast. That young woman was loitering just past the bend where the creature lurked. Tiny bits of gore leaked from his staking muzzle. Her stare remained completely unwavering. She inquired once more regarding an attempt. So he watched her, and hinted it seemed doable, then she mentioned that nobody would butt into their business. Riley peered upward and realized that as the beast consumed more food, its physical form became far easier to spot. The creature unhinged its jaws quite extensively. The lad grinned mischievously, and declared that it was finally time for a little perk-aim stretching. Her eyes remained fixed. Riley gripped her satchel handle, and told Rebecca to quit lurking in the shadows like a shy ghost, reminding her about wanting a heart-pounding duel, which meant this was the perfect moment to shine and prove her strength. The woman crossed her limbs against her ribcage. Lifting a palm before her face, she shouted that this specific situation was an entirely different ballgame. A grotesque hybrid beast loomed before those young women. That fellow pointed his left primary digit, and proposed they continue their advance. That beast unhinged its massive trap. An immense orb of power manifested inside its cavernous throat. Raising her palm as trouble brewed, Riley watched her blue orb spark like a malfunctioning toaster. She glared at the beast while a massive magic torrent exploded from her fingers, and filled the room. That patchwork creature yawned broadly. Glancing at him with shock, she realized the thing looked quite sad. The fellow contemplated why such a weak strike required a desperate cancellation spell to stop it. Riley joked about not bothering the puppy during dinner. The protagonist stood back and noted that since death was imminent, it hardly mattered anyway for anyone involved. Rebecca rested her palms against her midsection, while pivoting toward that lady. Standing behind the predator, she joked about her being a good girl and making babies. Then she looked at her ally, and saw zero hesitation in her actions. Finally the beast bit down hard. Grinding her heel into his noggin, she reached forward, mentioning he remained nowhere near matching her current prowess. Riley glanced toward that woman, while questioning why she needed to include such an immature observation. Rebecca balanced on that creature's crown. She gripped her weapon's handle while teasing her for being totally incompetent, zipping around to bait the beast until the boy raised a palm and suggested finishing it off immediately. Then she finally shut her eyes, and concurred with that lethal plan. The sphere of crimson plasma floated above her palm while that sapphire ball zipped away from Riley's fingertips. Those two sprinted toward that ugly fin. His eyelids flared open as he realized the Grim Reaper was knocking. A pair of magical projectiles bored through his torso. Olivia squeezed her palms in unison, feeling completely isolated. Rebecca declared the skirmish finished and instructed her to rise, which made her shudder a bit. Grabbing her own skull, she yelled, having already mentioned the whole thing was done. Riley observed that brief conversation without making any sound. That man perceived how much she looked after Olivia, while the maiden rested a palm against her own leg. He deduced from current events, seeing she was essentially displaying affection, causing the jinger, aired last to gape in surprise. Rebecca pressed a palm against her own lips tightly. Riley rotated those eyeballs while mentioning she wasn't truly some villain. He concurred she wasn't the bloodthirsty psychopath they previously imagined. That lady wearing the scarlet cloak extended her palm. He deduced she remained plenty of an aggressive weirdo, starting brawls instantly, even performing reckless stunts without any second thoughts. Rebecca gaped like a surprised pufferfish. Some perspiration trickled down that hero's face while speculating if she were essentially acting exactly like Riley right now. That maiden threw those folks a totally bewildered expression, implying she wasn't some individual prone to committing homicide just for kicks. That protector stared forward while stating she was some nutjob who fulfilled her desires via competitive trials. He recalled Garen's alert, but couldn't grasp the actual significance. He turned his gaze, realizing the situation truly vexed him, but since they were now cooperating for the second trial, he assumed they might as well discover the full story behind the strange rumors. Olivia pressed her palms together, and murmured a prayer, asking the Great Mother of Magic to watch over the deceased mages and for the Goddess of Duty to collect their spirits. She knelt gracefully before the lifeless bodies of the fallen spellcasters. With a satisfied smirk, she announced she was finished. Rebecca, watching her, couldn't understand why she bothered with such meticulous rituals. She looked at Rebecca, and explained simply that it was necessary to honor the dead. Rebecca questioned why the dead deserved honor. The girl with the intense eyes explained that ancient magic contains the concept of a great mother who guides departed souls to the afterlife. To ensure an easy passage, the deceased must be free of grudges. Riley, observing the exchange, concluded immediately that the entire concept sounded like nothing but superstition. Standing directly behind Olivia, she expressed her intention to ask a question. Rebecca eyed her with clear annoyance, and then pointed out that Olivia couldn't even manage basic pathfinding magic. She responded by stating that the ancient magic she knew simply did not include pathfinding spells. The protagonist glanced down, remembering Olivia had explicitly claimed that ancient magic lacked any pathfinding abilities. A girl in a red dress stood near her, listening attentively to the conversation. Olivia sat down, prompting Riley to wonder how she possibly cleared the first test without known pathfinding magic. Riley recalled Olivia's claim and directly asked how she found the administrative office to complete the test. Rebecca placed her hand on the back of her head, concurring that it was true. The protagonist realized that during the trial, Olivia had only displayed a limited grasp of ancient magic. A bead of sweat trickled down her cheek. She pressed her lips together tightly, revealing her genuine fear. Olivia folded her hands, explaining that the test rules didn't explicitly forbid getting help. Therefore, she simply hired a specialized mage from the guild to locate the administrative office for her. The entire squad stared at her in stunned silence. She sat back and declared that while she hated to brag, she truly was a genius at ancient magic, surpassing everyone else in her school. She insisted she belonged in the 5 great magic towers, where everyone should revere her, and dramatically exclaimed that there was no one else like her in the world. The girl next to the magician in the hat added that Olivia truly couldn't find the administrative office alone, and others she asked were equally lost. Olivia then clutched her chest, reaffirming her inability to use pathfinding magic. She argued that it wasn't fair for a genius to fail, so she pleaded with a passing magus who had just finished the test for assistance. The protagonist, patting Riley's head, concluded that borrowing help to prove one's personal abilities in a trial was utterly counterintuitive. She folded her hands tightly and hysterically protested that she had asked for assistance, but everyone had refused to help. She recalled asking politely only to be treated like a lunatic, and told no. They had mocked her for being a fool who couldn't pass on her own, and relied on others. The magus with the robe and hat pointed directly at her. The guy thought he would have said the same thing, admitting he understood less, and less how she passed at all. Closing her eyes, she muttered that she was reluctant to resort to torture magic. Olivia fixed her gaze on the young man, noting that ancient magic contained truly awful spells, and her strongest skill just happened to be torture magic. The chain mage held up his hands and loudly announced that he would perform the torture instead. A girl with a crazed expression stood before him. He told her to stop. Rebecca, however, explained that the administrator had given full approval for this action. The red-haired girl grabbed Olivia's hand, congratulating her on passing the selection. She remarked that Olivia had, in fact, managed to find the administrative office, even if by unconventional means. The girl with a mischievous smile touched her finger to her chin. As the entire squad looked on, she sarcastically asked Olivia to remember her speech about honoring the dead and showing respect for others. She gave the girl a bewildered stare, asking exactly what that previous topic had to do with the current situation. Rebecca screamed that Olivia was an absolute psychopath. Riley and the guide quietly observed their conversation. Rebecca fell over laughing, clutching her stomach and declaring that nobody here was remotely sane. Riley remarked that she had been meaning to mention that point herself. The protagonist's squad proceeded down the tiled streets. A system window materialized in front of the blonde girl. He calculated that 12 hours of the second trial were gone, yet the golem core remained elusive. He turned back, asking if the creature was still running away, and the girl confirmed it. The red-haired girl held the orb close to her face, thinking about the trial conditions. Acquire the golden golem's core. The challenge was that capturing the golden golem was required to obtain the core, and it successfully evaded every trap while running around constantly. The golden golem moved with incredible swiftness, leading the protagonist group on a merry chase all afternoon, which explained why they hadn't caught it yet. Rebecca crossed her arms, commenting that catching even a single golem felt ridiculously difficult. Riley glanced at the system screens and reported some good news. 2 golems had mysteriously decided to stop moving. A young man in a green coat held a golem core in his hand, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek. He realized Garen, the legendary figure known for holding back hundreds of demons, single-handedly in the mountains, had done almost all the work himself. He felt blessed to be united with such a living legend, though he knew meeting Garen's enemies would be problematic. The gray-haired man looked down as another drop of sweat rolled down the young man's face. He closed his eyes, deciding it was pointless to waste energy pondering things that hadn't happened. The young man walked toward the city and asked if they could finally take a break after securing the golden golem core, since he had been performing constant magic searches for half a day. Garen turned to him, replying that even if they wanted to rest, there simply wasn't time for it. Garen expressed a desire to ask him something, causing the young man to point at himself in shock. Garen put his hand on his cane and inquired if the young man had been completely silent since entering this place. The young man gave him a blank stare of incomprehension. Garen asked for the golem core, glancing at the sphere and noting its highly unusual magical energy. He stated he had never encountered this type of power before and guessed it was probably a special test core created by the 5 great magic towers. He narrowed his eyes, wondering why they had spent half a day searching for a core with such a strong magical signature. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Garen pointed out that even with all the magical interference throughout the ruins, it made no logical sense that they couldn't detect such a unique power. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek, and he agreed that it was truly strange. Arpel, the bespectacled man, extended his left hand forward, revealing himself as a skilled magician who had reached the upper, middle category by age 29. As the second son of the prestigious Stingwood family, he had been on the elite path since childhood. The young man lowered his head, reasoning that he couldn't have failed to detect such a strong magical power, especially when Garen himself barely traced the core's magic. Holding the core, he concluded this must be one of the 5 great magic towers tricks. Garen examined it, noting something inexplicable oozing from the golem's head. He explained it was dragon skin, and judging by the engravings, it was also enchanted. The skin possessed excellent anti-magic properties, making it inaccessible to most detection methods, which explained why it was so difficult to find. The golden golem continued running forward. Arpel held out his hands, bewildered as to why the 5 great magic towers would use such valuable skin just for a selection test. Garen looked at him, asking if he truly didn't understand the meaning of this test in the magical world. Standing nearby, he added there was still one more thing he wanted to ask Arpel. Everyone present shifted their gaze to the red-haired woman, who explained there were 42 total candidates. It was impossible to know exactly how many remained, but since they had all passed the first test, most were likely still progressing. Garen held out the orb and asked Arpel for his opinion on how the situation would develop now that the core hidden under the dragon skin had been revealed. Arpel's eyes widened from the sudden insight. Garen got down on one knee, explaining that this test had never been just about finding cores. Participants were required to either find them or collect them, implying a choice between the two. The enemy team watched them from around the corner. The first team to find the golden golem would be seen as strong, but the instant they took the core, they would become a public enemy for everyone else. The young man gritted his teeth, realizing this many versus one setup was the entire plan created by the 5 great magic towers. He wondered what a team facing multiple enemies could possibly do in such a situation. The gray-haired man held a sphere in his hand. Arpel squeezed his eyes shut, agreeing that this whole thing was designed to observe the potential outcomes in this very predicament. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He reached out to Garen, and asked why he had extracted the core immediately if he knew all about the setup. He could have just left the corpse behind and taken it out right before the test ended. Garen gave him a sly look, replying that since they would have to fight anyway, wouldn't it be better to just destroy everyone at once? He held the sphere in his hand as members of the other teams attacked Garen's group simultaneously. Garen gripped his cane tightly with his left hand. Streams of magical energy burst forth from beneath her feet. He stood completely unwavering in the center of the battlefield. An attacker grabbed his throat, attempting to suffocate him. Garen's team members watched in shock as the attackers suddenly fell to the ground. A vein on Garen's face throbbed visibly from the intense pressure. Under the influence of Garen's magical power, the attackers were sent flying upwards. Arpel's mouth dropped open in surprise, while the girl admired how he had used the 5 great magic towers trap against them. Garen turned to the team, telling them to get ready. Standing behind them, he declared that if they stuck together, dealing with a dozen small enemies would be simple. Rebecca's jaw dropped as she looked at Riley, wondering if the blonde girl felt exactly the same way she did right then. She put her fingers on her chin, recognizing the magic power as definitely belonging to So, meaning they had to quickly get over there. She grabbed the strap of her bag with her right hand, and immediately dismissed that idea. Rebecca opened her mouth in fury, exclaiming why Riley had refused to go. She argued that while they were heading there, the situation might resolve itself, allowing them to sneak up and attack the team that held the core. Riley turned her head toward Rebecca, clarifying that she thought Rebecca believed only their team would think of that. By the time they arrived, all the other teams would already be there. Filled with anger and confusion, Rebecca threw her arms out wide, unable to understand the logic, yet certain they still had to hurry there. Riley held out her index finger and declared that since everyone else was looking elsewhere, they should simply grab another golden golem core, as there was a different golem hiding nearby in the area. She then turned to face Rebecca. She held out her left index finger again and asked if Rebecca had ever actually regretted following her excellent advice. She lowered her head and said she intended to do exactly as she pleased. The protagonist then looked away, and noticed that other candidates were pretty awful at detection magic compared to Riley, unless they possessed a very high magical predisposition to overcome the magical interference, but no more than 3 or 4 were truly capable of that. The protagonist found himself standing right beside a girl with very blonde hair. She looked at him from the corner of her eye, and noted that the other candidates could only find the golden golem through sheer luck. He scoffed, saying he thought the exam administrator must be absolutely crazy to include pure chance in the test criteria. Several hands reached out greedily toward the golden golem core, but at that exact moment, the core, which had been completely silent until now, suddenly began to emit extremely powerful energy, naturally causing all the candidates to immediately rush toward it. The entire team stared collectively toward the sudden commotion. The young man crossed his arms over his chest, and observed that the situation was quickly devolving into chaos. The girl couldn't understand why the core magic suddenly intensified, so he suggested it might be a specific device designed by the 5 great magic towers to make the candidates fight. Riley stared silently at the ground. She shifted her gaze toward the protagonist, and wondered if someone had done it on purpose, adding that perhaps someone enhanced the core magic just to reduce the competition at the same time. The protagonist pressed their hands together over their chest. He pointed his finger directly at Riley, and asked the leading question, who would be insane enough to do something like that? To which she simply replied, in my opinion, absolutely no one. Garen waved his cane around and mentioned that his ears were itching. The main character's squad continued walking down the long street. Rebecca pressed her hands to her chest and sighed, assuming that while some people were fighting and casting impressive spells, their team was just peacefully walking, which she found utterly boring. Olivia walked alongside him and quickly assured everyone they would find him soon. They simply had to be patient just a little while longer. She looked over at Olivia from the corner of her eye. She raised her hand and questioned why Olivia had chosen ancient magic of all possible directions. She clasped her hands together and didn't understand why Riley was asking her about it. Riley replied that she was dying of boredom, so they might as well talk about something. She turned to Olivia and remarked that ancient magic was almost the most unpopular branch imaginable. It had absolutely no practical use, causing other magicians to look down on her, and repeated her question about why she chose ancient magic. She, full of enthusiasm, clasped her hands together tightly. Riley retorted that she was also part of the Narrow Dollars school, which specialized exclusively in illusory magic. Dollars furrowed her brows in confusion, unable to understand what Riley was talking about, assuming their situations were completely different. Rebecca snapped her finger, and stated that she could at least handle other basic forms of magic, while Olivia only understood ancient magic, essentially rendering her an underdeveloped magician. The protagonist closed his eyes and silently agreed with Rebecca's words, noting to himself that Olivia was indeed exclusively focused on ancient magic. A drop of sweat rolled down Olivia's cheek as she apologized that there was nothing useful about the ancient magic she knew. Rebecca clarified that she couldn't even use basic search magic, causing the girl to clutch her hands and fry. He concluded that as a result, she hadn't even been able to properly use the basic mana detection spell. Back home, she held her hand out in front of her, and suggested there must be a valid reason why Olivia was focusing solely on ancient magic. Olivia's cheeks turned bright red. She admitted she simply thought the stories she heard as a child were really cool, specifically referring to the legends about great forgotten mages. Riley looked at her from behind the protagonist. She closed her eyes and assumed that Rebecca must know how cool the forgotten great archmages were, because she had read those stories too, and agreed completely that they were really awesome. An image flashed through her mind, a fairy tale story about literally moving a mountain with the help of magic. The flow of brilliant blue energy rushing toward the heavens, or perhaps the epic tale of splitting the sea in half. The girl dejectedly lowered her head and pointed out that all of those exciting stories were just silly fairy tales. Olivia stared back, feeling quite stunned. Hovering close, she dismissed the myths as total hogwash, but then voted to argue that these weren't mere bedtime stories, since piles of boring dusty scrolls and real scholarly evidence actually backed them up. Rebecca questioned why her classmates were all slackers who ignored such wonders, making Olivia hug herself like she was trying to keep her soul from escaping. She added that if the claims held water, showing off some flashy old, cool sorcery would stop the bullying, but the girl just stared at her shoes, and mumbled that they just needed a bit more time in the library. Standing nearby, Rebecca explained her blunt attitude was just a result of her being truly concerned for her friend. Pointing a finger like a dramatic prosecutor, she asked why anyone would waste their life on imaginary ghost stories instead of a real career, especially since she had zero useful tricks up her sleeve beyond some weirdly specific torture spells that nobody even asked for. The girl bashfully glanced away, offering a soft regret. Rebecca watched her, clearly hoping for a reality check, while reflecting on her own younger days at the dinner table when she was just as delusional, thinking that playing with imaginary sparkles would actually make her a powerhouse for years. She found herself suddenly staring down at the dusty pavement. Raising her gaze, she pleaded for me to ignore her bluntness, claiming it was all just tough love intended for her personal growth. Olivia offered a terrified expression, and whispered her sincere thanks. Riley pointedly avoided all eye contact. Our protagonist relaxed by lacing his fingers behind his skull. He diverted his eyes while she questioned if those legendary wizard powers were actually real or just bedtime fiction. Standing together, Rebecca couldn't resist asking who had finally won the argument of the century. Gazing into the distance, he confirmed that Olivia wasn't crazy, because those old spells were once very much alive. Lightning crashed everywhere as a single incantation pulverized peaks, split oceans like wet paper, and turned entire legions into dust, while the hero explained that this wasn't fiction but a historical era dominated by him and his pupils before it faded into tall tales. Juggling a small library in mid-air with his mind, the man described these relics as his personal legacy, leading the girl to wonder why everyone had suddenly developed collective amnesia about such impressive feats. While the bustling crowd chatted nearby, the dark-haired man opened his arms to explain that time is a cruel mistress, mocking the academy for not teaching that magic and history are basically married, while falling papers signaled the passing centuries where mages helped an empire unify the world and finally end the constant brawling. Stylish ladies pranced around while the royal leader ordered his scribes to announce a worldwide vacation from violence, rendering massive explosions useless and making Riley realize that specialized combat wizards were about as necessary as a screen door on a submarine. The guy explained that wizards were essentially shoved into basements to work on gadgets for the government, focusing on cleaning up old monster dens left over from the war while a mountain of weird trinkets piled up on the nearby workbench. Facing a swarm of goblins, the lead man noted that while giant fireballs are fun for killing things, they tend to drop the entire roof on your head, which didn't stop one overconfident idiot from screaming for everyone to watch him delete the whole room with a single boom, despite the obvious danger of being flattened. Peering open his eyelids, the dark-haired fellow hurled a jab and ordered them to quit immediately. Rocks tumbled down in heavy heaps. A lone hand wiggled out from the debris like a zombie, and as the wizard gripped the floor, his talking boat nagged him for a response while the old man stared at his feet. Dumping his bag to show off some gear, he clarified that magic evolved for safety, shifting from massive explosions to precise surgical strikes, and handy-dandy spells so mages wouldn't accidentally blow themselves up anymore. That fellow Riley ignited a colossal decal. A fellow with a hot idea lunged forward using his fire spear. While a crowd hummed out in the library, the magical book droned on about how combat spells became ancient history, leaving unemployed researchers crying into their coffee because their destructive skills were now totally worthless. The lady in charge glanced at the students while the Tom explained that the new empire didn't care for old tricks, causing real history to slowly rot into legends, then myths, then bedtime stories, and finally just silly hallucinations. The lad hovered above the crew, noting how genuine legends slip from memory like crazy eels, and added that voicing such truths leaves a nasty aftertaste, while the silver-haired lady inquired if the dusty book recalled any old, cool spells. Glancing skyward, the dark-haired fellow sported that his memory was sharp as a tack, though such archaic tricks were totally unnecessary now. The young lass gripped the ancient tome firmly within her palms. Inspecting the crusty volume, Riley chirped that mastering this weird sorcery seemed like a walk in the park. The boy zipped toward the lady, weighing that she was ignoring his wisdom, since vintage hexes are useless when nobody is actively stabbing each other. Grinning, the amber-y dame noted that peace is temporary, so keeping those big guns ready is just smart thinking. The dark-haired chap dismissed her logic as gibberish, but the girl nodded along, while the sentient book cited that reading isn't enough because one must master runes, and endless chants. As the girl stared into the distance, the lad explained she would have to carve new symbols into her skin, basically hitting the factory reset button on her powers to begin again. Floating nearer, the brunette pointed out her old tricks would vanish, and the silver-haired fellow would lose his precious mana infinite cheat code. Parting her lips, the mistress muttered that this plan sounded about as fun as a root canal. Shutting her lids, the sorceress remarked that the kid seemed ready for the old ways, but the dark-haired guy joked that maybe she should wait for her reincarnation. The fellow beamed, as the book drifted toward the crimson-clad woman, pondering the odds of a second chance at existence. Then the three plopped onto the carpet. The stone brute sat motionless, trapped beneath a heavy mesh. Rebecca scowled, mentioning how delightful it was to locate the beast, while the leader noted they weren't the only ones hanging around. A couple of blokes were huffing like exhausted steam engines, making it obvious that snagging the target was a real pain. Then the woman observed they had downed the golem but left its heart inside. Turning around, the golden fellow started yelping, while the guy in the fuzzy coat raised a palm, promising to chill the monster out. Riley wondered why they didn't just slay the thing and grab the prize, but the book shrugged, asking why anyone would spare such a nuisance. The lad looked shocked, the yellow guy blinked, and the dark-haired man realized the hide was actual dragon scales. The yellow-eyed observer noted the core felt faint despite being close, which the book explained was because pulling it out would trigger a massive magical flare. Riley figured that other squads would swarm them like hungry flies if that happened, so they should wait until the clock nearly ran out. The fellow checked his digital gadget to back her up, while the dark-haired man crossed his arms, warning her that these rivals were savvy enough to dodge every pitfall. The Scarlet Lady reached out, summarizing that they just needed to keep their heads down while the others brawled. The scholar admitted she was skipping some details, but Rebecca threw her hands up, claiming it barely mattered in the grand scheme of things. The woman marched forward, boasting that her squad had a habit of stomping on high-level threats for breakfast. The lady in the scarlet dress dashed right into the middle of the chamber, scoring up against her foes. The woman with the flowing locks hollered for them to bring the noise. The group of blokes exchanged rather confused glances. A glowing orb of arcane energy flickered to life in the lady's palm. One lone spellcaster suddenly dashed toward the fight. Rebecca let out a wicked cackle, just as the guy tripped and started screaming that he surrendered unconditionally. The charging warrior stopped dead, while the lady fumed, demanding they quit being cowards and actually swing a fist. The other teammates wondered if their boss had lost his mind, but he just kissed the floor and begged for forgiveness. He poked his head up, yelling for everyone to hit the deck if they valued their miserable lives. Two of them promptly plopped onto the cold tiles. The crew stood paralyzed with confusion. A lad asked what the heck was happening, and Rebecca mused that these supposedly tough guys were folding like wet cardboard. The voting. The silver-haired gull guessed that the lady in crimson had a terrifying reputation that made wizards wet their pants on sight. The dark-haired fellow shut his eyes and pleaded for his life, while someone shouted Olivia's name, drawing everyone's gaze toward her. The quitter babbled that they could have the golem for free if they promised not to fry them with spells. The red-headed woman touched her cheek, realizing they were talking about a specific person, while the mage grinned, saying that individual helped her breeze through the first trial. The girl stood over her shackled prisoner, who was currently weeping and promising her the moon. A single, pathetic droplet of moisture escaped the fellow's eye. The shiny stone giant napped quietly. The beast curled up in Riley's lap, and she cooed that it was as cute as a dog, though the book argued it looked more like a tiny sphinx. The snowy-haired girl glanced at Rebecca, who was practically begging for a head pat. The stone monster chumped the dark-haired girl's arm, causing a high-pitched yelp of agony. Examining her palm, the girl questions her well-being, only for the flowing-aimed lady to bluntly deny any state of wellness. Patting the beast, the snowy-tressed dame remarks on their messy group dynamics while noting their peaceful snag of the shiny metal giant. Rebecca eyeballs the wrapped digits. The book chirps about pacifism being superior. Then, despite the dark-haired girl's grumbling, she pivots toward Olivia's direction. The crimson-topped maiden fumbles with her locks sheepishly. Rebecca quits about her knack for agony-inducing spells, prompting the four-eyed lass to admit that such cruelty is her sole archic specialty. Wearing a shocked expression, the brown-haired girl pleads for a brief pause in the action. Striking a defiant pose, she demands to know why Olivia shook like a leaf instead of casting her nasty spells. Grinning broadly, the redhead points skyward and explains her sorcery requires a 30-day recharge period. Rebecca huffs that old, cool enchantments always come with annoying fine print and glitches. Resting its spine on its hands, the tome watches. The raven-haired lady labels the nerd a total loon, while the lad ponders who exactly bestowed such a title upon him. Flashing a grin at Olivia, the brunette questions if her roots lie in the south, leaving Olivia baffled by her psychic intuition. Gesturing at her companion, the long-tressed girl explains that the giveaway was her rural twine, noting even her quietest whispers dripped with local slang. The boy agrees she fits the southern vibe perfectly, causing Riley to seek clarification on the matter. Scowling deeply, the magical book spills the beans that the southern lands are basically a breeding ground for lunatics. Our protagonist whips his gaze toward the lady, who argues that his statement sounds suspiciously like geographic prejudice or some elitist snobbery. Flailing his arms wildly, the hero insists his claims are based on millennia of empirical research regarding the abundance of weirdos in the southern realm. The silver-band dame maintains it is pure bigotry, expressing her profound sadness at his narrow-minded perspective on the world. Glancing sheepishly at the vocal lady, the book stays silent while Rebecca finds the whole ordeal quite fascinating. Placing a palm over her heart with a smirk, the dark-haired girl proudly announces her own southern heritage to the group. Riley and the boy stare speechlessly at the pair, as Olivia expresses her joy at meeting a fellow countrywoman from the same neck of the woods. Knitting her brows, the pale-haired woman warns the lad about the high density of maniacs in the South. He reminds her he literally just made that point, yet she still begs him to stop being so judgmental. With gleaming eyes, Riley questions her own past statements, prompting the youth to call her a bold-faced liar moved by puppet stories. The girl gapes in shock, demanding to know how a talking book learned about Pinocchio, while the grimoire expresses genuine amazement that such a legendary fable actually exists in this reality. Clutching her bodice, Riley chuckles and confesses that she was merely pulling their legs with a bit of dry humor. Petting the metallic giant, she reminisces about her very limited library of bedtime stories. The boy swears he has never encountered such titles, which she dismisses, as a completely expected lack of culture. The lad observes the girl as she mentions some fellow named Robert penned those yarns exclusively for her, leading the boy to wonder about this mystery of Thor's identity. The maiden scowls. Enveloped by soaring flames, Adu bellows for his companion to put some hustle in his step and sprint away. Perched beside the silver-haired lady, the book hears her identify the burning man as a syndicate thief. While the boy questions the validity of those weird tales, Riley lifts a limb to insist they provide moral guidance, causing the lad to nod while silently concluding her insanity stems from such bizarre childhood reading. As Rebecca and Olivia snooze, the Tom notes that nearly an entire day has vanished since they stepped into these dusty catacombs. Scanning the parchment, Riley realizes other contenders are nearing their location. While she groans about the exhausting duration of their journey, the boy encourages her to endure just a bit longer, privately counting down the final 4 hours. Folding his arms with a cocky grin, he thinks about how this trial is practically in the bag. They will surely breeze through the finish line without breaking a sweat. His lids snap wide open. Riley mirrors his sudden alertness. An orb of violet energy zooms through the air toward the party. The snowy-haired dame lifts her palm, effortlessly neutralizing the incoming assault. A deep crease forms on the girl's forehead. Rebecca and Olivia look absolutely stunned. Springing to their feet, the dark-haired one complains that Riley never warned them about incoming visitors. Looking at her glowing digits, the pale lady admits her detection spells are drawing a complete blank on any nearby life forms. Looking bewildered, the brown-haired girl begs her not to utter such ridiculous nonsense during a crisis. The trio stares at projectiles embedded in the stone, while the protagonist reflects on Riley's unparalleled energy, which allows her to spot snares designed to baffle even the elite wizards of the Five Towers. Displaying a holographic map, the snowy-haired woman works through the heavy static of the dungeon. The Tom marvels at her ability to cast spells amidst such intense magical jamming. Glancing at Rebecca, the hero wonders if she anticipated this all along, making their peril seem like a joke, unless their foes are clad in impenetrable dragon hide. A mysterious figure looms above the settling purple powder. A triplet of figures in cobalt robes hide their identities, causing our champion to mutter about impossible realities. And since a royal glow leaks from this group, the lead guy jokes that these weirdos really put too much effort into their fashion choices. Riley stretches out a glowing palm, arguing that possessing the hide proves a metallic beast was slain, which she confirms before wondering aloud why these lunatics have a grudge against her team. The magic book scowls, admitting he is clueless because his brain is currently overflowing with too many random theories. Some guy conceals his face under a cerulean hood, alerting our hero that these thugs are bad news, and after the last afflicts a shot, the lead guy notes her stats are lacking, especially since her hand is shaking like a leaf as she recognizes a familiar energy signature. And the sentient book grins awkwardly while mentioning this theory is getting creepy. Then everyone charges up their azure magic, mimicking each other until a disco ball of light beam surrounds the whole chaotic scene. The lad glares at the big cat, realizing this is just a sneaky scouting mission, and he decides this chilly standoff is just a test to measure power levels through some very twitchy energy tricks. A musical fiddle appears, reminding the hero that magical signatures, much like a musician's gear, always echo their master's unique rhythm. Riley lifts her limb with purpose, while the narrator notes that power takes on a special shape depending on the spell, and he thinks that for wizards who enjoy a quick caffeine kick, the flow zips around. Rebecca looks grumpy, prompting the lead to observe that when mages choose the path of explosions, their energy looks like a literal bar fight. Olivia clings to her backpack, as the guy figures that being precise requires a very tiny mental closet, while a stranger adjusts his hedger, making the book sense that this dude's aura smells like a fresh crime scene. As colorful beams crash together, the youth realizes this dance is the only way to gauge the enemy, check their vibe, and plan the slaughter, essentially calling it a violent meet and greet. A guy shows off his fancy footwear, remarking that it has been ages since they hung out, and Riley makes a face, stating she did not have this awkward reunion on her bingo card. The teaser tweaks his cape, while the book realizes the energy and voice are way too familiar for comfort. Our hero makes a pained expression, asking his own brain why this specific jerk had to show up today. Sharon unmasks himself, and offers a weak apology for the messy situation, while the protagonist laments the fact that they are now playing on opposite teams. The shiny robot rests near the pale girl, who asks if the senior citizen is here to steal the power source, but the old-timer displays a glowing pebble, saying he already nabbed it, then shuts his eyes as Riley asks about his plan, which he claims he already explained once. Both squads stare each other down, with Sharon explaining that this exam draws in all sorts of weirdos with different agendas, noting that some folks treat this like a legal murder spree, and he happens to have his own selfish reason for being here. Riley narrows her vision quite intensely. The senior's peepers turn crimson as he admits his whole job involves making Rebecca stop breathing. The girl looks stern while the old guy admits he just really hates that crazy lady's guts, and as the blue-robed circus stands before the squad, Garen warns that leaving her alive would be like letting a toddler play with a nuclear reactor in the magic world. A lady in a snowy outfit wags a finger with a grin, reminding everyone that if a single person kicks the bucket, the whole group gets the boot. Riley gets all wrinkly on the forehead, pointing out that Rebecca's death ruins her own chances, which makes the red-eyed elder say he is terribly sorry for this unfortunate scheduling conflict. Riley looks annoyed, but Burnett tells her he will handle the grandpa because they have some space history to settle, and though she tries to complain, the book agrees with Rebecca since they are outmatched by Garen's skills, and as our hero approaches the geyser, he notes the girl's odd combat style which involves steering a magical missile like a remote-controlled toy. While she smiles about breaking spells and the protagonist notices Garen is a defensive turtle who hides his flaws behind a big stick, all while a piercing gaze from the book warns that this old man is their ultimate nightmare, and they should focus on his sidekicks instead. A snowy, aired lass in a sapphire garment pokes her own face thoughtfully. Riley shifts her shimmering palm without making a sound. She sidles up to Rebecca and whispers that this fight will be a total nightmare, to which the other girl simply nods in agreement. The dark-haired girl grins, claiming she only likes to scrap with people on her level, especially since a perfect punching bag is right there, while Garen watches them and tells his two young wards to keep their guards up, because their foe's no joke, prompting a little tune from Dorothy. A blue-eyed girl rubs her temple, telling herself not to sweat the person using old, cool spells, then notes that the other one is actually quite easy on the eyes. Dorothy looks confused, and asks the old-timer to pause for a second, and while the blonde wonders if she is being punked about Riley's supposedly pathetic magic skills, the man confirms that she really is a bottom-tier wizard. Dorothy points a trembling finger, calling it an absolute insult that such a weakling is even allowed here, and the elder tells her to stop being a rank knob, but she argues that logic clearly dictates otherwise. The pale-haired girl grabs her skull in disbelief, while Garen tasks a pro with watching over her, receiving a quick confirmation in return. The blue-eyed girl scratches her head, casually suggesting they just delete those two from existence. Lifting her foot like a cautious cat, she hears Garen nag about staying alert, and she assures the old worrywart that she's totally got this. A firm stomp sends creepy floor shadow zooming toward the team, making Grimoire point out that it's obviously bad vibe magic, while the elders just stand there looking like statues. Swirly purple gunk and shadow tricks fade away from his boots, leaving Garen to bravely shield Rebecca while breaking the news that everyone else has basically vanished. The maiden grins wide. Performing a fancy little bow, she politely mentions that getting to beat him up is actually a huge privilege. While hovering before the guy, she starts blabbing about some person named Sharon. Bright golden eyes sparkle as she shouts to Rebecca, who admits that the guy has been the main topic of their gossip lately. Spinning with her lid shut, she admits they've never met, yet Sharon's endless yapping makes him feel like an old annoying cousin she's known forever. The grumpy senior glares at Rebecca and tells her to keep the grandkid's name out of her trashy mouth, leaving Sharon looking absolutely terrified. Goldie starts sobbing and pleading for her life, right as some messy red juice starts flying around. Edgy dark handcuffs swirl around Riley. They glance at the yard which looks built for massive ogres, while the hero notes the lack of gardening and asks if the duo is hiding nearby. Our main guy gets spooked by Olivia's waterworks, and confesses that her weeping totally caught him off guard. That weird golem crawls from bushes too. Toby pokes Riley's calf to say hello, making Grimoire sign relief since losing their little buddy would have been a total disaster. Staring at the Botany, he ponders their strange relocation while flashing back to a purple vortex. Realizing the shadow, shifting junk moves people but has tons of annoying rules, then notices the girl's eyes glowing and concludes that separating everyone like this is way too risky unless there is a much bigger secret plan involved. Surveying the messy weeds, our protagonist mumbles that this wild jumble might actually give their team a sneaky upper hand. Riley checks the weeds and notes they hide everything from their magic sensors, making for a crappy arena, while the hero strokes his chin and agrees that they need to stay sharp since their foes are also wizards. Trapped in the shrubbery, Grimoire wonders why these villains picked such a dumpy location if it cost them so much to set up. The guy's eyes pop in shock. As April and Dorothy stroll up, the boys stare while the dark sorceress admits she still hasn't figured out the master plan. Grabbing her forehead, the blue-eyed girl wonders why the old geezer skipped a perfect sneak attack, but her partner argues that ganging up on people isn't exactly heroic. Drying her tears, the blue-eyed lass grumbles that they aren't some fancy knights and hates having to go full power against such a pathetic whim. Poor Olivia shakes with terror. The spooky wizard glares at Riley and calls her a total noob, questioning why Sharon ever told them to watch out for such weaklings. April whispers for the girl to stay focused, while Dorothy asks Riley if she's feeling salty about the uneven fight. The duo scowls as the blue-eyed girl mocks the 2-on-1 odds, noting the shaky sidekick is useless, while the guy points out this match is a total rip-off. With Sharon's eyes flaring ruby red, Dorothy announces that Rebecca is basically a gunner because the old geezer is finally getting serious, making Grimoire worry that no matter how skilled she is, surviving in a high-rank warlock solo is a nightmare, all while the heroes stand surrounded by clocks knowing they must win this sprint or watch their friend perish and fail the entire mission. Looking at the magic book, the kid asks if they have a shot, but gets told the chances are pretty garbage since they're fighting seasoned pros. The girl hangs her head. April extends a glowing palm while Dorothy mentions they'd rather avoid a mindless scuffle, as nobody likes unnecessary gym class. Those pavers look pulverized. Emerald stems pierce the surface. Shadowy vibes and murderous shrubbery box in the duo, as the sapphire-eyed caster warns that Gramps' advice means no more playing nice, and chomping greenery circles Riley, who realizes the location was a trap, while April pets a leaf, bragging about his fancy family tree and ancestral wizard mojo. A shadowy tentacle inches toward the paw Calas as she whispers a dead wizard's name, just as a dark smudge creeps toward her ankle. She observes the mess, stunned. Performing a mid-air leap, she scouts the wicked aura and hungry flora, realizing she is basically a sandwich between two layers of leafy doom. That item strikes the mud. April strikes a dramatic pose beside Dorothy, claiming their dignity is too fragile for a brawl, much like a cheap porcelain vase. She scowls, announcing that threats end now while demanding total surrender. Staring forward, Riley hears Dorothy ramble about her youth and future chances outside of testing, while the floating book grins awkwardly at this weirdly coordinated performance. The impoverished petite girl wears a stern expression, asking our hero for his take on the shadowy earth wizards lurking nearby, while Riley questions if victory is even a possibility. The enemy pair stares down their prey, leading the hero to think they are doomed, since his teammate is facing two overachieving wizards in a low-level zone. Glancing at the magical tome, the girl hears him brag about fighting a million villains, suggesting that miracles are currently on sale. Grinning, the book mentions a local guide to being perfect, quoting a dusty old saying about knowing your foe better than your own reflection. April maintains a neutral expression, while the tome asks which baddie to hit first, and she identifies the gardener as the main threat, leaving the hero confused. As the dirt wizard raises a glowing palm, she explains he is the structural pillar of the group, since destroying the shrubbery kills the shadows too. Smiling at the main guy, Riley gets a mental gold star for being smart. Spiky sprouts and toxic fungi appear, with the book explaining that this sneaky gardener uses thorny traps and poison snacks to be a giant pain in the neck. Lifting a finger, the protagonist mentions he has just one inquiry. Wearing a cheeky grin, he ponders who exactly trained the grand wizard that pioneered this botanical sorcery, while the hero recites a list of famous names, and Riley gazes upward during a mental flashback, describing the 5 legendary archmages as absolute geniuses with god-tier talent. But the Tim just chuckles and labels those icons a bunch of stubborn idiots, causing the bald girl to stare in total disbelief, though he insists those old masters simply didn't know how to quit, leading her to sigh about his former pupils before the book asks the gardener about his personal interests, then mentions the tale of the Arpo forefather, peeking from behind a giant vase. The protagonist gasps in shock. Grinning, the fellow displays a sprout and confesses his plant love. Standing before the leader, the lad admits to being a dedicated plant dad, getting a nod of mutual respect in return. Stroking his chin with a sly look, he proposes a magical counter, as Riley and the Ostum realize they have the enemy's search history downloaded. Dorothy scrunches her forehead, asking if the lass has decided yet. The azure-eyed caster flings shadowy cuffs forward, telling her opponent to choose between a scrap or a peaceful nap. The book folds its pages while she recounts a fibble about a legendary trickster named Emmy, prompting a query from her companion about a specific family book from her criminal uncle, which she confirms. Tiny Riley browses a colorful comic, promising to demonstrate exactly how that fictional scam artist pulled her stunts, leaving the hero audibly stunned. The petite girl speaks up, suggesting they swipe a small prize. Dorothy plus April showcase expressions of total disbelief. The protagonist mopes while gesturing toward the shiny yellow statue, suggesting they should simply grab it. Sapphire Eyes stares in shock upon hearing the pet is now useless, especially since Garen warned they would definitely resist. The Bob pet last turns her ruby gaze away, as Dorothy smirks that brawling now is madness, while the dark wizard of the soil blocks Riley, and the sapphire-eyed girl demands the golden statue for its core. Toba gives Riley a pitiful look, but she tells him to stop wailing and just get over there. Dorothy crouches with a grin, calling Toba to her side while promising to be a kind guardian. The book-bearer maintains a neutral face, asking his comrade what kind of scam this is. Folding his limbs, the boy hears Riley describe how people ignore tiny runts, a psychological trick she intends to use while the beast halts at the woman's command. She sneers and commands the little monster to start chewing. That metallic construct readies a leap forward. The blue-eyed girl peeps into the creature's gullet with a stunned look. She retreats from the beast, trembling with a great deal of terror. The creature gnaws on her limb, making the girl shriek about the intense suffering. April watches the wailing maiden with a look of pure glee. Riley launches a sphere of azure energy directly into Dorothy's face. The soil wizard panics and crafts a magical guard, but the book wielder notes with shock that a single wall is insufficient, as the blast pierces through, leading the protagonist to call it sloppy. Riley's azure orbs slowly fade. The soil manipulator tenses his jaw and mutters a foul word. He yanks his companion away to avoid the oncoming magical strike. Stroking his chin, the tome holder remarks that it was a very clever and rapid comeback. Sprawled in a bloody mess, Dorothy shrieks that Riley is a lunatic for such a dirty, sneak attack. Her features twist into a mask of pure suffering. The hero looms before the sorcerers, recalling their earlier inquiry about her choosing a brawl or giving up. April stares forward intently, as the snowy-haired lady chooses the path of violence. The azure-eyed girl sobs with rage, but Riley claims she will be the winner. Olivia lurks within the nearby shrubbery. The book mistress signals an attack while mucking those failures, just as a rock wall emerges, and Rebecca faces Garen, who rages that her filthy mouth should not speak of his kin, while the dark-haired girl wonders thoughtfully if her reputation as a psychopathic killer is what makes her words so toxic. She nears the elder, suggesting that despite her reputation, Garen should not be so insulting. Sharon stares up, feeling totally stunned. Various records reveal that Rebecca was removed for slaying 50% of the testators. That dark-haired lady grins like a hyena and claims the girl's honor is finally repaid, while folks scatter like pigeons at that old selection trial from 2 years back. One limb crossed that final boundary. Becca grabbed the gold and chirped about her top-tier grades, then thumped her heart like a proud gorilla to announce her total victory today. She spun around seeking Sharon's score and whereabouts, but a nearby guy grumbled that seeing so many identical faces made his brain feel like a popped balloon. She blinked her peepers in absolute confusion. Earth quaked. She turned into a human light bulb and sprinted. Yet that big ugly beast still managed to close the distance. Squinting her vision, she screamed for a hero to save her skin. She slapped a hand over her mouth while Becca hollered for Sharon to show up. Her pupils widened with pure dread. That dude chuckled while Sharon shrieked for assistance. That beast's boot stumped the lass. Gales ruffled Becca's mane, causing her to grimace like she swallowed a bug. A peeper shone crimson. Gesturing skyward, she ranted about settling Sharon's debt after they ghosted her, noting the crowd could have saved her but stood there giggling while the poor girl kicked the bucket. The crowd snickered, so she told them they were Sharon's actual killers, and her murdering them was just a spicy dish of karma served cold. A gloomy silhouette draped upon the tiles while he growled about her vengeance being a pathetic cover for homicide, alleging Becca smeared his kin's legacy to mask those brutal slings. A boot crunched onto a corpse, reminding everyone the Grand Magic Elder died on Diddy 2 years ago, while she glowed red as a reminder of the dozens of mages she slaughtered last year. Becca grinned like a psycho, having earned a reputation as a total killing machine, and daintily pinched her skirt like a lady. She wore a cheeky grin while he argued that people blamed his grandkid's death for her insanity, explaining that while blood won't resurrect Sharon, the violence only treasures her memory. Then Karen balled his fists, and vowed to personally end her life to scrub the family name clean before resting a hand atop her crown. Becca's orb sparkled, and she mockingly questioned if the old geezer was seriously bringing up the topic of nobility. Sharon felt the crown of her skull, while she asked him if honor even mattered once his own kin was rotting in the dirt. A wooden cane rested by their boots as Garen sighed that their worldviews were as different as cats and toasters. That senior citizen pressed a palm against the listener's brow. He retracted his limb, admitting he wondered how a beast like Becca ever befriended his sweet girl, but she shot back that it was a miracle a light like Sharon came from a grumpy prune like him. So the senior citizen gripped his noggin in frustration while she wondered why he loved his own voice so much, her gaze darkening. Becca's eyes turned into twin rubies, and she noted that real sorcerers let their spells do the yapping. Garen rested at the furniture, while the lady teased him about whether that was his standard advice to the poor deceased girl. That elderly gentleman eventually hoisted his cranium. Some sparkly wizard light started flooding the entire area. Rubbing his temples, the guy gave her one final chance, swearing that bringing up Sharon again would result in her immediate cancellation from existence. That damsel cast her vision downward. With pupils expanding, Rebecca mentioned Sharon being her favorite companion as well as the senior's only female descendant. Knuckles tightened as a radiant sparkle emerged from the geezer's hand, signaling a brewing tempestuous zone. Pebbles scattered everywhere while a sapphire radiance hugged the damsel tightly. Pavement chunks descended upon the lass. A frantic surge of power cascaded. Shattered remnants rested upon the ground. Enchantment swirled around that particular limb. Gramps clutched his walking stick, scowled deeply, and pondered if he faced a mere magical duplicate. Placing a palm over her heart, the maid insisted the chatterbox refrain from tossing such verbal garbage. Garen caught the vibrating orb, thinking it was a truly comical gag as mounds of rubble settled below and the gap in the roof stayed hidden within the shadows. The elder glanced skyward. The woman bolted away, making the fellow think he noticed her despite her sneaking directly to his rear. That damsel beamed. Garen stared out with pure terror. The maiden rested a sharp blade against her conversation partner's throat. Senior citizen lunged for the steel, whispering to himself that survival required some serious self-protection right now. The fellow seized a tool. Cold steel grazed his windpipe. The chick beamed arrogantly as Rebecca angled the edge. Crimson fluid erupted from the injury, making the sorcerer feel as though seconds had frozen and his entire environment inverted. Garen contorted his face in distress, seeing ghouls closing in on the shape, and the elder recognized the exact dread that soldiers experienced constantly during war. Bony heads rattled. The veteran collapsed, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, as the caster dropped his cane, while Rebecca teased that he lacked Riley's speed because he succumbed to the hallucination, and as a breeze tousled her locks, she folded her arms nervously, and remarked that her reaction required a mere moment while his took double. Rebecca crunched those tiny knuckles. The lass approached the speaker, inquiring with genuine wonder if he had witnessed the Reaper, hovering near the senior and repeating the query as the leader gaped in total shock, recalling a ghostly woman extending her palm, while Garen remained sprawled upon the tiles with a vacant, unblinking stare. Salty moisture trickled along those wary palms. That fellow clutched his neck, sensing some object. The guy glared towards the maid, claiming those pathetic illusions were easily spotted. Rebecca stroked his jaw, claiming her antics matched the geezer's lack of quality, adding she never initiated brawls like him, while spectral figures grasped for the fellow, and the young woman wondered aloud if he had intentionally provoked this whole chaotic confrontation. Rebecca squeezed those lids shut, debating internally whether that fellow intended to entice the girl into a blatant ambush. That woman simply averted eyes. Grinning widely, this dame mentioned how that geezer assumed a giant royal rumble would surely summon her presence. Garen gripped a glowing sphere within his palm, whereupon this damsel observed how he intentionally ignited some primary enchantments. That officer bowed his noggin, muttering that ultimately nobody managed to be more of a disaster than she was. Rebecca pressed a palm against the bodice, whining about wishing to participate although Riley obstructed a path, while Garen brandished that wand, mentioning she never arrived. A senior citizen aimed that pokey stick at her neck, whereupon the dude grimaced, stating he personally chose to visit the lady. That wooden tip radiated mystical light as he mentioned how Rebecca acted like a complete slaughter enthusiast. The youngster grabbed that tool using palms. The dame clapped loudly before his nose. This mistress grinned, remarking that Gramps seemed formidable, having brawled against applicants just for a chance at slaying her, yet wondered if he managed to handle every single person. Within some nostalgic vision, a youthful chap gripped his windpipe while sobbing uncontrollably. Rebecca pressed timber against her throat, questioning his hypocritical name-calling, and red juice leaked from Garen's face, while a breeze blew through as he asked if she recalled their chat about meeting the Reaper. That elderly geezer gazed into the distance, replying he previously encountered the Grim Reaper. That man squinted significantly, vowing to display her demise before the noble woman, while Rebecca maintained a wordless smirk. This maiden shuddered her vision, repeating wisdom which that maternal figure previously shared. Some woodland boulder surfaced, whereupon the last mentioned 9 among 10 plant gatherers perish amidst sunnets, typically tumbling while seeking weeds. Then a foe's impact attached to fighter's dome, and toxic goo leaked as she joked how warriors expire via their own blades, while a potion elixir croaked creating soup, and some cloaked sorcerer performed rituals as these represented the conjurers. Then a mystical cyclone circled the participants, and she remarked everyone passed away due to supernatural forces. Following her request for that patriarch to manifest those fatal recollections, she reclined upon soil drenched with gore, wishing her passing appeared fitting for an enchantress. Rebecca reached forward, announcing how 27 rotations of spell casting won't become useless, as she felt quite eager for such an event. This lady touched the guy's mug. This maiden squeezed knuckles, letting power flow. Garen blinked, feeling a strange vibe. The tiny lass advanced, shouting at her. Riley became enraged, wagging a digit toward those pathetic underachievers, while the fellows requested they pipe down. That protagonist stroked his goatee, observing a result superior to Rebecca's. Then the irritable talker yelled at the apprentice, who recognized such petty baying. That youngster strove to pacify Dorothy, who trembled while questioning if this lady believed herself elite due to a single successful hacks. This maiden tightened her grip, snarling fiercely, and discharged immense vigor while performing a violent move. Grimoire hovered high, suggesting that recognizing oneself constitutes the primary building block for any sorcerer. A dark dialect consisting of obsidian force began lunging toward its target. Riley evaded an incoming strike, pondering how sorcery fueled by teenage angst transformed maneuvers into incredibly forecastable events. That nimble learner slipped under her enemy's punch, making combat look like a dance. The frantic lad hollered for Dorothy to relax, sounding like a broken siren. Our lead squinted, deciding this scrap was funnier than actually winning for once. Hungry shrubs lunged, but Riley hopped high, dancing through the air to evade those leafy green nibblers with ease. Her pupils dilated while she zipped around, though she eventually glanced aside, gripping her skull as a massive headache blossomed. Dorothy seethed, demanding more, but the fellow claimed his tank was totally empty. Artbell reached out as the youth praised his inherited Cromwell powers, but the hero just folded his arms and scoffed that 3 centuries of absence resulted in absolutely zero progress for these losers, proving they were still completely incapable of winning a single fight against anyone meaningful. Dark magic swirled around the sphere while the guy snatched up the wounded girl, noting her silver hair and depleted mana reserves while her gash continued to bleed. And although Dorothy shrieked like a banshee, the sentient book realized she was physically fried, which finally caused those creepy shadow plants to lose their momentum. The lad hoisted a palm dripping with mystical energy while the protagonist watched the scene, concluding that only a Stingwood bloodline posed any genuine risk to them. Then Riley peered at the descending assault, realizing their schedule was looking pretty bleak as time was fleeing. So back in the chamber with the ticking gears, the scholar understood that even a double knockout meant total failure if Rebecca passed away before they arrived to help her. That talking book spun around, noting the girl's focus, then urged them to start moving. Her gaze glowed blue as the hero suggested snapping the wizard's link to his beast instantly, questioning if she had the guts for it. Riley bounced over a leafy punch, using a stem to launch herself into the sky like a cat. Olivia gasped, quickly averting her gaze. Arbel and Dorothy gaped at the sky in denial, watching the girl hop between vines like a magical frog while her hand glowed, preparing a strike that left the boys questioning what weird cheat code she was using. Riley jumped along the green stalks, closing in with her fists ready for a brawl. The pupil stared ahead, managing the chaos with a surprisingly calm attitude. Those thick botanical limbs finally came into view. The boy saw Riley's reflection, hearing her plan to snap the summoner's spiritual tether with a single, massive strike. She balled her hand up and swung, pooling all her mana into a punch intended for the wizard's confused face. Dust clouds exploded, leaving Arpel sprawled on the dirt like a very lost heifer. Weaponless and defeated, Dorothy collapsed nearby. Riley raised a victory fist, while staring down her pair of crushed enemies. The girl exhaled while staring forward and the lead checked her status, later recalling that the whole event was just a brief, intense burst of pure, unadulterated focus. She reviewed the strike while the boy noticed her back, seeing she looked incredibly thin and exhausted as if she had missed a dozen meals lately. Olivia hid behind the shrubs, crossing her fingers for a miracle. Riley turned away, drying her leaky eyes. A figure lurked in the greenery while the girl muttered her prayers, and although the magic book confirmed that Olivia was fine, our protagonist stood behind her, remarking that she mostly survived the brawl with just a few scratches that barely counted as real injuries. A strange noise rumbled from the soil right under my boots. The group peeked at the floor when that weird beast appeared. The lads stared, noticing a hole where the golem had clearly decided to prune the local flora quite aggressively. The scholar crept toward the beast with sneaky intent. She stroked the creature, but the golem just stood there motionless. Gripping the glass ball, the young lady stared at it in silence. She stashed the orb, planning to save Rebecca before her time expired. While the magic book rambled about their finished chores, the girl faced the elder, knowing the real battle with Garen was still raging. Riley checked her holographic gaze, spotting their target marked with a scarlet X, and urged her to move before things turned ugly. The girl stared at the blinking icon, her eyes widening as she realized the stakes. The crew peered through the digital portal as the news of Rebecca vanishing hit them, just as a sneaky figure materialized in the shadows to halt their progress. Our protagonists spun around to see what was happening. The ancient Garen was lurking right in the rear like a phantom. Holding his cane, he announced that Rebecca had met her end. The man bowed his head, declaring their test was officially over. She let out a cheeky grin upon hearing that the girl's aura had vanished like a politician's promise. The book glanced aside, sensing a faint trace of something that felt more like a ghost than a person, confirming the lady was truly toast. He recalled the strict rule that if one teammate bites the dust, the whole squad gets the boot, which was a real mood killer. Riley slumped her shoulders at their failure, while Garen stared at the floor, claiming Rebecca paid for her terrible deeds with a permanent dirt nap. Looking down, the scholar asked if she had perhaps offed his relative. Closing his eyes, he muttered that his loss was far more significant. The old man stood back, claiming he had lost his dignity. Riley was too stunned for words. Her pupils flashed a dangerous crimson as she pointed out that the old guy was a walking mountain of hypocritical nonsense. The student described the robed figure, noting how he hated wizards who treated these tests like a bloody theme park or a chaotic playground. Garen gripped his walking stick while she pointed out that he manipulated the exam too, questioning why he felt so special compared to the mages he loathed. The geezer bowed in total shame, confessing he felt terrible, and possessed no witty response to her sharp logic. Riley stared at him without saying anything. Standing face to face, she argued that the situation was complete nonsense, feeling a spark of her own dark side waking up. Staring at the floor, she let her magic flare up like a neon sign, surprising the elder who could not figure out her plan. He looked at her with confusion, asking if she really intended to throw hands with a senior citizen. Karen was shocked when she agreed to a brawl, questioning why she would bother since her school days were officially over. Glaring at her foe, she blamed him for Rebecca's final departure. The confused elder pondered if they actually liked her enough to seek revenge, or if they were just being dramatic for the plot. Her stance widened as energy swirled around her like a localized hurricane, fueled by the sheer annoyance of being booted. Riley summoned a glowing orb of doom, shouting that her anger wasn't about friendship but about the fact that she had squandered 12 months of her life on this garbage. Her partner stood behind her with folded arms, noting that unless the elder also squandered 12 months like she did, the girl would be too bitter to ever find rest. Garen scowled like a hungry bulldog, grumbling that her knack for chaos was legendary even if her mojo had clearly leveled up lately. While Arpel and Dorothy took an accidental dirt nap beneath some ferns, the geezer muttered about connecting dots by inspecting his sleepy team. The codger kept yapping while the lass charged him like a bull, her eyes popping as she aimed for his jugular, and despite a glowing orb hovering near his nose, he acted cool as a cucumber, claiming necessity made him do it. Then flashy sparks erupted everywhere, and Riley snarled while clutching that mystical sphere, finally blasting 5 magical bottle rockets right at his grumpy face. That trainee got chucked away. The broad glared at the geezer. Lurking behind his shiny bubble, Garen asked if she sensed her failure, noting those tiny sparks could never tickle his thick fortress, while the kid watching from the sidelines agreed she was firing blanks, since a single, beat attack would never crack that magical walnut. That bookish fellow started chewing his cuticles and wondering if these dusty old rocks hid any loot worth stealing. He ground his molars together, pivoting his gaze toward Olivia. He was steaming, questioning if this scaredy cat just planned to shake like a leaf while he and Riley did all the heavy lifting. Our main man finally caught a clue, shifting his focus. She squeezed her fists and blabbered in some nonsense, making the boy ponder if she was just a big chicken after all. While Olivia kneeled and kept whispering, the lad realized her mumbles weren't actually coming from a place of pants, but in terror. Beads of perspiration slid down her face while he figured out she had been cooking up a plan this entire time. The talking book hollered toward Riley's back. With her eyes shut and digits intertwined, the dude blathered about how their missing puzzle piece was actually sitting right there, realizing it was just moldy old sorcery. Flowers bloomed everywhere while the geezer chilled in his dome, declaring the exam finished and advising everyone to stop burning calories for nothing. The protagonist zipped behind her, suggesting they play keep away until Olivia wrapped things up. And even when the trainee mentioned quitting, Garen stayed chill, telling him to take all the thinking time his tiny brain required. Riley peered down with bated breath. Her eyes popped open as she cranked her brain into overdrive, and Grimoire noticed the universe moving like molasses, so he hovered over to Olivia, thinking he better fast-track that dusty old spellcasting. Our hero edged toward the girl, mentioning they were safe in the yard and wouldn't get squashed by rocks, just like the big magic mama promised. He watched her like a hawk, noting her grammar and accent were surprisingly perfect for a rookie handling ancient runes, and he remembered her stubborn refusal to fail, seeing she actually had some skills to back up that ego. But there was a hilarious snag, so he grinned and told her she forgot the holy dedication part, which was the secret sauce of the spell that amateurs skipped all the time. Soggy scrolls and books were taking a bath, proving that most holy jingles and chants simply vanish as the years pile up. Wrapped in a glow, Riley figured out that chanting until her lungs gave out wouldn't fix a broken spell missing its vital ingredients. The lady huffed while he spurred. He struck a pose with his hands on his hips, reciting the magic mama's orders to let things burn with a passion, and since this ancient book had stayed fresh for ages, he wondered if he was the one who penned those lines eons ago. Our lead glanced below, hailing Riley. The lass averted her gaze, receiving advice that she should act right now. She glanced aside, listening to that pesky voice in her head telling her to keep chanting so Olivia could finally learn the truth. Spinning around, the girl heard her magical recipe lacked a pretty crucial secret spice. The book guy wagged his finger and promised to show her the rhythm, and the trainee echoed every single syllable. Olivia felt stunned that the pupil's intel source remained off limits, since explaining such a cryptic mystery would likely melt her brain. Those peepers popped out like toasted marshmallows when that lady questioned if they should actually attempt this ridiculous stunt together. Our protagonist glanced away while muttering that everything was totally fine, giving a stiff nod like a rusty robot. Riley gazed into the distance before confronting the geezer, calculating that double-teaming him would surely ruin Garen Theobald's day. That elderly fellow seemed confused, wondering if they were quitting yet, so the young woman offered a reassuring pat on the back to her brave companion. Some random lad breathed sweet nonsense into Olivia's listener. Those ocular spheres shimmered crimson as the lady kept performing rituals. Garen averted his gaze once he noticed their stubbornness. Massive dirt clods hammered his shield as the grumpy grandpa lunged forward. Suddenly, a massive blast of spicy magic knocked over a giant decorative plant. The villain squinted like he lost his glasses before talking. Staring upward, the champion pondered why this dump was vibrating with weird vibes, demanding an explanation. Riley just shrugged her shoulders, claiming she was clueless and suggesting he go bother her partner for answers. That person gestured toward Olivia, who currently resembled a human-shaped neon sign. Gramps looked genuinely shocked, suspecting she belonged to that spicy fire academy, which was quite the plot twist. Darren propped himself on his cane, questioning her use of dusty old sorcery, and where she learned such forbidden tricks. The student ignored his curiosity, extending her palm to weave a hex, warning him that pausing his ritual was mandatory because failure to survive this would mean a permanent dirt nap. The senior citizen gripped his forehead, whining about whether this was some petty payback. He remarked on her incredibly annoying personality, a fact she proudly embraced. Darren raised a defensive palm, while a blinding flash erupted from the intern's fingers during her dispersal technique. Quietly she thrust both paws out, turning rigid. That bookish fellow named Grimoire hovered near Olivia, claiming all was chill, so keep moving. Squinting at the ceiling, the fellow noted things were getting uncomfortably toasty. Riley took a sudden leap, leaving the old guy speechless as she soared toward the roof. The lady then slammed her kneecap directly into the magical barrier. That shield was working overtime, blocking the pupil's path to the desert. Riley glanced behind her, checking on Olivia. Spreading her limbs wide, she kept making weird magic. Radiant strength brightened that woman's features, while she smirked joyfully. Garen reached out, assuming his victory was coming in just a few minutes. Clasping her heart, the young lady persisted in throwing out those sparkly enchantments. Some massive luminous icon materialized directly behind that lady. The lad watched the trainee while he started talking, mentioning that per the big magic mama, she wasn't some dummy hunting for ghosts anymore. Olivia grew rigid while discussing the matriarch's observations. There was talk regarding a certain forbidden sorcery style that got ditched ages ago for being way too spicy for mortals. A vivid crimson glow expanded like a hula hoop, signaling dusty old wizardry from the history books. That lady clutched some dangerous pointy object using her fingers. Grinning, she yanked the fellow much nearer. Riley stood there looking like a confused goldfish while observing the chaos unfolding in the rear. The magical woman extended her wooden pole, screaming for everything to become ash. Flames surged ahead, right as everyone realized she had basically undergone a total spiritual makeover in public. That sorcerer ducked his skull, smirking while the fire drifted apart. Local greenery began to sizzle, causing him to reflect on how their depot skirmish turned into a literal bonfire of scorched daisies. That lad zipped away into the clouds, pondering her rather ridiculous natural aptitude for causing total chaos. Our hero scrutinized the maiden, wondering if her heart still beat. The man folded his limbs, checking that no vital bits were broken. This mentor looked absolutely spooked, checking the girl's pulse and offering some magical aid to fix the mess. The lady tripped on a rock, leaving Olivia face down on the soil after her spill. That lady shuddered violently while complaining regarding weak limbs, though our lead simply rotated, explaining those fried circuits resulted from overusing mystical power. Then he stared back silently, while our champion folded both arms, watching a weeping maiden and concluding such focus, grit, and freakish ancient spell skills might eventually turn her into a legend. And since this girl was a total beginner though potentially helpful later on, Olivia felt relieved her student finally regained consciousness. The fellow studied her, asking if she could actually stand, and she muttered back that her condition was basically perfect. Riley brushed off some grime, deciding to be useful rather than just looming about, as a senior lingered near Dorothy's corpse while a girl neared. Then that levitating book, but he zoomed in to announce everyone was scorched crispy by some mana feedback loop, causing catastrophic visceral wreckage which left our heroine looking quite dismal. So our hero shut his eyes, noting those two would need months of chapel care to avoid remaining as charred lumps of coal. Darren peered skyward from within a shimmering safety sphere, aiming a staff toward the clouds as if poking the sun, and because this elder performed intense sorcery with one hand aloft, our lead remarked they only persisted because the veteran deployed a peak-level barrier right before their impending vaporization. Riley slapped a hand over her mouth, realizing the veteran was actually a certified genius for stopping a blast that big without exploding himself. This pupil shifted her gaze, trying to solve the riddle of why the man with the fancy stick was still acting so heroic. Riley's eyeballs nearly popped out of her skull, showing she was totally blindsided by the situation. Olivia felt a wave of pure dread when the trainee questioned why on earth he would gamble with his life to shield them. The boy hitched up his trousers, remarking that even if the elder's ancient spells weren't aimed at them, Garen's protective dome was the only reason they didn't end up as charred stains on the grass. The protagonist glared at her, adding that when it came to his choice to shield his foes, the answer was fairly obvious anyway. That battered senior used his staff as a crutch while the lad clarified that he never actually wanted to turn them into pulp. The trainee stared with wide eyes, demanding to know why he tried to delete her from existence if he was such a nice guy. The book guy wagged a finger, noting the girl threw the first punch. That trainee stayed quiet as the fellow poked her skin, then Riley placed a palm against the senior's ribs to mend his fractured mystical circuits. The group observed the girl working her mystic mojo, agreeing that it was a decent patch job for the time being, and the leader noted that the rest of the healing could be handled with some fancy potions or a trip to the local chapel. Riley scooped up that orb, announcing her intention to keep the shiny treasure for herself. A heroine glared at Garen, advising him against taking things personally, yet she wouldn't rest until achieving vengeance regarding his behavior. Then the student proposed he attempt next year's trial before chucking that orb off a cliffside, while those youths observed the sphere plummet downward, lingering near a precipice, as she pondered the immense height and how nobody could ever locate it within such a deep chasm. The champion tilted his chin up, remarking that the core's energy was almost invisible now, and since they were in a rush, finding it was a total pipe dream. Riley pulled another sphere out, and when asked about the remaining one, she admitted it would be a crime to dump something she worked so hard to snatch. The lass tucked it away in her pack, declaring it a nifty little trophy to remember the day's madness. The student glanced over, asking Olivia if they could wander until the test concluded, and since the area looked like a fancy park, the lady agreed. Those comrades advanced further. The group bypassed massive shrubs and blooms. Our protagonist glanced skyward as the fellow realized they had been trekking for ages without tripping over a single beast or hidden snare, which made the lady remark how bizarre it was to find such tranquility within these crumbling walls. Then Olivia summoned Riley, clutching her magical wand while pondering how her friend mastered that final bit of old magic, only for the other girl to look annoyed and remind her of the vow to never bring that secret up again. Bowing her face slightly, she admitted the reality of the situation, making the champion realize that traveling alongside her was actually a breeze. The maiden stared down in total silence. Trailing behind, she questioned the pupil regarding whether Rebecca had actually kicked the bucket. Our female lead silently bowed her head. Olivia wept softly with shut eyelids, while Riley sighed and looked up, reflecting on the tragedy of failing at tests they expected to breeze through, mourning the loss of a close friend she genuinely liked. Gripping a dusty volume, the lass mentioned that things could certainly be much more pathetic. Scenes of academic skirmishes flickered by as a voice noted that despite their lingering remorse, surviving true peril and mayhem provided priceless wisdom, helping Riley's combat abilities evolve at a breakneck pace during those harsh trials. A living manual clutched in his grip argued that 12 months would suffice to retake the entrance trials, catch the eye of the 5 legendary citadels, and infiltrate the errant spire specifically. The elderly Jin balanced an arcane orb while vowing that they would eventually settle the score with the fraud who pretended to be the prod of his own student. What a loser. Squeezing the tone, Riley realized that Jan Arantz, the big boss of the Wizard Tower, was the thief who snatched away Marth's hope for eternal life. The protagonist trapped inside the pages explained that living forever was his ultimate goal, begging her to forge that fate, though the learner wondered about the purpose, prompting the fellow to explain that an undying partner meant no more annoying trainees, and endless time for cool research. The enchanted book gestured forward, suggesting that immortality would help him track down the jerk who recycled him into a sentient piece of stationery much quicker, right? Reaching out, the lad explained that long before Martha appeared, plenty of souls tried to cheat death, and he claimed the eternal right was not merely a botched experiment but a collaborative masterpiece built with his pupils. Tilting her chin down, Riley muttered that this gave them even more incentive to kick Ian's butt for tricking all those hopeful learners. Folding his limbs across his chest, the warrior suggested a partnership for just one additional year of intense drills. Shutting her peepers, the young woman mused that a slower, more chill practice schedule sounded like a pretty decent plan. Some mysterious black goo splattered right onto the scholar's face. A loud scream rang from overhead. The women spun around to find Rebecca dangling there, demanding that since they finally spotted her, they should hurry up and cut the ropes. The group stood there completely stunned to find a lady appearing right before them. Riley questioned if she was still among the living, which earned her a shout about how stupid that question actually was. Staring intently, the lead female asked if Karen had actually murdered her, but the girl scowled and clarified that the geezer was just a big fat liar. The fellow looked down in deep thought, cradling the manual. The learner realized he was talking smack just to get them to throw in the towel. Stroking his jawline, the champion remarked that he finally understood why they fell for the story of Rebecca's demise. Suspended like a bat in a silky pod, she listened as the man realized those dragon scales were masking her aura, then snapped that they should release her before her brain exploded from the pressure, finally sighing in relief once free. Turning around, Rebecca praised the girl's incredible talent for breaking enchantments, asking how on earth she managed to dismantle magic so rapidly without breaking a sweat. Recalling her pathetic upside-down screaming fit and her inability to escape, the woman listened as Riley avoided eye contact and claimed it was just hard work, though the girl insisted it was pure genius. The boys stared her way with somber faces. She looked down like she dropped a coin, sensing bad vibes, while the dude started muttering secrets directly into her ear canal. Everyone stared at the perky woman, gossiping about her lack of scratches, acting like she had not just survived a wrestling match with Garen. Looming behind Rebecca, they heard her admit the geezer was a big fat liar, though her mind wandered elsewhere, while Riley blinked, confused why the guy let her live. Grabbing her forehead like she had a brain freeze, the woman kept her mouth shut. With a heavy sigh, she explained he figured murdering her was too much paperwork, so he showed mercy. Then Garen ditched the captive girl after banning her from the test, which she thought was totally absurd. The pupil watched her without a word, while she glanced down, wondering if she was hiding the facts. But the guy scoffed that Garen's soft heart was a dumb excuse for mercy. Meanwhile, the boss glowed with power as the hero realized such bloodlust required more than a petty grudge. Trapped in the Elder's massive mitts, it became clear Rebecca probably bruised his ego or his body so badly that he felt obligated to end her existence. She gazed forward, noting that things had changed quite a bit. Spreading her limbs wide before the boys, Rebecca proved she was still in one piece, even if her explanation was a total load of baloney. Grimoire averted his gaze, mentioning that she looked about as ready to spill the beans as a sealed jar of pickles. A creeper watched them from the shadows, likely because those fancy wizards from the 5 tall towers were peeping on the whole entrance exam. Relaxing with his hands behind his neck, the dude decided to play along with her mysteries, since the trainee cared more about Rebecca not being a corpse. Resting a hand on her hip, she joked that their survival meant they quit, asking if the geezer told them to hand over the cord and surrender since she was supposedly dead. The ladies shared a look. Then Rebecca fixed her messy locks, accepting that being a 4-time veteran of this exam was actually something to smile about. They took a seat, and as she moped, the apprentice could tell her mood was absolutely sore. Looking at her feet, she whispered that she prayed for a miracle escape from the geezer, but honestly, that dream was dead on arrival. Holding out the shiny sphere, the pupil asked her what this weird marble actually did. Rebecca cheered, hollering with delight. Raising her palms, she praised the gorgeous items, then pointed away while grilling Olivia on their narrow escape and her nervous stuttering, making the learner wonder if their squad lived for drama. Crispy vegetation dissolved into gray dust. Dorothy reached out with her palm, begging forgiveness for the disaster. Arpo regained his cool, begging the lady to chill out for a second. Hoisting the elder onto his back, he reassured him that Garen was still kicking and doing okay. The fellow looked down, then spoke slowly. Hauling the leader along, Arpo admitted he didn't take the girl seriously enough, claiming he would have crushed her if he tried. So he took the blame for the failure. Staring at the dirt, while hearing the apology, the guy felt that the duo should have definitely handled her themselves. Massive holes scarred the earth from the blasts, proving they fought like animals until the end, and as the memory of the fight played out, it showed the guy getting clobbered by a mere novice mage. While Riley checked his notes, as the old man marveled that a literal prodigy was actually matching his power levels. Patting the boys back, the captain realized she was a total beast but hadn't expected a nightmare. So he told Arpel to relax because he could walk his own path now. The youth tried to prop him up, suggesting a nap was in order, but the man insisted he was perfectly dandy. Dorothy stared intently toward Garen, as he admitted messing up everything himself. The man closed his eyes in dismay, remarking that it truly was a pity he had a perfect reason to try for the 5 great towers this year. The other guy tried to reassure him, suggesting there would be plenty of opportunities next year. The man countered that he wasn't exactly getting younger, worrying that his old body might not even survive until then. The girl exclaimed firmly that he would succeed, no matter what. The group led him forward after he thanked them for their kind words, and the man looked up, spotting someone blocking their path ahead. 3 figures stood in front of them, seemingly waiting. One girl had piercing red eyes, confirming her identity as Pamela. The man instantly regretted not facing her earlier when he might still have had a shred of magic or strength left. Dorothy tense, announcing that she was the leader of the Explorers Guild. Arpel immediately recognized the girl as one of the extremely powerful mages who had already reached the top tier of the intermediate ranks. The older man lowered his head, quickly realizing that avoiding a fight was the wisest course of action for now. To preempt any misunderstandings about their intentions, he began to address them directly. The girl responded by flashing an unnervingly malicious smile. She then abruptly face-planted into the ground, loudly proclaiming that they were giving up. Pamela presented the cannonball to the old man, stating that she would hand over the prize and pleading with him to spare them. The man recalled the previous incident, realizing that this guild master was surrendering yet again. Her friend pointed his finger, exclaiming that, frankly, He couldn't understand why they were giving the cannonball to an old man who could barely stand upright. The girl pointed a finger back, asking if he wanted to start a fight with Garen, though he couldn't believe it was actually the commander himself. The man looked up, trying to deduce their reasoning. They were tracking the core, but a different group's core, apparently not theirs. The guy raised his hand, seeking clarification on what they should do if things continued like this, fearing they would definitely be disqualified. The lady noted that they still had about 10 minutes left in reserve, so there was no need to panic yet. Painla smiled, asking if it was possible to find another nucleus within those 10 minutes. She answered her own question with a definite yes, declaring that nothing was truly impossible. A woman sat alone at a table, reviewing a piece of paper. She smiled contentedly, observing just how interestingly everything had turned out. The paper detailed the scientist results, listing the candidates who had passed the selection. The names included Rebecca, Riley, Olivia, Karen, Arbel, and Dorothy. The list also included Pamela, Darren, and Gilbert. The system announced the completion of the second qualifying exam. The group walked forward, looking up as Riley announced their successful arrival into the open air, feeling incredibly relieved to see the city of magicians, Wilhelm. Rebecca closed her eyes, noting that the dedicated Reapers had done a truly excellent job healing their physical wounds. She had spent 2 days in the temple, but the mental fatigue simply wouldn't go away. The lady yawned, covering her mouth with her hand, reminding everyone that the final qualifying exam was scheduled for a week from now, wasn't it? In her records, the woman detailed the precise timing of the upcoming final exam for the students. She held a cannonball, explaining that the format would be a one-on-one discussion with the masters of each tower, with further details to be announced later. Grimoire looked away, deciding that a private interview was actually quite favorable. It would be a perfect opportunity for Riley to demonstrate his strength. The hero frowned, recalling his grandfather. He realized that Ian was far more important right now, and he would finally get to see him live. Rebecca yawned again, informing everyone that she was going to go get some rest. The girl clarified where she would be staying, explaining that she knew someone in the city, and would stay with them. The lady rolled her eyes, asking if she hadn't mentioned this before. The student replied that she had recommended the Sky Whale Inn at the time, but reiterated that she would be staying with an acquaintance instead. Riley tensed slightly as she heard the girl say that they really should come inside this time, emphasizing how truly great the place was. Rebecca smiled brightly as she turned to Lee. The lady waved her hand, telling them goodbye and promising to see them again at the final exam. The others waved back in return. Riley looked toward her friend, asking where Olivia was planning to go. Olivia replied that she would check into the Stigmag Grand Hotel, and Riley realized she was headed to the same place. Olivia was excited, telling her that she would visit the Arcadia library first. Riley clutched her book, secretly thinking she just wanted to get to her room as quickly as possible and rest. The hero stood behind her, listening to her thoughts about doing nothing all day, eating ice cream, and lying in a warm bath, agreeing that rest was vital. The group arrived at the building's front gate. Riley grabbed the doorknob, knowing her blissful dream of rest was waiting just beyond the entrance. The characters looked inside the building, where Garen and the other guys were already standing. Riley simply stared at them in silence. That elderly fellow finally noticed the maiden's present, mentioning her status as a temporary resident of those same quarters. Without making a single peep, the learner started shutting the wooden portal. A random palm suddenly halted that specific motion. The girl's peepers flashed a scary crimson while narrowing the physical distance. Taking a steady gaze on the youngster, the lady prepared her vocal cords for speech. Cackling lightly, the woman claimed delight at their introduction, inquiring about the kid's actual moniker. Embracing her pal, the lass noted their lack of greetings, proposing a bond of friendship. Then our female lead suggested a victory since Garen received help, which earned a vague confirmation. Fuming with rage, the protagonist questioned why an obsessive general's groupie would interfere right before the buzzer, essentially handing the crown to their favorite celebrity on a silver platter. Observing the group, the gentleman realized they managed to survive the cut after all. Snatching her limb, the lady wondered if their concluding trial was a joint venture, suggesting that since the big bosses gave a thumbs up, a bloody brawl was unnecessary. Gazing at her companion, the girl probed about this sudden affection despite the recent beating she delivered, but the other explained it was business and she just adored cute, sugary babes. Blinking shut, the fellow invited the maiden for a group feast, since preparations were underway, though she preferred grabbing some delivery to devour in her private quarters instead. Countless platters graced the wooden surface. The boy announced a celebration featuring recipes from a retired palace cook. The girl cheered her inclusion, while bones and poultry filled the ceramic. Our hungry warrior gorged herself, dual-wielding cutlery like an absolute pro. The book watched her, commenting that her skinny frame hid a massive appetite, to which the learner retorted that her height was still a work in progress. The fellows raised their heads, responding to queries regarding the location of the final power source. Pointing a digit, the woman mentioned the abyss below the precipice, while the protagonist munched away, complaining about the reckless examiners hiding treasures in suicidal locations like some fruity ridge. Then she expressed a strong desire to grill the specific idiot responsible, though the lead figured keeping her trap shut was the safer bet. Dabbing his mug with a cloth, the geezer noted they snagged a projectile from the stone mere moments before the clock hit 0 on the challenge. Resting at the board, the pupil praised the woman's reputation as a top-tier sleuth, yet she refused the credit, indicating a nearby lad named Gilbert who served as the actual magic sir within her organization. The boy squinted while the woman debuted her star pupil, and as the wizard began weaving spells, she bragged about how he personally tracked down nearly every shiny metal statue hidden within those ancient piles of rubble. Carving the stake, the fellow expressed curiosity about the details regarding that particular individual. The boy sighed upon hearing how the lad was basically a beacon of talent with unmatched magical vibes. Breathing out, the fellow saw the boy's complete lack of reaction, prompting a comment about his massive ego, though the magic book claimed that with actual hard work, he might reach legendary status before kicking the bucket. Gesturing approval, the boss questioned their knowledge of his speed in locating the main desk, betting that nobody beat her boy's record, while the lady mentioned rumors of a 4-hour completion time by Rebecca, causing the guild master to freeze up and argue that using a literal army of duplicates all over town shouldn't actually count toward a legitimate score, to which the girl simply shrugged while slouching over. Waving her limbs, the woman recalled Garen finishing the trial within a single sunrise, making her prog the runner up in the rankings. Raising a pair of digits, the lady explained the fellow finished the job within 48 hours. The leader scowled, mentioning that in such a scenario, the individual would appear. Leaning onto the furniture, the gentleman clarified that sadly the boy didn't actually hold that silver medal spot. Shutting her lids, the boss argued that comparing a navigation specialist to someone like Rebecca, who just spammed copies of herself, was totally apples and oranges. Looking at the floor, the man explained a mix-up had occurred, as that other girl wasn't even the topic of his conversation. Shifting gaze sideways, that fellow questioned exactly how many hours Riley required to complete her very first examination. Smirking like a cat with cream, the lad claimed he was just curious despite knowing the facts, while the lady focused on her munching. Everyone nearby nearly choked when the scholar bragged about finishing in 6 hours and 30 minutes, essentially just a quick lunch break. Shutting his lids because the secret was out, the elder sighed, while our lead wondered if Riley was his actual kin, given his massive ego. Himmler stood shocked, inquiring regarding that specific 6-hour time frame. Dropping his utensil with a loud clatter, the fellow questioned if he was being punked or if reality had actually broken. Gilbert sprang up from his seat, demanding how a magical disappointment located the main office in a mere half-day, clearly doubting her while suggesting she did not belong in the final exam at all, because she was suspicious. Reaching out his arm, the youth questioned the logic of a beginner caster stumbling upon the main office in a mere few hours. Scowling deeply, he mentioned those barriers were stubborn, especially since leftover mana from failed tries made the navigation charms go haywire. The protagonist gestured nearby after hearing she might be cheating to get this far, asking why the guy was so malicious, though Riley just admitted her total ignorance. Lifting her brows, the maiden asked what was up while requesting one query, gripping her sphere and wondering if he could actually beat her in a duel. Gazing completely horrified, that Lur knew Dorothy belonged to the Grey Yards, being a veteran instead of some simpleton. His jaw tightened upon realizing he lacked a suitable response to the question she tossed his way. Peddling the student, Dorothy suggested staying quiet since the girl thrashed both of them, making the fellow look completely baffled by her confusing words. Propped against the furniture, he inquired if the rumors were legit, and the lead confirmed Riley crushed the second trial flawlessly. Grinding his molars, the sorcerer remarked how pointless the entire conversation felt. While the meal sat getting cold, everyone kept harping on the fact that the lass was merely a bottom-tier magic user. Watching that youth, the elder mentioned how each person there empathized with those clearly hurt emotions. Turning her head, the woman agreed that a tiny tot with 0 power passing such a hard test naturally smelled like a scam. A sudden flashback hit him, reminding the man that he used to view Riley as just another incompetent newbie back in the day. That student squinted, recalling how Dorothy miscalculated those skills and eventually suffered the consequences. That buddy smirked once realizing he also shared those faults. Staring forward, the gentleman remarked that being skeptical of an enemy was just wizardry 101, a core trait of the craft. Furthermore, he mentioned regardless. Seated comfortably, Garen suggested finding a better venue for whining, advising the boy to save his suspicions for a rainy day when nobody was eating. That individual grimaced once that statement reached him. Watching the scene, the lead character wondered why someone would act like a total jerk at a party filled with high-ranking wizards during a celebration. Scratching her head, the sorceress admitted her pupil was a blockhead who only thought of combat drills, promising to discipline his behavior later on. Whacking the boy on his spine, she yelled for him to stop acting like a clown and say sorry this instant. Bending low, the youth mumbled an apology for being a brat, and Garen told him to chill out but avoid repeating the drama. Gilbert lifted his chin and remarked that if anyone truly doubted Riley's abilities, they should stop complaining and simply challenge her to a duel instead, which he believed would quickly solve all disagreements. The girl gripped the fork in her hands, suddenly realizing that, given the circumstances, perhaps she shouldn't treat this particular utensil as a playful toy. She closed her eyes as the query about the suggestion was raised, while the lady quickly chimed in, asserting that a duel was actually a perfectly splendid idea. Standing right behind her, the main character asked why she needed to pull such a face at the end, to which Riley snapped that it was infuriating how people kept challenging her, oblivious to their own limitations, but at least everything concluded without a mess. He frowned and admitted she was probably right. Everything appeared perfectly fine, but then came a sharp knock at the door, and the sound immediately triggered a sense of foreboding in him. Glancing aside, the magician asked if they had company, and told the guest to enter. As the girl peered into the room, offered a greeting, and explained that the staff had sent her in this direction. The hero actually grinned when he heard the faint cries for help, remarking that he knew something was bound to happen, to which the lady sighed in response, noting that she understood they wouldn't be able to enjoy a quiet meal after all. The instructors lifted and carried the students in their arms. The young apprentice waved farewell to the remaining crowd. Riley stared intently at her own hand, lost in thought. While moving ahead, she inquired whether it might be feasible to speed up the process of the second awakening. The protagonist glanced at her and asked for her assessment of her current abilities, to which she responded with confident approval. A crystal materialized between her hands, and the idea surfaced that the second awakening was a blessing that arrived when a magician matured, marking the final stage where an attribute flowered and a magician's power rapidly increased. Crossing his arms, the MC commented that it wasn't surprising to find so many magicians in the second round, to which the girl responded that while she had experience with practical magic, her offensive capabilities felt severely limited. She reflected on past battles, realizing that her abilities to trace and disperse magic were only support skills, leaving her with simple magic missiles as her sole attack option. The lady froze completely, processing the understanding that in order to progress, she needed to accelerate her second awakening, exactly as she had previously suggested. The hero flew forward and stated that while it certainly was possible, the only minor detail was that the process was incredibly challenging. A faint glow began to radiate from the crystal, suggesting the concept of early awakening, which runs contrary to the natural magical flow, and is therefore an extremely complicated process to manage. Stretching his hands out, the protagonist explained that the experience would be agonizing, incredibly difficult, and completely exhausting, noting that very few of his previous students had actually managed to complete it. Turning his head, he added that her natural talent would provide absolutely no assistance, and success would instead hinge entirely on her sheer perseverance and dedicated hard work. The apprentice's eyes widened when she heard the counter-argument, that she would inevitably awaken within 5 years anyway. So why on earth would she inflict unnecessary trouble upon herself now? Perhaps she should just dedicate that time to training. But if she truly insisted on this path, extending his hand forward, the MC declared that he certainly wouldn't be the one to prevent her. Looking directly at him, Riley firmly stated that she intended to proceed with the challenge. Lowering his eyes, the hero said that if she truly wanted something, she couldn't rely on anyone else for help, then mused to himself that even if she refused, he would likely force her to do it anyway, though provoking her into doing it purely out of spite was a far more enjoyable option. The girl gripped the book in her hands and acknowledged the statement. Sitting down on the bed, she explained further that an attribute seed resided within the core of her mana, and this seed would naturally bloom once her mana capacity surpassed a specific threshold. The apprentice buried her face in the book upon hearing that the most straightforward method of achieving this was simply by increasing her total mana amount. The protagonist closed his eyes after hearing her internal thought that she probably wouldn't understand. Early awakening was meant to compensate for the low mana amount, to which he responded by confirming that was precisely the case. He looked at her as he heard her point out that a massive amount of mana was required for the awakening, and he agreed with a yes, explaining that this presented the fundamental paradox of early awakening. Stretching his hand forward, the MC stated that for the immediate future, her primary task was simply to deceive. Smiling, he added that she should then begin to increase her mana, specifically by pulling a fast one on her mana core. Riley's eyes widened dramatically as she heard the instruction that she needed to successfully convince her heart that she already possessed an abundant amount of mana, essentially tricking it. Until the attribute seed finally bloomed naturally, her overall mana capacity would increase without the need for a full second awakening. Lifting her palms, The student recalled that when the magical seed blossoms, the body experiences a second spiritual birth, evolving into a high-tier magician who has mastered the second awakening. Gripping her chest, she listened as he explained that mana can stretch while the core expands, so if she tricks her own heart, victory is hers. Glancing at the savior, the girl questioned if this was genuinely feasible, and he joked that nothing is impossible unless she fails, though it usually takes 5 weeks without miracles. Flipping through some dusty parchment, she asked again, but the mentor admitted that given the massive workload, they might be there until retirement. Reaching out, he added that she must construct internal energy shields, boost her mana reserves, and trick her heart into accepting the chaos, causing Riley to groan that this sounded like a total nightmare. Gazing away, she heard him admit he wasn't kidding about the agony, since this would likely be the most brutal torture they had ever attempted. Wagging his finger, the leader noted that the size of the prize is always proportional to the suffering, right? The young lady stared back speechless. Whacking the volume closed, she declared she understood and would try. A dazzling radiance shimmered right before her. Scowling, the woman shouted. Observing her, the hero told her to just endure. The apprentice clenched her jaw while hearing the warning that her upcoming 5 weeks would feel like literal damnation. His pupils dilated as he realized that forcing an early breakthrough would be incredibly agonizing, since raw power would crush his entire physical form. Surrounded by towering blazes, the warrior felt as if his internal organs were being roasted on a spit. Sobbing uncontrollably, the girl realized that some types of misery simply cannot be described by any human dictionary. Glancing toward the ground, the savior warned her to brace herself for 5 weeks of absolute misery. The pupil glared fiercely, and repeated his terrifying statement. Resting on the carpet, she questioned his choice of words. The hero acted shocked that he had frightened her, arguing it was just a motivational speech, although he secretly knew he was being quite a jerk. He grimaced upon hearing that she finished her training remarkably fast because of his threats, insisting that his intimidation tactics were totally accidental. Massaging his temples, the leader asked her to explain why she decided to swallow a month's worth of agony in one go. The man writhed in agony, hearing that what usually requires 5 weeks was finalized in just 5 days, which is 7 times swifter than a typical early awakening. Reaching out, Riley mentioned that since she could manage the flow, there was no reason to dawdle for weeks, while the hero noted that his other pupils usually passed out from such intense suffering. Bowing her face, she remarked that the Thieves' Guild made this look like a spa day, so this little sting was nothing. Peering away, the hero wondered what that insane organization had done to her, since she was clearly traumatized by such extreme misery at a tender age. Staring back, the woman explained she had endured terrible abuse disguised as a simple mental exercise. Glancing upward, she mentioned they shackled her to a beam and devoured fried chicken right in front of her, ignoring her desperate pleas for a snack. Masticating slowly, she recalled the horror of being forced to eat nothing but dry, tasteless poultry breasts for a whole week. Shutting her lids, she complained about only having tap water, prompting the hero to ask if she really thought diet restrictions were worse than magical evolution, which she confirmed while he judged her sanity. Peering over, he congratulated her on the hard work while sparks danced around her limb, confirming her affinity was electricity, which she hoped was a good thing. The protagonist nodded, and as she examined her palm, she realized this power combined the destructive heat of fire with the swift agility of the wind, making it a flawless weapon. Shutting his eyes, the hero promised that he would certainly instruct her on how to harness that power to its absolute maximum. Beaming like a proud papa, he vowed to polish her zappy talents until she was a thunder goddess without a single crack in her armor. Scowling slightly, the lead guy questioned if she had actually ever survived a direct heavenly shock before. The scene revealed the chamber while someone asked what his deal with her was, leading the floor-bound hero to inquire about the mysterious energy source. Staring ahead, he explained that mana types are not random luck, they are shaped by a mage's history, personality, trauma, and environment before solidifying during the second awakening phase. The girl reached out as he noted that a caster, who nearly drowned, might manifest water powers, or a mountain dweller could gain wind magic from their gusty upbringing. Given her potent skill, he speculated on a link to storms, yet she confessed she had never even witnessed a thunderbolt or a static zap. He mused that perhaps the sparks simply mirrored her shocking personality rather than an actual weather event. Observing her, he mused that such raw energy must have a source, since things do not just pop into existence, which felt odd. Riley grinned, claiming she felt stuffed with mana and eager to break her new toys, making the hero realize she was currently content but cautious. He agreed that some exercise was overdue after their long loitering session, suggesting it was time to finally leave their hiding spot. Leaning back with his arms crossed behind his skull, he remarked that finding a punching bag for his new skills was the real headache. He contemplated hunting for another fraudulent scout in the town like before, though tracking down such a specific loser would be a massive pain. Glancing away, he admitted he was quite startled. Staring at the man, he repeated himself, The lad stared at his boots and muttered nonsense, prompting the magical book to question his intelligence level. Extending a palm, Gilbert declared that he was officially calling her out for a magical fistfight. The crowd gaped at him with genuine astonishment. Blinking in shock, the boy tried to understand. A group stood inside the hall. They enjoyed the gathering quite a lot. Gripping his hip, the pupil recalled the panic when things went sideways, remembering the orders to set up shields and adjust the layout. Now, the bleachers stood waiting for the bloodthirsty audience to arrive. Grinning mischievously, she realized the exam proctors had arrived to witness the chaos, though she figured their presence wouldn't change her final grade. Clenching his jaw until it nearly cracked, the scholar questioned why on earth she had not simply said no. While lounging under his covers, he meditated on his solid performance in the initial exam, and his solo success in hunting down every last golem heart. Maimon is duvet in a fit of nerves. Gilbert tried to convince himself that fearing a mere toddler was absolutely ridiculous. Strolling through the hallway, he remembered her enthusiastic acceptance of the brawl, hoping that crushing her would finally cure his nagging anxiety. Eyeballing the visitor, the fellow mentioned that Riley stayed in the apartment opposite them, though she had been a shut-in for ages for some unknown reason. Staring blankly with massive pupils, the pupil questioned if such a crazy possibility was actually true. He gave the wood a sharp rap, then stood paralyzed like a statue before daring to cross the threshold. Smirking, he speculated that she was probably playing hide and seek out of sheer terror of his massive brain and talent. Glancing away, the lad noted the bolted entrance, concluding that only a total wimp would seek refuge behind a barrier like a scared turtle. Bolting his eyes open in a panic, he wondered why a premonition of failure haunted him despite his supposedly foolproof strategy. As she chatted with the guy, she couldn't help but wonder why everyone was staring while they plotted their battle moves, especially since they were nearly at each other's throats during the previous trial. This sudden surge of camaraderie was baffling, leaving her anxious about his stress levels and unsure of her next move. Resting a palm on his back, the instructor spun around to face him. With a cheery grin, he told her to relax because she was just a bottom-tier caster with tiny batteries and no special elemental flavor yet. A crowd gathered in the foyer as whispers spread about high-ranking sorcerers and towered delegates coming to spectate, though he felt confident his rival was basically a lightweight. Reaching out his arm, the magic user declared that this moment was his golden ticket to show off his real potential. Grinning, he questioned if his brilliance was obvious. Gesturing broadly to the flank, the man thanked the patient crowd and announced that the stage was finally set for the grand showdown. Pointing skyward, the man announced that it was finally time to meet the lucky fighters about to rumble. The lady avoided eye contact upon discovering that the lad was the hidden student of that legendary world explorer. Hearing his own title called out, the boy folded his limbs quite confidently. Garen remained motionless, absorbing the news that his rival was some fancy imperial guardian and supposedly the top wizard in the land. The girl stared forward as her name rang out, and both pupils squared up while the announcer gave the signal for the magical brawl to commence. Grinning, the fellow realized the master's introduction made his opponent seem less intimidating than a wet napkin. As she lifted her arm, he smirked, thinking it was the ideal moment to prove that a mid-tier genius utterly eclipses low-rank spells. Finally, the two competitors charged directly toward their inevitable collision. The wizard puffed like a locomotive. Widening her stance, the lass remarked that the whole situation felt utterly beyond logic. Reaching forward, the novice was asked if he had truly managed to knock the stuffing out of Riley just now. Resting flat on the dirt, the woman realized with shock that she had been finished off in a mere 2 hits. With a smirk, Gilbert mentioned that the old teacher was correct, as this fight was yielding him some serious benefits. Staring his way, Arpels confessed he missed the boy's amazing gift, while Dorothy offered a formal apology for her rude dinner comments, leading the hero to mention that he found crushing her quite effortless. Grabbing the lad's wrist, the older man pivoted and asked if the boy would enjoy being his personal student for a change. His eyelids popped open in shock at the thought of training under a mythical icon, since that was a juicy deal. The fellow squeezed his lids shut and gave a firm refusal. Lifting both palms, the youth explained that he was deeply honored by such an invitation, but since he served Pamela, he could not possibly obey 2 different bosses under one sun. Reaching out, the instructor remarked that the kid had real backbone, and even if he was not his official pupil, he would still provide absolute support whenever the boy needed a hand. Face-palming, the girl noted that the final exam was basically redundant now, since the prestigious magic towers were already begging for him to join their ranks right away. The boy marched ahead, while hearing a dozen voices screaming for him to pick their specific wizard skyscraper. He scowled and giggled loudly. Bowing her head, she pivoted. Glancing at her foe, she inquired about his giggling, so the protagonist joked that he might be having a hilarious daydream. Staring forward, he grumbled that the fight was dull, as he anticipated something more challenging than a wooden practice dummy. Electric bolts circled his palm. The girl lunged at him. Gilbert hit the deck hard, and whispers spread that he could not even survive a single punch from Eve. Turning her head, Riley noted that regardless of the chaos, their plan to grab everyone's attention had worked like a charm. Bystanders gossiped about the one-hit victory, wondering how a supposedly weak caster could wield such potent elemental force so effortlessly. Covering his eyes, the main character told himself to observe how the crowd viewed her as a terrifying beast, which was exactly the reaction they wanted. Hovering nearby, Garen remarked that he was shocked her inner power had already peaked, questioning how she even triggered such a massive growth spurt. The duo remained completely speechless together. Reaching out, the leader mentioned they were just practicing, so Riley responded that she had finally seen the light on the matter. Expanding her limbs outward, she explained that during their second round scrap, a cosmic light bulb popped over her head, so she vanished for 5 days of deep thinking until her power finally decided to show up. Glancing her way, the educator remarked that his gut feeling was spot on, proving she was actually a brainiac after all. Reaching out, he suggested that the boy avoid becoming a professional couch potato, keep his momentum going, and continue polishing his natural gifts like a shiny trophy. With a grin, the lass noted that a lightning power was actually a perfect fit, since her brain usually worked in messy, static-filled bursts anyway. Pointing a finger ahead, she casually mentioned that gratitude was definitely not on her to-do list for the day. Addressing the crowd, the woman took credit for assembling this bunch, then gestured broadly while claiming the marketing campaign for early power-ups was a total win. Honestly, the universe owes her a favor. Staring her down, Riley argued that if we are following that weird logic, her success was all thanks to her, making a thank you note mandatory. Grabbing her palms, Dorothy gushed about how her beauty matched her magical skills, while the boy offered kudos and asked for her secret recipe for awakening. Meanwhile, our hero rolled his eyes at the glitch drama, and the instructor beamed, noting how lovely it was to have the whole gang in one place. Arlie folded his arms as a request came in for a bonus speech after the exam. He quipped about finally getting some spotlight for their effort. Then the girl raised her hand, declared things were looking up, and prepared to drop some fresh news with a smirk. Gesturing towards the front, the woman reminded everyone that the grand final was a cozy one-on-one chat with every tower boss. Ripping the documents, she noted that every single spire had the authority to pick their favorite contestants. The group sat around the desk hearing that anyone lucky enough to get a nod would have to trek to that specific tower for their interrogation. Standing before the crowd, the mage explained that if a hopeful actually passes their first meeting, all other scheduled appointments are instantly deleted. Facepalming, the main guy realized the towers basically scout who they want and use nominations to seal the deal. Then Riley asked if being picked meant you were already in, which he confirmed was the case. And in the air, a pupil questioned the packing order for those with multiple invites. The mentor explained that the student gets to play boss and choose, leading the hero to muse about the towers playing for chess with their recruitment plans. Glancing sideways at a protest, he sought clarification, hearing the theory that since names were public now, the lists were probably baked days ago. She was likely correct, as nobody writes a guest list 10 minutes before the party starts. The hero looked back upon hearing their fight was a waste of time, admitting that he really should have kicked her into gear to find her power way sooner. Exhaling, he remarked that there is no use crying over spilled mana, while the sorceress stared ahead, stating they only cared about the Variance Tower regardless of any fancy invites. Extending her arm, the lady declared it was finally time to unveil the names of the lucky victims chosen by each tower. Clutching the roster, she named the Blue Tower first, revealing an ancient fortress built alongside the Empire itself, which gained its legendary street cred by churning out top-tier archmages alongside the Academy. The fellow turned into a statue upon hearing that Karen was the one picked by the Blue Tower's scouts. Watching him, Riley noted it was totally predictable, and our protagonist agreed that these towers are always thirsty for flawless magic users. The camera panned to a snowy spire while the announcement rang out that Garen had also snagged the White Tower's interest. A towering skyscraper popped up, confirming that the Purple Magic Tower had also placed its bets on the very same guy. Scowling, the girl wondered if that old geezer was planning to hog every single nomination for himself. Beaming, the woman revealed that the fourth pick came straight from the fiery red magic tower. Olivia's eyes nearly bulged out when her name was finally called. She let out a terrified squeal. Walking her, Rebecca questioned her fancy family roots, noting that being born with a silver spoon explains her massive ego. Shutting her lids, she remarked how odd it was for such a noble bloodline to mess with ancient spells, but the man joked that Olivia was mostly famous for making ancient magic disappear. Gazing toward the woman intently, he chirped that she lacked any real evidence, since she missed the whole circus. The maiden shut her lids upon hearing the inquiry about who was being hoodwinked here, suggesting they pardon him for the mess, since Garen was being totally honest for once. The wizard displayed a massive grin. A rumor drifted by about Olivia utilizing some dusty old magic, which sparked the curiosity of the Red Tower big shot. With massive peepers, The lass asked if the news was legit. Chuckling, the hero mentioned that the Ruby Tower mostly plays with fire, so it makes sense they noticed the heat they chose well while everyone else fought over Garen like a discount snack. Squinting her eyes, the dame announced that the 5th slot had finally arrived, specifically for the Tower of No Color. She peered at the document without making a single peep. The main character gawked toward the lady with massive doubt. A vision of a bloke manifested. Words floated out that Yan led the arranged tower. Then standing by the pupil, the girl noted she chose Riley for the spot, while the room remained crowded. Olivia dipped her cranium and inquired if the news was legitimate, feeling quite stunned. Then a voice mentioned that being shocked was unnecessary since the senior staff also recommended her to the boss. The lads were gossiping among themselves, saying they should probably stop sweating like marathon runners before meeting the tower lord. The student occupied the chair without uttering a single sound. Snatching a tasty biscuit, she remarked that there was a strong vibe that the candidates were being treated as if they had already won. Then the hero behind her joked that the last exam was tomorrow, but the party was so relaxed because the 5 towers had already picked their favorites like kids choosing teams for a playground game. Folding his arms, he added that meeting the Tower King was just a fancy greeting, and there likely wouldn't be a real final challenge anyway. Gripping her beverage tightly, Rebecca muttered something incoherent, causing the magic man to glance her way. Between sips of grape juice, the lady asked about those cats with spire bosses. The lass replied with a vague shrug, and the main character joked that she was clearly hammered. Shutting her peepers, the lady bragged their spire was the absolute peak, though the people doubted those claims, so she explained the rivals just feared her. Then Rebecca leaned over and teased it made sense given those wild antics, even if Riley lacked any clue about the previous trials. Clutching his dish, the fellow mumbled an apology for being a bit of a nuisance. Offering a plate of treats, he asked if she was tower bound too, and the mentor confirmed she was just trailing her mom's footsteps like a lost puppy. Closing her eyes, the learner wondered if her mother was also a professional waver. This last peeked at that liquid in shock, hearing how the lady was actually a famous elixir maker who maintained tight bonds with Inspire staff. The woman looked at the floor after hearing she wanted to join her mom, replying that it was impossible since they worked together about as well as oil and water. She glanced down when asked if the issue was because brewing and casting were different, but she countered that they were actually quite similar. Lifting her face, this last clarified how her mother kicked the bucket over a decade back. With a smirk, she noted that folks usually offer apologies and feel bad about mentioning tragic memories or similar depressing topics at this point. Resting a palm on the chalice, Rebecca mentioned a poor orphan wouldn't grasp such details, but Riley countered she too became kinless, while still a tiny sprout. The crowd stared toward the lady with shock. Instantly the woman grabbed her drink back. She chugged the alcohol greedily. Hoisting her beverage high, the girl joked that she had been visiting the spire since she was a toddler, practically becoming the master's favorite pet, even being summoned by her own aunt, which led the student to wonder if having a secret romance with the tower's elite was a requirement for candidates. While Riley looked up upon hearing the news about her aunt's house, noting that if the bosses had an issue they should have mentioned it sooner, but she asked if living in the master's actual mansion was cheating, and Rebecca added that most magic zoos are basically scammers. Extending her limb, the woman quipped that the fellow presently conversing with Arpel was merely his arcane manny. The man gave a smug grin, noting that he also happened to be the guy running this whole exam circus. Staring at the fellow, the learner questioned if he really served as Arpel's guide, given his remarkably youthful appearance. The fellow shut his lids, explaining that his fresh complexion was a perk of being the Orange Tower boss, since the leaders there preserve their vitality through a hidden life-extending ceremony. The champion simply stared straight ahead. Resting her chin on her palms, the lady quipped that she was not the only one with connections, since even that old geezer was school buddies with the Renelma's master, meaning the magic world was surprisingly tiny. The protagonist folded his arms when asked if she was being serious, replying that the wizard circle is indeed smaller than a pixie's pocket. High-ranking candidates often have friends in high places, leading people to wonder if these buddies affect the final scores of the test. Yet smiling, the host claimed that merit still ruled the day, using the mysterious new girl's sudden popularity as proof that talent matters more than a fancy family tree. Placing a palm against his forehead, the gentleman spun around. Eyeing the trainee, the gentleman asked if she truly intended to go on a field trip to the Orange Monolith. The girl watched the man wordlessly. Positioned directly before the youngster, rumors whispered that the Orange leader Jan had used his authority to grant her a personal recommendation. Those mystical scholars eyed their frantic instructor. That fellow peered below wordlessly. Observing the man, the enchantress noted that he wore a peculiar grimace, which the protagonist acknowledged, before she confirmed her intent to tour the spire since she possessed a special invite. Aaron shifted his gaze elsewhere, and suggested that she might benefit from reviewing the spectacle one more time. The lass tapped the learner's arm, grinning while she mentioned that her current selection was a stellar move. Rebecca became completely paralyzed the moment the gossip shifted toward the creepy Orant's arcane fortress. Extending her arm to the side, the woman inquired if she might participate in their talk to explain a few points. Clutching the cup in her fingers, she offered an apology for the delayed greeting, admitting that she was the primary boss of this whole evaluation process. Studying the lady, the girl guessed she belonged to the fancy Trevisor clan, which Isabella confirmed by nodding in agreement. Lowering her lashes, the woman confessed she was actually a senior relative from Olivia's family tree. Wiggling his eyebrows, the protagonist questioned the lady about her elderly relative, noting that such a connection would place her in the same age bracket as Olivia's Nana. Clutching her drink tightly, the mature woman listened as the news spread that she hailed from the legendary Orant's magic spire. Gazing forward, she admitted the statement was entirely accurate. Grinning, the dame bragged about being one of the 7 big shots, promising that selecting their tower would be a decision the girl would never lament. The pair remained positioned directly across from one another. As the tower came into view, the thought occurred to her that Isabella's bragging about their 3-century rise to fame, and the tower's fancy decor sounded suspiciously like a rehearsed sales pitch, almost as if she were reciting a memorized commercial script. Pointing a finger toward the sky, the spellcaster mentioned that to begin with, nobody was ignorant of the contents of their mystical spire. Spreading her palms wide, she bragged about fixing the old immortality recipe left by the Archmage, while the student touched the tome and realized the tale had gone completely off the rails. Eyelids shut, the clerk chirped that the tower bigwig was totally obsessed with her, even fast-tracking her nomination without a single blink. Staring back, the hero heard the boss message which promised that joining their magical skyscraper would mean unlimited snacks and endless backing. Grinning, the paper pusher mentioned that the juicy details await her at tomorrow's chat, so she should go enjoy her night now. Perched on her mattress, she realized that being an old-timer meant she definitely knew Jan wasn't actually part of her student squad. Her palm landed atop the book. Scowling, our main guy noted how she could probably win a gold medal in the sport of professional lying without sweating. Squeezing his fists tight, he complained that the whole lot of them were playing games with Ian, and if he wasn't made of mere parchment, he would definitely smash that villain's teeth in. Glancing over, Riley wondered if she might handle the violence later, but the announcer declined, saying she could skip the punch-out duties. Eyes closed, he suggested they prepare for tomorrow's grilling, since the party was dead, and she desperately needed some shut-eye. Their eyes widened in shock as a sudden thumping sound vibrated against the wood. Somebody thudded on the entrance. Twisting around, the champion demanded to know who was bothering them so late and what business brought them to his doorstep. Beaming widely, Rebecca claimed it was herself. Holding his noggin, the fellow suggested he move. She questioned his aisle-blocking behavior, and he rambled about departing before finally wondering if he should invite the guests inside. Hearing sideways, the lead character identified the visitors, while Riley questioned why they bothered showing up at such a ridiculous hour. The tutor reached a limb toward the entryway. Arms folded, the host asked about the weird stealth spells and tracking charms. Karen spun around, remarking that the level of secrecy was sufficient. The young lady glared his way the moment he used that specific title. Hovering right next to her, the spell flinger cautioned her to avoid the Varanus magic tower, prompting the hero to cover his eyes at such a sudden change in tone, while the student questioned what sparked that intense reaction. Staring into the distance, the fellow declared that a massive magical smackdown was basically about to erupt. The spell casters scrapped together, eyes bulging. The woman questioned. Standing directly before her, the instructor insisted this was no flowery metaphor, but an actual physical conflict, promising her that once the dust settled, that magic tower would be completely erased from every existing map. Lifting a finger, the hero noted the bold claim about the tower demise, while Riley begged for a translation of that ominous prediction. Rebecca pivoted while hiding her face. Watching her, Garen wondered what the problem was, and she snapped that he was clearly clueless about the current situation. Waving her arms about, the lady screamed that the tower was missing from Imperial charts because it was hidden in the demonic realm, and it wasn't on standard maps, prompting the man to ask if she was just too drunk to understand a metaphor or climb properly. Grimacing, she snapped back that she had no clue what that word even meant. Resting his palm on her noggin, the wizard performed a quick brain-grubbing spell. Seated at the desk, Riley invited her to speak her mind now that her head was clear, but she admitted sobriety was tough. Glancing away, she yelled that fine, she would talk, you grumpy ancient geezer. Shutting her lids, the female peered downwards and questioned if her perspective on that Varanus monument was truly sunny. Right. The antique man chuckled, mentioning that since she got the master's invite and his own gala proposal, any person would surely crumble. Glancing at her, the learner asked what made her dislike that fancy magic castle of Varanus, so the champion said they would definitely hear her out. Peering aside, he remarked that perhaps some spicy gossip would finally come to light. Lifting a palm, Rebecca explained the tower shut up lately, shaking up the wizarding world with its trendy vibes. Looking down, she recalled the old man's take on judging things. As the place felt cozy and nice inside, nobody there clings to dusty old traditions or hates the latest magical fads, making it a hipster's paradise for those who love casting spells in style. Everyone gossiped about how this facility evolves quickly and never snubs wacky new theories, making it the most viral hotspot for all the local spellcasters these days. They stood still, realizing the truth was a whole different bucket of fish. Reaching out, the last questioned if she understood how that stone pillar joined the top 5 elites in only 3 short centuries. Resting at the desk, the wizard wondered if Jan's claim of being an Archmage's student did the trick. The senior grinned widely, noting that since the Archmage died, nobody climbed that high for 3 centuries, so being the only pupil left was a huge flex in the magical whirl. Staring at her shoes, she mentioned that while that theory holds water, a much juicier secret actually fuels the fame of variants. Our hero scowled at the news. Folding his limbs, he pondered their lifelong research that ended in a total faceplant, yet Ian supposedly nailed it, or at least people think he did, before whispering about that pesky undying ceremony. Facepalming slightly, Rebecca confirmed that indeed they were messing with the never-ending life spell. The codger flicked his wrist, mentioning Jan gifted eternal life to the top brass who then promised to be his forever pets. Honestly, it was just a fancy tyranny. Extending his arm, he noted that the undying right meant the boss would never get fired. The wizard stood quiet, remarking that every group deals with messy office politics, but having a single immortal king kept the whole ship sailing straight without any annoying detours or leadership squabbles. Beaming, the young woman noted that rich snobs funded the place hoping to live forever, so their bank account was always overflowing. Staring back, Riley summarized that the whole success story basically boils down to selling tickets for the never-dying train ride. Gazing at the dirt, she hinted that things felt fishy. Some monsters popped up, but memories of death-eating zombies surfaced. The Witchsmer, stating that dark wizards who insult the gods by staying alive are cursed with a permanent, sinking mark known as hellish power. Staring forward, the rookie wondered why these wizards were messing with the forever, living ceremony. Resting beside the lass, she mentioned they did not actually smell like devilish power. Grinning, Rebecca stated nobody knows, as people are still arguing if the undying spell is a blessing or a curse, which keeps Ian from his Archmage rank. Our brave guide rubbed his chin, wondering why those tower nerds didn't give off any creepy demon vibes. Waving his palms, the man confessed he was totally clueless as well. Staring forward, the student was shocked the walking book didn't know, but our hero confirmed he had no clue why they stayed clean of evil fumes. Glancing away, he decided Jan must be a total scam artist, since even he couldn't crack that code after millennia of trying, yet some random dude supposedly fixed it. Now, the only tricky part was finding a way to show everyone what a big phony the guy really was. With a grin, the leader noted that after his long nap, at least some people still had brains. Since she couldn't have dug up all this dirt solo, it proved that a whole fan club of haters was working against those magic nerds too. Staring at her feet, she noted how a trio of mighty groups fought against the spire. Pictures of fancy folks surfaced, noting that the royals were scared that undying nobles would hog their thrones forever and ruin the whole inheritance game. While folks gathered in the sanctuary, it became clear the Holy Church worried that skipping death would annoy the gods. Panning over the skyline, it was noted that the other 4 big towers were jealous of the Errant's growth spurt, so they were doing everything possible to stop them from becoming the ultimate magical bullies on the block. Resting at her seat, the girl guessed it was stressful, and she was told that life was tough, but the tower was still making bank. Peering at the ground, Rebecca warned that the Errant's crew would gladly steamroll over anyone who tried to slow them down. That fellow loitered near his protege, while she remarked how Sir Garin and herself had suffered by losing beloved souls years ago. A maiden started clutching various vials of liquid magic within those palms. The noblewoman ground her molars together quite fiercely. Grotesque decorated visages materialized, while rumors suggested those absolute scoundrels were responsible for her mom's demise. Gazing across horizons, a brave soul mentioned how he felt extremely acquainted regarding such specific emotional trauma. Crimson light bathed everyone, suggesting they were harboring a spicy amount of hate for some specific thing. A geezer sat atop his throne staring wordlessly, while rumors claimed they sought to settle scores against his same enemy. The sky opened up, and a voice suggested that for that reason, he should probably go bother her. A glass portal manifested within the chamber walls. Resting upon a desk, an instructor advised how enlistment in the Errant's magical spire would be a poor career choice. Glancing backward, a pupil spun around and slapped the wood, asking which parts of her scheme everyone wished to learn. Some gentleman loitered near the pane while Isabella smirked, asking why he was lurking around so late after the festivities concluded, to which he claimed he was merely enjoying a nocturnal stroll, so waving her hand, she requested his honest feedback regarding her newest pupil since they had not met in ages. but he simply noted the boy had definitely hit a growth spurt, causing her to ask if that lackluster observation was truly all he had to offer. Squinting his lids, the young chap countered that such a scenario was definitely not going to happen. The student gave a cheeky grin, recalling his status as the Stingwood family's second heir, a dynasty started by the legendary Archmage. His lineage focused on botanical sorcery, which he practiced with Aaron's guidance and immense talent, leading the master to smile and say he felt pride in the boy's recent development and certain promotion. Then Isabella questioned his seriousness, but he insisted that at this pace, the kid would be a top-tier wizard within a single decade. Extending her arm, the lady inquired about the fellow's current age, hearing he was 29 and noting he would be elite before he even hit 40. Then while the booze filled her cup, she mentioned that both he and his peer only reached that peak after 50, even accounting for the Empire's strongest defender who only made it at 43, and swirling her drink, Isabella joked that this clearly proved her protege was some kind of freakish natural genius. Isabella peeked away, acknowledging how honestly, very few humans might pull that off while they were still quite fresh-faced. Stretching out a hand, the girl asked for his thoughts on this prodigy getting schooled by a literal 15-year-old youngster, but the youth avoided eye contact while staring at a crystal orb, thinking that if he had not witnessed the embarrassment personally he would have called it fake news. Gazing forward, a noblewoman mentioned how that supreme sorceress went by the name Martha. A wish portrait materialized, and she explained how Martha hit mid-tier at 20 when then peaked at 30, breaking every imperial record like some absolute overachiever. Staring in utter disbelief, Isabella remarked that someone actually shattered that milestone by hitting the middle rank at only 15 years old. A boss stared, admitting how that feat actually felt quite terrifyingly cool. Isabella went stiff when asked if she believed this kid might actually become the next Archmage, potentially filling a seat gathering dust for 3 centuries. Facepalming slightly, she replied how anything is possible, though filling Martha's legendary boots would be a massive pain in the neck for any youngster. Raising the cup to her lips, the dame noted that another candidate was set to become Archmage way sooner than that child. Then a wrinkly face reflected in her drink along with a whisper about having only 3 months left, right before her glass shattered on the floor. Aaron peeked elsewhere, releasing a very tired, heavy groan. Hovering near the glass, the fellow complained that he was stuck teddying her messes whenever she vanished, mostly because she used the residence like a personal hotel. A certain fellow started buffing the grime off those optical lenses. Sliding them back on, he muttered that for the moment, he could finally appreciate the view without seeing blurry blobs. A celestial shape glowed in the void, representing the blue shadows of Wilhelm's 10 strategic spots clustered around the selection office that formed the magic border. So looking ahead, Aaron pondered how the upside-down pentagram served as the heart of all spells, masking its massive mana flow with top-tier stealth charms. Then as the geometry appeared, he marveled at the decades of hard work required to craft such a gorgeous, magical twinkle. Striding forth, a certain fellow observed how every single guest had apparently arrived. The elder dramatically extended her arms, announcing that the final test was officially underway. She explained that the tower owners themselves were waiting beyond the gates for their arrival. Riley gestured toward the portal, stating that she had requested entry here, then offered her hand to the mysterious entrance. Looking ahead, she wondered aloud if Ian would truly be on the other side of the gate, to which the hero agreed enthusiastically. A mental image of the man materialized, reminding them that Ian was a fraud posing as Martha's student. Their goal was vengeance, and that imposter was waiting right outside. A montage of memories flashed through his mind, focusing on the 6-month journey he and Riley undertook to reach this point. 6 months felt both incredibly short and unbearably long. With wide eyes, the protagonist questioned why Ian had bothered to impersonate Martha's proc, and how he had successfully conned everyone by stealing the credit for the immortality ritual. He pressed his hand to his face, letting out a heavy sigh. The MC held a pen and concluded that they wouldn't rush things. Today was merely the first step, a tiny dot on a vast and empty canvas. Frowning, he pointed out that even if they couldn't bring Young to justice right now, they would absolutely get another shot at retribution later. The grimoire glanced at the girl, and offered a peculiar grin. Taking a confident step forward, the student announced, "All right, then." She extended her hand in front of her, declaring that it was time to move. Riley stared ahead, maintaining complete silence. The hero stood right behind her. Riley looked up and observed that the world around them seemed completely colorless. The young woman then began to walk forward. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Halting directly in front of the boundary, the lady inquired about the nature of the line. Standing rigidly at attention, she explained that this line wasn't etched on the floor. It was generated by her own anxious feelings, a boundary she described as the line of death. The sorceress raised her head, realizing they were positioned in the exact center of an enormous chamber. The sorceress' eyes flew open in astonishment. The old man grinned, complimenting her on being a remarkably attentive child, then looked down and added that she would have lost her head if she had taken just one more step. The hero scowled as he observed Ian. Ian averted his gaze, and a voice in the hero's mind whispered that he should be watching this scoundrel closely. The hero's stare fixed on Ian. The girl opened her eyes in amazement upon hearing the question about the book. The thought struck her that the man's intense gaze was directed specifically at her. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist concluded that Ian's gaze was far too strange for him to be imagining things. Turning his head to the side, he simply added, "Now." The MC suddenly experienced a shiver of shock. The student froze completely in place, paralyzed by fright. She heard a voice comment on how visibly nervous she appeared. Taking a step forward, Riley drew attention to the book in her hands. The lady's hands began to shake uncontrollably, and she had a mental flash reminding her to calm down and regain control while she spoke. Holding the book out in front of her, the lady stated that it was a cherished memory of her mother. The elderly man stared back at her with genuine astonishment. He placed his fingers on his face, asking if it was truly her mother's diary, given to her, and now magically imbued to maintain her mental equilibrium. Looking at him, the girl confirmed that yes, grasping the book made her feel significantly more tranquil. Frowning, she asked if he could truly sense the magical effect, or if she just managed to craft a convincing excuse. The hero responded that he doubted such a thing was even remotely possible. The man reached his hand out, explaining that only his apprentices could sense him, with the rare exception of those who had sworn an oath of silence, making true contact impossible. The student then questioned why he asked about him, and the protagonist retorted that the answer should be crystal clear. Fast thoughts flooded her brain, making her realize she basically lugged his lazy butt through every single exam. The guy likely witnessed the whole mess, so it was logical for him to get nosy, and face-palming. The wizard mumbled that the meth checked out. Looking down at the floor, he suggested they keep the torture session going. Resting right across from her, Ian wondered if she possessed any secret chess-playing superpowers. Scratching his head, the hero asked why they were discussing chess out of the blue since he had no idea how to actually play it. He repeated his question in total shock after learning that she was actually clueless about the rules of move the wooden horsey. Throwing his arms up, the hero joked that since she was from Reincarnation, surely they played chess during every single bathroom break and snack time. Glancing upward, the student admitted she lacked social companions for gaming, prompting him to joke about her lonely life before offering to play for her since he was a grandmaster of sorts. And the magic user grinned upon hearing she could play, saying it was totally fine. Then he snapped and boxes drifted into the sky. The hero peeked upward. Weird little statues started popping out of the dirt. Metallic warriors shaped like armored knights manifested out of thin air. Riley looked totally stunned. She stayed completely still. That dude lounging on the big chair invited them to a match, while a knight brandished his pointy blade. He whacked the statue hard. Peering sideways, the lead guy noted the statues looked like actual infantry, while the girl pointed out their casualty up front, and the hero stood smugly with folded arms, telling her to shush so he could focus on the victory, as sparks danced on his hand while he called out moves for the pawn on e3, horse on 2, and priest on 7. Clutching his ribs, the main man muttered that things finally made sense, realizing he almost failed to even get a tie, and rubbing his forehead, he marveled at how this young kid was so talented. The magic man was grinning like an idiot, and our hero noticed he was too busy staring at Riley to actually pay attention to the board. The woman shook from the change. Palm meeting forehead, Ian inquired if she was aware of the symbols behind every tower color. Staring at her, the magical book questioned her knowledge, and she scoffed that obviously she learned that stuff back in Reincarnation. Sparkly rainbow dust filled the air, as a voice explained that each tower hue matches its specific line. The guy knelt down, hearing that Dwight's Academy researches raw energy and rocks a snowy white look. The mage hit the deck, explaining that Yadin's red tower loves blowing stuff up, while the lady smirked, mentioning Gaia's purple tower is all about looking fancy and being stylish. And the man stood straight, hearing that Ukria's tower follows a strict and disciplined magical code, as the girl raised her hand to shout that it was obviously blue. Grinning wide, the dude confirmed she was right, though their own tower was totally lacking any pigment. Dropping his chin, the elderly fellow whispered that they were invisible, adding that they could basically transform into any shade, whether it be pure white, explosive red, fancy purple, or disciplined blue. Eyeing the game board, Riley learned that they had been stuck in this routine for 3 whole centuries. She observed the shards quietly. The young woman bit her lip hard, thinking about how flexibility was the ultimate cheat code, while distorted faces appeared, revealing the hidden truth of their rapid 300-year climb to the top. The lady stared intensely, as the realization hit her that he was just a massive fraud. She froze, realizing her turn had arrived, time to make her move. The main character held his head, declaring this game wasn't just about winning or reviewing strategy. It was something bigger. Bits of pieces littered the ground, as whispers confirmed the extreme, chaotic aggression of every play. The character stood rigidly. The man's eyes bulged in panic, a thought crossing his mind that both royal pieces were perilously close to annihilation. Steering forward, Riley remarked on how fortunate it was to only be a game, yet he countered that the situation mirrored an actual combat zone precisely. Flashbacks from his mind's eye resurfaced, making the protagonist consider the terrifying prospect of this actually being real life. Their eyes suddenly popped open like startled owls. Lifting a single digit, the old man declared that a chessboard wasn't always a square. Its form could entirely depend on who was looking at it. The dice lay scattered on the floor, as he mentioned that while some viewed this as a fun pastime, others saw it as a miniature war zone. The young woman glanced upward upon hearing the query about what exactly she perceived. Stepping closer, she explained she saw destruction, specifically the aftermath of the second examination. Ian nodded, agreeing that it might appear that way to her. He continued by asking her thoughts on the test from 5 days prior, stating that extreme stress forces people to show their true nature. He claimed this method helped uncover rare talents like hers, though he casually mentioned dozens of magicians had to perish in the process. Grinning, the mage then inquired if peaceful assessments were truly feasible for evaluating real abilities, or if high-pressure, mortal scenarios were the only true measure. The candidate stared into the distance without speaking. The man's eyes nearly popped out of his head when she responded by asking for his thoughts first, turning the tables on him. Squinting suspiciously, he pointed out that he had initiated the question, but then conceded that she had a certain boldness about her. Extending his hand, the senior figure inquired why she had chosen to respond to his query by throwing another query right back at him. Keeping her gaze fixed on him, the young woman responded that yes, the explanation for wanting his thoughts before giving hers was straightforward. The protagonist arched his eyebrows upon hearing that the ultimate test was designed to align the candidate's character and principles with the tower's, specifically the Irana's magic tower's core value, which was a remarkable ability to adapt to every circumstance by simply changing color like a chameleon. Reaching out, the woman declared that whatever answer he ultimately provided would also serve as her own. Jan remained completely motionless. He settled back onto the large, ornate seat. The student's eyes locked, completely still. With a wide grin, the wizard stated that this was an unexpected development. He placed his hand on his face, observing that certain magical institutions believe they could evaluate a magician's true quality using gentle methods, much like the very first assessment. A grim expression crossed the faces of the followers as the memory of the 42 magicians who initially cleared the first test flashed through their minds. Numerous recollections surfaced in their minds. Gazing forward, Riley listened as someone questioned precisely how many of them actually survived until the end. Lifting his hand, Chan reiterated that she had asked for his thoughts first. He believed the second assessment served as a genuine selection process, arguing that magicians' real talents only surfaced when faced with the absolute dread of mortal combat. With a smirk, he explained that these tests were essential for identifying a handful of truly capable candidates, then asked if she considered such selection processes completely insane. The protagonist scowled, privately agreeing that this approach was completely illogical. The typical saying was to lose a few in order to protect the majority, but here, it felt more like losing everyone just to save a tiny handful. Figures then began to reach forward. He lifted his eyebrows upon hearing the declaration that this was simply the way of sorcery, a path that had been entirely illogical from the very beginning. A shining orb materialized before the girl. A voice explained that individuals who could perceive mana, wield excellent control over it, and possess a stout heartworm known as the mana-less. Figures stood within a brilliant light, as the speaker added that only a tiny percentage were chosen to follow this magical route, and even then, the ridiculousness didn't stop. The young man lifted his head. He glanced to the side, where it was mentioned that every practitioner of magic would eventually encounter unavoidable challenges along their journey. The student observed her hand. The voice noted that some hurdles could only be cleared by relying on inborn abilities. Dropping his eyes, the elderly man pointed out that the road of magic was far from level. For some, it presented treacherous cliffs, while for others, it felt like strolling across a freshly mowed lawn. Watching him, they absorbed the idea that while some would follow a solitary route, others would succeed only through effective collaboration. Leaning close, the magician declared that everything boiled down to innate talent, suggesting that if this system wasn't foolish, then he didn't know what was. Clasping the book in her hands, the student conceded that his point was valid. Her arms flung wide in all directions, she declared that magic was merely a string of utter nonsense. The hero's lifeless body rested on the cold ground. Perched on the stairs, the young lass heard that eons before the Empire's founding, and the emergence of the 5 grand sorcerers, way back when, she inked her inaugural pact with a fellow named Findle. The young chap gave a little grin. Rumor had it, after he transformed into a grimoire, he was a wreck, utterly lost, and Findle was the one who miraculously brought him back to life. A swift whack landed squarely on the bloke's noggin. The hero's eyes popped open wide. Apparently, he could still recall the exact instant he kicked the bucket. With his peepers glued wide, he chirped that someone really ought to lend a hand. The main character jolted awake, utterly freaked out, and hollered that he was shuffling off his moral coil, begging for assistance, wondering if anyone was around. Meanwhile, folks were merrily chatting away, and anguished cries were echoing from within the book. The lady's gaze dropped as she absorbed the words, noting he still held on to that memory today, the time when his voice went completely unheard. For ages and ages thereafter, he took on no pupils, fearing the pain of losing those he grew to care for. Folks eagerly reached for the grimoire. It was said that the contract soldiers, as he rather pointedly called them, sidestepping the term apprentice, were driven by a thirst for vengeance, while he aimed to siphon power from them. It was, in essence, a deal struck on the bedrock of shared advantages, with zero room for sentimental attachments. Glancing downwards, Riley got wind that, in the process, he'd been quite the puppeteer, manipulating his hired hands for his own gain, pushing them into perilous situations without a second thought for their well-being. The deceased bodies of various individuals formed a grim circle, a chilling notion surfacing that had leveraged their demise to polish his subsequent outcomes, perpetuating a dreadful, blood-soaked loop endlessly. The student's eyes widened considerably upon hearing that she hadn't yet encountered anyone particularly special. The gentleman clutched a book dripping with crimson in his grasp. The young woman peered at her, comprehending that this was the very first grand sorceress. Though her name had vanished from historical records, it remained etched in his heart. The enchantress offered a smile. Word had it, she'd been subjected to all sorts of hazardous experiments, teetering on the precipice of oblivion countless times. Her magical journey was a brutal ordeal, a constant struggle, yet she persevered and ascended to archmage status. The fellow planted his hand on the table, and the hero queried what insights he possessed, what her final pronouncements had been. With a smile, the lady conveyed her deep gratitude for him nurturing her into an archmage, and how thankful she was that he never abandoned her. Hues of violet began to shimmer and dance around the tome. It was whispered that his motivations were purely self-serving, completely disregarding her existence or safety. Settling in beside the pupil, the protagonist declared that enough was indeed enough. He was sprawled out in a puddle of gore. It was claimed that, fueled solely by retribution, had witnessed himself morphing into something truly monstrous. The path of arcane arts he had trodden was littered with countless souls lost. The main character dashed ahead. It was rumored that his misguided magical pursuits, the indelible crimson marks, his past could never be absolved. Following that, he reevaluated his entire strategy. He endeavored to eliminate any sort of fatalities. The grimoire ascended, then announced that he really ought to reveal his name. The bound volume was unfurled, and it was acknowledged that indeed, he would make sure to remember, and she was keen to learn his moniker. The hero suddenly found himself reborn. With a knowing smirk, he proclaimed himself a magnificent grimoire, vowing to sculpt her into an archmage. Visions of sorcerers materialized, and it was explained that through a training methodology painstakingly developed via countless trials and errors, alongside the ultimate sacrifices of his former collaborators, every single one of his proteges had successfully achieved the esteemed rank of archmage. Extending his aged hand, the elder inquired if this wasn't indeed an incredibly foolish method, then what in the world could be? Staring forward intently, the main character affirmed that magic was, indeed, a path completely lacking in logic. The girl gaped at the book, astonished to see the grimoire resting casually on a tree branch, which made her eyes widen further in panic as she recalled the prophecy that future archmages meeting too early would simply drop dead. Frowning, the main character clarified that, despite appearances, he was definitely not the person who made that specific statement. The wizard chuckled lightly, mentioning that Ian had allegedly stolen the results of those sacrifices, which was more than just a simple insult to Martha. The hero stood at attention, describing the difficult road he had traveled, paved by the sacrifices of all the contract soldiers, and how he himself barely made it without having a complete mental breakdown. Grimoire in hand, Riley listened to the sheer nerve of someone who had used nothing but lies and deceit to rise to power, now condemning the very path of magic itself. She lowered her gaze, sensing that the person speaking wasn't listening to his own words. Sitting on the steps, the girl expressed understanding for how awful it felt when someone else ridiculed your chosen path, then turned her head and casually mentioned that she truly didn't care about anything. Clenching her fist, the students swore an oath to help each other, specifically agreeing that he would assist her with revenge, and she would then take vengeance on Ian for him, a proposal the protagonist enthusiastically approved of. He smirked when he heard her promise to bring the one who turned it into a book to justice, quickly retorting that this could only happen after he had settled things with that miserable bastard. Taking a determined step forward, the main character vowed that he would absolutely achieve victory against his foe. Looking straight ahead, he added that this victory would, of course, be achieved from within. Making the girl clench her teeth tightly is a phrase about making the villain pay for his dirty crimes echoed over blurred faces. Seated regally on the throne, the old man asked if she was aware of the important round-table conference scheduled in 3 months. Looking at him, Riley explained that the royal family, the Great Temple, and the 5 magic towers, the 3 dominant powers, were convening for the conference, which she understood was specifically intended to discuss his rank as Archmage. Placing a hand to his face in thought, Hien confirmed that her assessment was correct. Standing before him, she heard him reveal that, before the conference could even begin, images of various people appearing in her mind, he planned to eliminate all 3 great powers. With wide eyes, he added that he needed to act before he himself was taken down by them, leaving the student staring at him in utter disbelief. Raising her eyebrows, she stated that she didn't quite grasp what he was talking about, as an image of a magician appeared, and words suggested a veil of silence had already been established. The lady seated opposite Garen inquired if he truly expected her to believe he hadn't overheard the entire conversation in the next room, striking fear into Riley's heart. Sitting at the table, Rebecca asked if she knew exactly why the magical Tower of Irance had decided to murder her mother. Looking straight ahead, she simply stated that it was because her mother dared to have her own distinct opinion. Grinning oddly, the woman instructed her to listen carefully, then placed a hand on her daughter's head and said that a person's calling was to live as fate had decreed for them, reaching a dignified end. Reaching her hand out, the mother said that was the minimum expectation. People huddled around a corpse, murmuring hopes that her death was suitably spectacular for a magician. Slamming her hand onto the table, the mage declared that mortals could never defy the natural flow of life and death, and she would not accept the ritual of immortality, finding it completely contrary to natural order and making her, due to her strong beliefs, the fiercest opponent of the ritual. The girl's eyes flew open in alarm as she remembered hearing that her mother went off in search of a rare ingredient one day, only to be found injured in the northeastern mountains a few months later, and how people in the cemetery said it was too late to help, leading to her tragic end. Holding an umbrella in his hands, the guy asked why no one else found it strange, considering she wasn't some weak, low-level magic practitioner. Rebecca looked up sharply, hearing that her mother had simply died in a gang attack. People standing near a puddle shrugged, saying there was nothing they could do since the investigation was closed, mentioning a snowstorm that day, and suggesting she might have run out of mana while using basic heating spells. The girl faced the crowd, hearing the phrase that her mother was just unlucky enough to run into bandits at that exact moment. Taking the puddle, the girl yelled that it wasn't true, extending her hand as she explained her mother was an alchemist who calculated her strength and knew her limits, making it impossible for her to simply run out of mana. With eyes wide open, Rebecca demanded to know what they meant by calling it bad luck, insisting they were ignoring the obvious foul play behind her mother's death. A woman placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her to stop, causing the girl to stare back in confusion as tears began to form. With a small smirk, the woman explained that since no evidence had been uncovered during the investigation, the case was closed, leaving her no choice but to accept her mother's death as an unfortunate and simple tragedy. Sitting across from her, the disciple listened as she continued to ponder these events for a long time, eventually leading to their meeting. She opened her eyes in surprise when she heard the name, placing her hands on the table to ask if she was truly Sir Garen's granddaughter, receiving confirmation. Extending her hand, the girl mentioned that she had long noticed the strong resemblance between them, then asked what was so significant about that fact. Grinning, she proudly declared that she held a unique position as both the elder's beloved granddaughter and her closest friend in the world. A sudden flashback revealed a grim truth. A real party pooper, she had actually failed spectacularly by dying during the selection test 2 years ago. With a dramatic hand gesture to her face, she explained that the very first test was held in a gigantic arena. It was basically a mad dash, she added, where everyone ran like crazy to hit the finish line, trying desperately to avoid all the preset monsters and hazards in the way. The girl raised her hand to show that she had breezed through the trial without encountering a single problem. She then glanced over to the side, perhaps remembering something. The student felt the urge to flee from the giant golem, but a realization hit her: her friend hadn't made it out. Eyes wide in shock, she slammed on the brakes, deciding concealment was the best option, and found cover behind a large rock as the creature stared blankly into space. The man took a single step, and the guy completely fell over. He stared up, horrified, thinking, "Oh great, I ran so hard I completely missed the golem." His eyes locked onto the spot as he realized his imminent doom, concluding he was absolutely going to die right then. The creature turned its head to look in another direction. The disciple, still sprawled on the ground, tentatively questioned whether he had actually survived the ordeal. The girl crossed her arms and grumbled that this golem was clearly only interested in her specifically. She had tried to complain to the administrative staff about the unfair targeting, but they just brushed off all her claims. Slamming her fists onto the barrier, she yelled that the golem was acting totally weird, unlike the ones used for other groups' trials. The mage in charge told her to shut up, glancing away as he declared that they were the ones who got to make all the decisions. Rebecca scowled and yelled that they should at least take down the barrier and let her out, but the guy flatly stated that entry was forbidden. The crowd watched with shining eyes, commenting that having finished the race meant she couldn't intervene now. A few spectators actually giggled when she attempted to escape. Looking down at her hands, she confessed that she ultimately collapsed from exhaustion, which finished her off. She admitted to getting revenge afterward, of course, but it left her feeling hollow, completely devoid of goals or desire. Sitting on her bed, she realized that magicians who wander without direction are just asking to be consumed by their own inner demons. She quietly stared down, hearing that Rebecca was close to being totally swallowed by them. When she lowered her gaze, the mage standing there told her to snap out of it, announcing that he had found her mother's killer. A new sense of purpose instantly sparked inside her. At the table, the master mentioned they appeared to be entering the tower's darker regions. Rebecca listened as he revealed that a painstaking 11-year investigation concluded her mother was assassinated by hitmen working for the Tower of Variance. She looked at her in disbelief, hearing that the bad news wasn't finished yet. Apparently the tower's list of sins included countless deaths that were cleverly covered up as simple accidents. Duran's jaw dropped, and his eyes bulged when he heard that his granddaughter was actually on the long list of victims. A vision of the golem appeared, confirming that it was under the direct control of the Tower of Variance. The magician at the table explained that their intention had been to eliminate her from the get-go. The man snapped to attention, hearing the plan to target the greatest protective force in the Empire, the Western Front's human shield. Duran shut his eyes tight when he heard that his moment had arrived, then revealed he wasn't protecting the front lines out of national pride, but rather to keep his own family safe, specifically his beloved granddaughter. A thought surfaced, and he mentioned that after she disappeared, he essentially lost interest in a lot of things. While people watched the magician, he thought to himself that he needed to leave immediately once he felt his resolve slipping. As soon as he was gone, the terrified nobles of the West rushed to perform the immortality ritual. The tower came into view, and it was noted that everything was proceeding exactly as planned by the sneaky magical Tower of Variance. The old man glanced downwards and explained he hadn't known the full situation, just wandering around until he caught wind of the rumors about Rebecca. Suddenly, he had a purpose, he said, his eyes lighting up as he swore to execute the lunatic who tarnished his granddaughter's good name. The man was gripping a weapon, ready to take care of business, when his eyes went wide. Apparently, she had just yanked him into a different dimension, specifically a world of illusions. The magician scowled, hearing that inside the world of illusions, where gossipers couldn't listen in, she spilled all the secrets. Aaron, sitting at the table, explained this led directly to their current strategy, to expose the magical Tower of Variance crimes and publicly label the users of the immortality ritual as evil. A room came into view, and he added that all this would happen at a round table meeting in 3 months. The hero, standing near the girl, clarified that this was the real purpose of the round table conference, not determining Ian's qualifications as an archmage. Looking straight at her, the man confirmed that yes, it was simply a carefully crafted deception to fool the Tower of Variance and its supporters. The round table conference was really just the opening act for Ian's execution. The old man, perched on his throne, worried whether he had understood correctly. Ian would be executed by the 3 main forces at the round table conference, or was he getting it wrong? The protagonist's eyes widened as they asked if he knew the whole plan, and was just testing them. Riley answered that denying it at this point would be pretty stupid, confirming that everything was precisely as stated. Young smiled when he heard the 3 main powers intended to declare him evil in a location where he had zero support, responding that it certainly seemed to be turning out that way. The student watched in surprise as she heard him say he would demonstrate his power to her. The mage then extended his hand, and asked if she wasn't just a little bit curious about how he intended to take down all 3 major forces simultaneously. She hid her face behind her hand, possibly out of disbelief. The girl squinted when she was told to open her eyes and take a good look around at everything. The man stretched out his arms expansively, declaring that what she was seeing was the entirety of his brilliant strategy. Glancing sideways, the main character remarked that Wilhelm was lurking underneath them, causing the lady to comment on his impressive stature. Suddenly a demonic star flickered into existence, leading to a query about whether this was some occult geometry. The book asked with wide eyes. Riley lowered her gaze upon learning this mystic loop served as the foundation she needed to broaden her perspective. Shutting his lids, the sorcerer explained that this represents a whole landmass. They observe them now. Mystical rings have saturated the kingdom, and compared to the sloppy blueprints crafted by the trio of superpowers over many decades, their stage of perfection exists upon an entirely unique sphere. Peering down, the champion noted these patterns are platforms designed to dump objectives into some alternate dimension, A twinkly star popped up. It was revealed that the energy of these sigils had long ago fused with the natural forces of the environment for centuries, which explains why even though it engulfs the entire realm, nobody suspected a thing. Scowling, our lead man muttered that this jerk was trouble from the start. Extending his arms to the sides, Young stated this was a project that required 343 years to execute, his ultimate masterpiece. From the instant he finished building that pointy stone school, he planned to snatch the whole continent. Portraits of victims materialized. Plus he remarked he shall slay every major sovereign prior to the global summit. Gazing toward him, that apprentice rotated. Clutching the dusty tome, she mentioned she had not settled on joining the skyscraper of spells yet, until the exam concluded. She was free to pick a different magical spire. Gazing forward, the less inquire why he was spilling all these secrets. The ancient fellow looked at the floor. They shifted back to the main building. The champion folded his limbs upon hearing they had instantly zoomed back to the theater, to which he replied that yeah. It was a fairly snappy magical commute. The wizard poked a finger toward the front. The shape moved all of a sudden. Angrily, the lead guy hollered about why the man skipped his sequence in the game. That fellow was a total geezer with loose screws. So Ian suggested he should take the next swing. A hand drifted toward the man. The thought struck that a move ignoring the regulations had occurred. Because of this, their monarch was totally stuck. Peeking down, the spellcaster whispered this represented his closing rebuttal. Posing straight, Riley heard that she resembled a cheesy royal piece on a board. From the very start, she never really had an option. Old memories flashed, and Ian remarked that she was a natural-born war planner. Even in skirmishes where losing seemed certain, she spotted a loophole. Grinning, he added that but someone of her caliber. The fellow paced forward. Words drifted that although he realized this wizardly fortress would likely crumble at the meeting in 3 months, she showed up anyway. The student poked her palm toward the glowing doorway, and the old wizard asked if she had not sensed it as well. Blinking hard, the warlock mentioned the craving to rule the land with this tall tower. Had she not arrived here with the identical hunger as him? To dominate the world together, and discover fresh magical frontiers. Was that not the reason for her visit? Holding his limb out, he suggested she should come and grab his hand. Riley looked at her with shock when she heard that if she entered this school of sorcery, the whole world would grovel at her toes, exploring new mystical depths together. She started walking forward. Staring ahead, the bag of bones asked if it might be smarter to visit a different spire, and boss them around from there. A thought occurred that the motive they were struggling to enter the Iran's academy. Frowning, Garen questioned if she still wanted to go inside after learning the truth, and Rebecca mentioned she was truly off her rocker. The pupil climbed a stair. It was noted that, and the reason they did not halt to digest the warnings given to them. Riley grabbed the sorcerer's hand. Beaming, our champion declared we shall demolish that Iran spire using our bare palms. Peering downward, Gan pivoted. A symbol popped onto the lady's skin, and he said she was welcomed into his clubhouse. The girl checked her palm, hearing it was a loyalty thing, evidence of her membership in the spire. Lifting his arm high, the warlock stated they would wrap up the final exam. Gesturing at the portal, he added she could go home through this doorway. Grinning, the main guy said he should hang on. They would finish one more task before splitting. That fellow started murmuring against her lube. A youthful dame smirked upon catching his remarks. Resting on the chair, the boss heard the request that she could perform one final action before departing. The chess piece glided forward. Some voice noted she should advance a small peasant to guide. Gazing at the floor, the man reflected that a peasant reaching the finish line has no paths left, yet possesses a per. Radiance sparked around those ankles belonging to that form. The girl held a cane in her palms. It was noted she could transform into a queen. Just as Ian did, she transmitted him a note through the board game. She hoisted her staff. The shape thrust his rod toward the monarch, and the phrase checkmate was uttered. As the learner hovered by the portal, the realization dawned that by enduring agony and trials, Riley, who started as a mere pawn, would evolve into a queen and land the finishing blow. Grinning, she mentioned that since the match was finished, it was time for her to bail. That sorceress extended a palm toward that glowing gateway. That elderly fellow giggled while noting it felt quite bedtime. Exiting via that threshold, this girl remarked precisely like his prediction. She successfully trapped him finally. An Atrium materialized. She worried her actions might appear stuck up, but the hero assured her it just made him admire her more. Her strategic mind had truly proved itself. She was so clever that Ian couldn't possibly guess she was playing him for a fool. The woman looked over her shoulder, wondering aloud about the commotion, just as a huge magical pyrotechnic display erupted overhead. The main character gazed skyward, and casually identified it as some sort of celebratory light show. With a proud grin, the elder remarked on the spectacular view, explaining it was a light show marking the conclusion of the final exam. He added with a hint of schadenfreude that it was truly a shame everyone else had departed and missed the spectacle. She closed her eyes, noting wryly that she was apparently the very last contestant to complete the assessment. The mage touched her face, observing that the magical mark on her hand indicated she had successfully joined her aunt's magic tower. Riley shifted uncomfortably, avoiding eye contact during the subsequent greetings. Handing back the stone, the instructor advised her to enjoy a proper 2-week vacation, explaining that this very stone would grant her access to the magic tower when she returned. Her baggage would be automatically transported to her new quarters, so she didn't need to stress about moving, to which the protagonist responded with relief that at least the logistics were handled smoothly. Trolls materialized in the air, detailing the terms of her employment. Her probation started the second she stepped inside the magic tower, and completing 2 assigned quests would earn her full membership status. Isabella turned and explained that the probation period typically lasted around 3 months, after which she would be free to pursue her own goals, provided she didn't totally ruin the reputation of the magic tower. She closed her eyes, and added that those specific rules would probably be different in 3 months. The hero looked away, mentioning that this timing perfectly matched the upcoming Roundtable conference, when the political landscape would shift dramatically as they prepared to conquer the continent. A final glance at the room confirmed that their time here was officially over. Once they departed the spot, this year's selection trial would be entirely finished. As she exited the premises, the student heard a final goodbye, and a polite thank you for her efforts over the past 2 weeks. She stopped to reflect on the completion of the trial, realizing the power dynamic had shifted, favoring the Magic Tower members over the former candidates. Riley spun around upon hearing the welcome, noting how quickly the greeter had vanished. The protagonist rubbed his face, hearing a query about whether this was similar to Rebecca's illusion magic, but he corrected them, stating it was a different, mystical attribute that he felt he had encountered previously. The lady turned to face the group, prompting Garen to express his concern about how long she had been absent. The magician explained that she had tried to wait inside, but the administrator essentially booted her out, and she found herself magically transported to an alleyway in Wilhelm with a simple snap of the fingers. Lifting her hand in relief, she declared that, thankfully, everything had worked out, and she was back where she belonged. The sorceress' eyes widened in panic as she insisted that they needed to leave immediately. Clutching the heavy grimoire in her hands, the student was told to hold on for just a moment. The girl looked absolutely terrified, questioning how the other student could possibly be alright after having sworn a solemn oath of allegiance. Extending her hand in frustration, she reminded them that she had explicitly stated she wasn't actually going to join this magic tower. Her plan was only to attend the interview, then move on to a different institution. Riley looked on as the girl asked, "So this time?" Rebecca suddenly screamed, gesturing wildly, declaring that not only had she been dragged all the way to Orance, but she had actually survived the oath of allegiance. The infamous heartworm spell hadn't affected her at all. A glowing heart appeared briefly as a text box explained that the heartworm was a counter-betrayal spell used by all 5 great magic towers, designed to eat a traitor's heart instantly upon the thought of betrayal. Surviving this spell, the explanation continued, proved one's genuine loyalty to the tower. The girl then raised her hand, and abruptly slapped the student across the face. The mage's eyes widened in shock. The student looked down, and asked how she could possibly do such a thing. Rebecca started crying, asking what else she was supposed to do. As faces were digitally blurred to protect identities, she added that this was true even after all the secrets had been revealed to her. Gesturing emphatically, the sorceress screamed at the top of her lungs. Garen grabbed her arm tightly, insisting that she needed to stop acting this way immediately. The woman froze, hearing the furious accusations that Garen was a fool for letting go of this vile traitor, and that if he didn't deal with her, she would personally kill the traitor right there on the spot. Placing a calming hand on her shoulder, the man stated that the child's mind was completely warped, essentially turning her into a different, unfamiliar person. Spinning away, the sorceress commanded him never to approach her again, warning as she departed that if he did, she would inflict the same treatment on him as she had delivered to those bandits. Lowering her head, Riley suggested they head back to the hotel, and the hero readily agreed. Turning away, he mused that their shared bonds meant he could also feel the suffering she was enduring, and he absolutely hated how events were beginning to spiral downward. The protagonist folded his arms, hearing the suggestion that they should stock up on jerky for the long trek ahead. He concurred enthusiastically, adding that they should grab cookies as well, and declared that once everything was packed, it was time to hit the road. Olivia peered into the room, expressing relief that she was finally home. Hovering by the exit, she inquired why her mug looked like a train wreck, causing the wizard to mumble that some drama unfolded. Clinking her tea down, the lady poked about her visions since they were splitting, though she stayed out of the way. Reclining nearby, Riley noted that she planned to ditch them regardless, making the woman shrug that things were totally cool then. Staring like a startled owl, she mentioned that Olivia seemed unusually caffeinated, but the hero joked that the dorky grin gave it away. The girl clearly aced her ultimate exam. Gripping her drink, the witch announced her recruitment into the errant spire, demanding he celebrate her victory. Having finished early, she glimpsed everyone else's scores while remaining clueless about her own rank, so the dame probed for gossip on the group, which prompted Apranas to spill all the juicy details. Student portraits flickered as news broke that Arpel and Dorothy snagged spots at Gaia Tower, likely aiming to keep their friendship alive after that second-floor bonding. Rebecca glanced away while hearing she and Garen got drafted into the Eucria Azure Spire. The instructor flinched nervously when mentions of Pamela and Gilbert entering Dwight's fortress arose. Pointing skyward, Olivia sighed that sadly. Just a single lonely soul failed the cut. The fellow stared blankly while face-palming, leading the lead to wonder how the human lawn ornament Gilbert passed, seeing as he flopped during their sparring match. Yet Riley argued that despite being combat challenged, he possessed a talent for sniffing out items better than Pamela, making the guy admit that the weirdo actually had some utility. Memories flooded back about that legendary tracker who located the prize 10 minutes after it took a dive off a mountain. So yeah, he definitely had to respect the hustle. How it hooked into magic juice. Fidgeting, the maiden spoke about her own fate. Beaming brightly, she hollered about landing a spot in the Adon Crimson Spire, earning a round of applause from her peer who thought the place suited her vibe perfectly. She blinked in shock upon hearing that she was the secret ingredient to the girl's academic success. Shaking her head, Olivia joked that her life was a dumpster fire regardless of grades, finding comfort only in her agony charms that sadly required a 30-day nap between uses. Critics poked fun at her constantly, labeling her a daydreaming loser with zero talent, which eventually made her brain start believing all those mean rumors. Shaking like a leaf, she wondered if she actually found the truth or just lost her marbles, as the existence of prehistoric sorcery kept her up late questioning her sanity. Our main man drifted into her personal space. Slouching over the furniture, the warlock noted that everything flipped around for her. Grinning ear to ear, the spellcaster declared that this single show confirmed her long trek wasn't just a giant waste of time. Grabbing the girl's palms, she vowed to keep digging into dusty old incantations. Using that shared ritual as a base, she planned to unlock even more mojo. Shutting her lids, Olivia whispered that once she leveled up into a pro-wizard, she would surely return the favor. Riley beamed, promising to keep those sentiments locked in her mental vault. Surveying a frozen path, the traveler wondered if pausing there was a death wish. Narrowing his gaze, the guy mentioned stories of a psycho caster going on a killing spree nearby, suggesting they move their butts, but she joked that since she was also a magic user, she would act as his personal bodyguard. She glanced back, hearing that a lone wanderer coming from Wilhelm probably had some tricks up her sleeve. Staring at the sky, she inquired if the guest was ready to show up, because her schedule was packed and she was in a hurry. The fellow spun around after she demanded space for her busy self, secretly wondering if she was a total nutcase for chatting with the air. His lids snapped open in a sudden jolt of terror. Rebecca reached out her arm and urged the group to get a move on. Grinning at the yell to back off, she told the shouter to take a chill pill. Eyeballing the pupil, the woman asked about her expression, and Riley complained that her mug still itched, though the witch apologized by explaining it was a mandatory trick to fool the big boss' prying eyes. The wizard froze, annoyed that Wilhelm was crawling with those obnoxious peepers everywhere. Isabella lifted her palm, explaining this was the Verandas Tower's special leash for recruits, basically a high-tech magical live stream. Lounging at the desk, Garen noted that playing double agent in the Spire was a suicide mission, even with a way around the internal parasites, and Rebecca chimed in about their link making it hard to dodge the cameras. Watching them, the learner suggested a potential workaround for their little problem. With her lids shut, the girl noted the absence of prying gazes, meaning they fell for the act, which led the hero to praise her Oscar-worthy performance, while Riley credited her for the successful ruse. Reaching out, she responded to questions about her duplicate by asking if they really expected her to waste travel cash just for a casual chat. Folding her limbs, the woman clarified that her absence was mostly to dodge Jan's surveillance in Wilhelm, since she preferred staying under the radar while hiding in the urban sprawl with the elderly fellow. Looking down, the guy muttered that her punch was a bit overkill, but she snapped that there was no point crying over spilled milk or bruised faces now. The trainee glanced away, noticing how suspiciously talented she was at evading those Kargak parasites using some secret trick. That ancient spellbook started shimmering, a sure sign that the hero's baffling resistance to the little heartworm was due entirely to the Tum's presence, specifically their deeply weird magical bond. Riley tapped her temple thoughtfully, explaining that the parasitic tracking device was built for solo monitoring, but the hefty grimoire was overloading her mental circuits, rendering the poor heartworm hilariously ineffective at its snooping job. The onlookers stared, absolutely flummoxed, believing Rebecca and Garen were dead set against joining Verandas Tower. Yet once they confirmed the spike parasite remained unaffected, confirming its peaceful existence, they slowly began to exhale. The main character glanced at the young woman and casually inquired exactly what bizarre thoughts motivated that particularly intense line of sight. Scowling deeply, the woman yelled that she absolutely refused to reveal her technique, claiming the other was a suspiciously shifty double agent, before forcing the disciple to declare "Yon a wretched louse," a statement the student promptly parroted. Confronting the youngster, the spellcaster inquired precisely what was meant by the supposed elimination of the pesky heartworms, only to be told definitively that the solution had not yet materialized. The hero skeptically crossed his arms, calling this a flimsy interim fix, and Riley warned that the moment the girl attempted any sort of actual reconnaissance, the device would instantly impale her vital organs. Her heart area faintly illuminated, and she specified this precarious state lasted only until the grand roundtable assembly. The sorceress then fixed the magician with a stare, mandating the heartworm must be surgically excised within 90 days. The woman furrowed her brow, and demanded confirmation that she was hearing utter foolishness. A spectral worm materialized as a voice declared that even supreme magic practitioners require many decades for total eradication, with simple stabilization consuming 2 decades alone. A fellow was dramatically sprawled on the pavement. A sudden thought emphasized that undercover agents frequently exposed themselves during lengthy durations, noting the great magic towers frown upon impulsive thoughts. The girl grinned mischievously, telling her not to panic because she happened to know the perfect specialist for the job. The talking skeleton carefully cradled a delicate glass. A faint luminescence enveloped him, and he inquired exactly which poor souls had decided to pay him a house call. The driver twisted his neck, questioning if she was utterly certain about this location, since he warned it was terribly easy to get turned around, adding he planned on patiently waiting, but the sorceress instantly declined, proudly confirming her expert sense of direction. The coachman departed, internally marveling at the impossibility of navigating this wretched maze, just as a magical radiance erupted vividly from the powerful hands of the nearby sorcerer. Brilliant illumination streamed across the immediate vicinity. That strange entity rapidly pivoted. With a cheerful grimace, the skeleton declared he noticed the sudden intrusion, expressing shock that it was his master and Riley, so the hero politely asked about his general health. The student retorted that considering their lengthy separation, he wondered why they abruptly materialized in his miserable wasteland. The shocked entity recoiled, inquiring tentatively if she was forced into yet another grueling year of preparation, assuming she'd flunked the entrance exam. The hero instantly corrected him, confirming her successful qualification, showcasing the Ian allegiance vow, which genuinely astonished him, leading him to offer congratulations, followed by demanding their actual motive for this meeting. Gazing intently, the girl explained they had a crucial question for him, which the protagonist quickly boiled down to asking if he possessed the expertise to eliminate the nasty parasitic tracker. The lich appeared quite alarmed, confusedly musing why the sight of his face elicited such an intense wince. He suddenly remembered he had completely overlooked mentioning a rather critical point, a truly earth-shattering omission. The hero had a sudden flashback regarding a 5-year-old disaster where a certain lich had brutally assaulted the Eastern Imperial territories, utilizing chimeras identical to those used in the selection exams. They endured a tense silence. The hero then extended his hand, and bellowed that the lich was a staggering simpleton. The skeleton defensively asked why he was being immediately subjected to such harsh abuse. The hero retorted that attempting to seize the entire empire during his absence made him an identical tyrant to Ian, to which the lich frantically assured him to stop, insisting the situation was drastically different. The lich held up the crumpled map, meekly asking why the hero assumed he wanted the whole empire, explaining he only intended to claim one minuscule eastern city as his own namesake. The MC exploded that he was a moron, insisting that was utterly identical, but then qualified it by pointing out that since this remote territory wasn't even found on the imperial charts, taking unclaimed land wasn't really a major offense. The highlighted spot on the territory sketch materialized. Riley offered a cheerful gesture, instructing the others to remain motionless. Rebecca purposefully reached out. The hero looked at the girl completely dumbfounded when she inquired if this shabby location was indeed the legendary spot where the great magical tower was built. He yelled angrily, demanding that if the lich was going to trespass, he should have at least completed the takeover, wondering how such a magnificent being failed to seize this tiny plot, and the skeleton instantly asked if this hero was truly the person qualified to criticize his attempts. Dramatically collapsing onto the dirt, the protagonist shrieked that for a sacred site like this, the geopolitical stakes were totally altered, because if he had won they would not be backed into this miserable corner, to which the lich protested that his effort was entirely unrelated, clarifying that he only deployed his interns, ensuring them that if he had gone personally, not a single pebble would have remained intact. The protagonist's eyes ballooned, and he admitted with resignation that this entire interaction was proving highly ineffective. While still prone, he mentioned the necessity of starting the mind renewal process, clarifying that this required magical maintenance procedure was long overdue regardless of current events. The skeleton looked genuinely terrified when he heard the proposal that the mage could teach her unique skills, prompting him to instantly declare they must under no circumstances come anywhere near him. The entity stared openly in astonishment. An explanation detailed that mind renewal functions to score the lich's consciousness of accumulated dark magic overflow, requiring delicate management of the life force container, a spiritual anchor the lich cannot handle without assistance. The mage held her hands ready, as the realization dawned that this difficult ritual was the true reason the grimoire constantly supplied the lich with hapless students. Cradling his drinking glass, the skeleton confessed that the entire experience was genuinely horrific, regrettably necessary, and still excruciatingly unbearable, admitting that even after repeated sessions, he never adjusted. The hero retorted dryly that he had clearly lived through it. Clutching her chest, the sorceress declared the task complete, and a quiet observation remarked that, incidentally, her natural magical affinity for pure mana was strikingly magnificent. Flicking a bony thumb skyward, the skeleton queen remarked that 30 minutes for brain scrub was a record, while the adventurer chirped back that his noggin felt sparkling clean, suggesting they pivot back to that small favor. Glancing sideways, the bag of bones questioned the plan, asking if purging the cardiac parasite was the goal, then grinned widely while suggesting the young man strip down immediately to keep things simple. Rooted in the cavern center, the rattling corpse heard the confused query, explaining he must map out the magical plumbing inside her, which was the only way to concoct the perfect liquid remedy for her condition. The lead looked stunned by the idea of an old man gawking, but the lich gasped that she was actually female, prompting the hero to clarify it she was a lady too, so Riley stood paralyzed by the realization, noting that people usually failed to spot her femininity unless she explicitly mentioned it. Considering gender is hard to tell on a massive skeleton, and clutching a jar, the undead looked on as the hero inquired who trained such a gifted scholar. Spinning about, the monster grumbled that the parasite curse was a giant headache, predicting a finish time around tomorrow evening, while the main lead complained about the wait and suggested a training session with Riley. Shutting his hollow sockets, the bone and declined the request because some energy had already been drawn, warning that exercise would spoil the work, so the protagonist asked for an alternative entertainment option. Face palming, he wondered if the bored pair might enjoy some literature, then threw his arms up while inviting them to browse the massive collection of dusty tomes he gathered during his 3-century hiatus. With a skeptical look, the leader asked how a cavern hermit of 2 millennia amassed a library, hearing a tall tale about slave labor before the talking book called him a liar, and a floating heart icon popped up, asking if his physical form was actually just a ghost jar, which the hero confirmed with a nod. Scratching his skull, the beast explained that his soul container was locked away for 20 centuries, meaning any trips to the surface were technically illusions, since he never truly left his grotto, whereas the main character muttered about wanting to snap some ribs, and the young girl asked how she could be of service. That mystical scholar focused on interpreting an ancient manuscript. The companions extracted a specific chronicle from the wooden shelving. Plopped on the dirt, Riley mentioned his past avoidance of libraries despite his secret love for reading, which prompted the leader to explain he was just catching up on 3 centuries of mist lore, specifically the smutty novels and superhero comics. Gripping the magical tome, she listened to a query about the effects of spicy manga, then asked him what his actual viewing habits were, receiving a cheeky thumbs up in response. Squeezing the manual, the magic sir asked if he was implying some weirdos illustrated literature having spicy encounters with other volumes, causing the hero to yell for him to chill since he possessed a mortal shape. Scowling, he wondered why she would make such comments after seeing his various forms, but she just retorted that the world is filled with folks who have some very peculiar preferences. The hero looked shocked to learn that folks actually wrote fanfiction about humans romancing their own enchanted blades, which apparently took all the shock value out of her current situation. Looming before the girl, he suggested she recall her actual age, and she simply stated she was currently 15 years old. Holding his temples, the leader hollered about why a kid would touch such trash and blamed the Thieves Guild for her corruption, but Riley clarified she only spotted the book from afar without reading it. Then reaching out a bony limb, the undead announced that the cure was finally cooked. With a toothy grin, he mentioned that the liquid could be swallowed immediately. Suddenly, the skeletal overlord became completely paralyzed with horror. Clenching his jaw, the adventurer warned the creature to stay back, while the skeleton screamed that there was a huge misunderstanding because the items did not belong to him. Gesturing at the other bones, the lich yelled that his henchman was the true culprit, leading the hero to ask if he was really blaming a servant, while the undead begged for a second to explain the situation. Cradling the vial, the student was told to gulp it down, making her wonder if he was feeling hurt by her previous accusations. Hovering nearby, the potion maker bragged that he added a delicious strawberry flavor just for her, encouraging her to take it taste, which prompted another hesitant question from her. The sorceress started chugging the magical brew, her eyes popping wide with instant shock. Savouring the taste, the woman declared it was tasty, and the skeleton noted that his hard work would now ensure the cardiac parasite was severely crippled. Wearing a mischievous grin, the protagonist remarked that if they began the purge now, they only needed to snap the curse and the loyalty vow. Eyes bulging, the potion expert begged for a brief pause. A ghostly figure shimmered behind the wizard, proving a link existed between the parasite and its master. While Young grinned upon hearing that removing the worm would alert the original caster, then spreading his bony arms, the skeleton explained that the potion neutralized the spy functions but warned of pain if she dared to strike Ian directly. Mockingly poking his tongue out, the adventurer declared that the villainous jerk could go straight to the underworld. He scowled, deciding that poking the bear named Ian was probably unwise for the immediate future, yet he knew they had to get ready for whatever chaos was brewing next, so he demanded they brainstorm some brilliant ideas. Pressing her hand dramatically to her chest, Riley declared that attacking wouldn't pose much of a problem once the time arrived, questioning if they couldn't simply scatter the creature right where it stood. Waving its arms around frantically, the Lich replied that it was utterly impossible, stating that even with its considerable power, destroying the worm would require at least half a day, prompting the mage to smirk and raise her hand, declaring that she thought she could manage it.